So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became farmer and had harem? Part 1. This story is Uava Izuku en un isekai. By Cap Lycanrock 24. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Finally, the war against the villains had ended. All for One and Tomu's Shigaraki had finally been defeated. All for One died from using Aries' blood that was in a special bullet from Overhaul. He had used it to rewind himself, but unfortunately for him, he was rewound until he was a baby and then disappeared. Shigaraki was defeated by Deku, and he was left in a vegetative state, so he wouldn't wake up for a long time, or he would die from the state Deku left him in. Even though the heroes won the war, it couldn't have been achieved without some lives lost, especially those of the one who managed to defeat the greatest villain of all time. Hospital for the sick. Izuku Midoriya along with Class A and B, some UA teachers along with some heroes. They stood outside a room, waiting anxiously, only able to watch as doctors went in and out. After a few hours, a doctor finally approached them. How are you? He saw the doctor. Doctor denies, I'm sorry. We did everything we could. Looks down, he may only have a few days left. Mitsuki. Inko. He saw her fall to her knees and then went to her. My baby. She cried and clutched her chest. Ochako. See, can we see it? I asked the doctor. Doctor sad face, he nodded. He's awake now, just very weak. With your permission, he said, turning to leave. So several people entered the room, and there they saw him, Izuku Midoriya, in his bed with several machines doing their best to keep him alive. Izuku's sad face, he saw them. Hello, very weak greeting. Izuku approached him. Izuku. Mom, what did the doctor say? I asked. Her mother and everyone else could only look away, trying not to cry. He said that you'd be fine in a few days. Izuku. Mom saw her lying as bad. That's what you taught me. She shed a few tears. I said. He said you only had a few days left, she said with pain. Izuku. I see. He looked at the ceiling. I'm sorry. I won't be able to go back home or to UA, he said to his mother and friends with some tears in his eyes. Izuku. I hug him. Class A sad face, they shed a few tears. Izuku. Mom, could I talk to my classmates and teachers alone? He looked at his mother. Sad face, he nodded, sure. He said as he left the room with the Bakugos and Class B. Class A and the teachers could only watch as Izuku, with all the strength he could muster, tore out some strands of hair. Bakugo. Izuku. He saw the hair, knowing what she meant. Izuku. According to the other holders, it's very possible that I can't pass one for all on to someone with a quirk, and that maybe I'm the last holder. He saw them. That's why I want you to keep it safe and find someone who can inherit it. It might be impossible because there are fewer and fewer people without quirks. Todoroki. Are you sure about this? Izuku nodded. Izuku. It's true that All for One was defeated, but the world might still need One for All. He saw them. Could I ask for that as my last wish? They all nodded. Days later, Izuku was watching a program about farms and crops. Since he'd been in the hospital, he'd been watching that program to avoid getting bored. Ochako. It seems you really liked that program, she said next to him, also watching the program. Izuku. Yes, it relaxes me in some way, she said, but just then she felt something in her chest. Ochako. What's wrong? He saw it. Izuku. Nothing. I smiled a little. I just got thirsty. Could you bring me some water? Ochako. Yes, of course. Izuku. Thank you. Watched her leave. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I don't want you to see this. Closed her eyes. While Ochako was buying the water, she noticed several doctors and nurses rushing into a room. Ochako. Deku dropped the water and ran towards the room. Days later, Inko, AM, and Class A were in a limousine on their way to the church for Izuku's funeral. Ochako. Why did I have to leave him alone? She said with her head down. Iida. Don't blame yourself, Uraraka. She saw her. I'm sure he did it so you wouldn't see him leave sadly. Todoroki. You're right, you shouldn't feel bad about it. Ochako nodded, still a little sad. Driver. We're almost there, Miss Yaoyorozu. Momo nodded. When they arrived, everyone was surprised, because there were a lot of people outside the church. Ink. What? Aizawa opened the door for him. Aizawa. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, I know you wanted something more private, but people deserve to say goodbye to their son. He looked at her. If you don't like it, we could hold the ceremony another day and place. Ink. He saw the people. No, it's okay, don't worry. Aizawa nodded. They all got out of the limousine and walked towards the church. During the journey, a girl of about 6 years old called out to Inko, who stopped to look at her and was surprised to see that she was wearing a miniature version of her son's suit, and that the girl also had a burn scar on her face. Little girl. Excuse me. Inko saw her. Are you Deku's mom? Ink. Yes, I am, little one. I smile a little. Little girl. A few months ago, he saved me from a fire during the war. Inko saw her. Thanks to him I'm here, otherwise, lowers her head slightly. Inko only saw her for a few seconds before she started to cry. Little girl. Do you need a hug? I asked. She simply hugged her, then after a few seconds let go of the girl and went into the church. And so began the funeral of the Deku hero. A few days later, they had built a statue of Deku next to the one of All Might that said, "In memory of the savior of Japan." The hero Deku, Izuku Midoriya, saw the sphere in front of him. I'm not mistaken, am I? Izuku. Yes, excuse me, who are you? He saw the person in front of him. God. I am the god who rules the world. Izuku. God. Wow, you're real? He said. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. God. Don't worry. He saw it. According to this world's calendar, you lived for 16 years, he said. You have lived a very heroic life and were injured in the final battle against that all-for-one and Tamura Shigaraki until you finally died. God. Because of your heroism, I want to give you another chance to live. Izuku. Huh, can you do that? God. Of course, I will provide you with a healthy body, free from any disease. He saw it. What do you say? Izuku. I accept. Thank you very much, he said gratefully. God. Okay, while we're at it, do you have any requests? I'll make sure you live your new life however you see fit. Izuku. As I see fit. God. I can fulfill most requests. Izuku. In that case. I know, I want to try farming, he said, looking at God. God. Agriculture. He saw it. Izuku. When I was in my hospital bed, I liked to watch a show on TV. It was about an idol's farming experience. She said, and I wasn't that sociable in my previous life until I entered UA. Izuku. And while I like helping people and it might sound a bit selfish, I'd like to grow things somewhere a bit away from people, peacefully. Isn't that possible? God. Well, agriculture is in a different jurisdiction. Izuku was confused, but I'll contact him. That's how Izuku saw him calling on an invisible cell phone. After a few seconds, the god returned to Izuku. God. Very well, then. I will grant you a new life and a healthy body. He approached her, and I have obtained permission from the god of agriculture, so I will grant you the power of the omnipotent agricultural tool. Izuku. An omnipotent agricultural tool? Wait. What will happen to the one for all? God. That's right, you'll still have it until it's inherited by someone in your world. Izuku. I see, that's fine. God. Then, he touched him with his cane. Enjoy your new life to the fullest. Izuku was waking up when he saw some trees around him, then he touched his face and saw his hand. Izuku. I can move my body. She stood up. It feels a little strange to move after being in bed for days. She stretched. Izuku. Well, now that I'm back on my feet, I'm going to live my second life here. She looked at the forest. Will this be the starting point? Izuku. A forest. From what I can see, I'm surrounded by trees. He looked around. Sure. I asked for a place somewhat removed from civilization, but, isn't it a bit too far? Oh well, no point complaining. Asterisk. Izuku. Let's think about what I can do now. It was seen. Izuku. My outfit is like something the villagers in a game would wear, and now that I look at myself properly, I look older. I think I'm about 18 or 20. I look through their clothes. Is there anything I can use? Asterisk. Izuku. I know. The all-powerful agricultural tool. Asterisk. There was a gleam in his right hand, and then Izuku was holding a hoe. Izuku. Could this be it? I use it a little, could it be some kind of magical force? Even though I keep using it, I don't get tired and I can make my way through hard soil and tree roots without worrying about anything, I thought while tilling the earth. When he finished, he touched the tilled ground. Izuku. That's so fluffy, I could grow some nice vegetables there. Wait, first I need to secure water and food before that. And so he went to explore the surroundings. He continued searching for a river and some edible plants but couldn't find them, but then he heard something running nearby. Izuku's sad face, looking around. Now that I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if I run into a dangerous monster here. I need to find a place where I can settle down, and fast. He continued walking until he came near a large tree. Izuku. Wow, that's a big tree, he said in front of the tree. It'll be a good landmark, I think I'll make a base here for now. Letters in the middle. Izuku narrating. I wandered around quite a bit, but I couldn't find any rivers or ponds nearby. So, I'll just dig a well. Izuku. Shovel. The how, omnipotent farming tool, transformed into a shovel. This ability of the HAO, it really takes the form of any kind of tool, but I can't create complicated machines. It started digging. Izuku. Just as I thought, I don't feel tired at all, just like the hoe. Digging, I wonder if, activates OFA and starts digging much faster but notices something. I think I'll have to use OFA every time to get out. Notices that he only dug the hole downwards. Izuku. So, I'll just dig diagonally, and so he did until he found water. Izuku. With water secured, I'll move on to food. However, surprisingly, I don't feel hungry at all. Could this also be the power of the how? He looked towards the forest. It would also be dangerous to wander through the forest again. Izuku. Sighed. I should keep using my how here while I build a proper base, I thought while searching for seeds around. I hope I find something edible. Well, I couldn't find anything. Later. Izuku's sad face. I touch a tree, soon I'll be farming here. This tree will stand in the way. It seems very tough, but I suppose my axe will be able to cut it down. I use the how axe shape. Izuku. If I'm not mistaken, I should make a cut on one side, and then on the other. Prepared. Well, first on this side. He made a cut, and sliced through the tree like it was butter. Izuku. Huh, ah, he moved before the tree fell in a single cut. I didn't even use OFA, this skill lives up to its name. Hehe. Izuku. Now that I've cut it down, I should try to process it. He took out his axe. I'll remove the branches, cut the tree into logs, and then remove the bark. He thought while doing that. Hardwood cuts like cheese with this. Now he was seen carrying the logs. Izuku. Now should be the time to build a cabin. But I couldn't make the pieces for the walls and ceiling in the blink of an eye. I don't even have nails or adhesives. Is it really difficult to build a cabal from scratch? I think as I look at one of the wooden pillars he buried in the ground. Izuku. He saw the shadow cast by the pillar. Ah, the shadow cast by the pillar I built is like a clock. Ah, he looked at the sky. I've lost track of time. It's going to get dark. I need a light source. Izuku. The how can't be transformed into a flashlight or lighter. Could it be the jurisdiction God mentioned earlier? Something that generates heat without exhausting it. I know. A magnifying glass. The how transformed into a magnifying glass. Now I can light a fire, if it weren't for the sunset. He said, seeing that it was already dark. Now Izuku was seen in a hole he made in the big tree. I hurriedly dug a hole in the tree as a temporary shelter. Izuku's sad face, carving something. The how also transforms into a chisel, but I suppose that to build a cabin and its furniture, you need people and error, he thought while looking at some cups and plates he made with the wood. I thought I'd be doomed when it got dark, but surprisingly I could still see well at night. It must be because God gave me a healthy body, so I got a great view. The Izuku. I really came to another world, huh? I thought, looking at the moons. The next day, while processing the wood through trial and error, the sun came out. Izuku's sad face. He took some water with a cup and drank it. Well, the water is good enough for now, right, before I forget. He lit a bonfire with the magnifying glass. Izuku. Fire assured. Although I don't feel tired or hungry after cutting down many trees with this tool. I still use my energy between each job. Hard work needs to be rewarded. Izuku. Asterisk in other words. I'm hungry right now. Maybe I should look for food, even if I have to travel a long way. Then the danger sensor activated. I turned to see a rabbit with fangs. Izuku. And so I hit it with the hoe and a little of the ofa, killing the rabbit. Now he was looking at him cooking the rabbit. Izuku. Well, at least now I have food. I take a skewer of meat grilled rabbit. I ate it. It tastes like Mother Nature. It also smells of blood well. I should be grateful that this is edible. He also made a bathroom to relieve himself. At first he did it without walls, but he felt uncomfortable so later he put them up. Now they watched Izuku plowing the land. I took many detours, but I'm finally plowing a field. Should I farm here to earn a living? Something that keeps well. Potatoes. Onions. Tomatoes and cucumbers also sound good. I can eat them raw. So he thought about various vegetables while he was making the fields, but he realized something when he made 3 fields. Izuku. Even with all this land, I don't have the seeds to fill it, nor the seedlings. Sigh, I guess I'll have to look for something in the forest after all. After eating a rabbit and resting, I was amazed the next morning. Izuku. What? He saw a sprout in the soil of the fields. Do plants in this world grow without seeds? Or is it thanks to the how? There are sprouts in every row. He saw the sprouts, although some seem to be at different stages of development. Well, I know what to do. Izuku sad face. I take out my hoe. I will protect these fields from giant rabbits and other monsters I have yet to find. First we will build a fence around the area. I build a wooden fence. Next, I will dig a trench outside the fence. I still have my worries, but it's better than nothing. Meanwhile, I managed to get food by knocking down the rabbits that tried to attack me again. Why are they coming straight at me? Do they want to eat me? Izuku sad face. Eating rabbit meat. Mother Nature. Asterisk. Izuku was seen watering the fields. The sprouts are growing more each day with the water, from the watering can shaped with the tool. To accelerate its growth in addition to planting. Izuku. I still don't know what they are, but I hope it's something edible if they turn out to be decorative plants. I'll fall to my knees. And other days later, after much struggle, I finally managed to build a cabin. This one but without the crystals. Izuku. I made the roof with tree bark and held it in place with nails made of wood shavings. It was good that Uncle Masaru let us help Kachan and me make his porch. Thanks to that, I was able to make it. Smiles. It's also fun to watch the crops grow. Suddenly I'm motivated and enjoy every day. And just when my life here started to take off. Izuku. He saw some. Izuku. They're really big. He saw them. They don't seem to want to attack me. Besides, they're injured. He put a piece of wood across the ditch as a bridge. Come on, he smiled. Now dogs were seen eating meat. Izuku. He had shot down a wild boar and didn't know what to do with the meat. He thought as he remembered how the boar wanted to climb over the fence. The other dog is pregnant. He saw the one with the swollen belly. Izuku. I guess the male dog was carrying her and a monster attacked them. She saw them eating. I always wanted a dog as a kid, but the apartments where we lived didn't allow pets. Izuku. Well, they say dogs are farmers' best friends, so it would be great if they stayed with me, he thought until he saw the female with a grimace of pain. What's wrong? He was about to approach, but the male growled at him. Don't tell me, she's going to give birth. Right here. Asterisk. For now, I'll take them inside the cabin. Izuku. How long will it take? Will I need water? It's cold at dusk, so I should make a campfire but it will smoke. I'll put it by the entrance. She saw the dogs. Later, I did everything I could. Now there was the tree hole map. I thought it would be bad for a human to stay nearby, so I left. Izuku sad face. He lay down. Did I get in their way by doing something I shouldn't have? What if that monster attacks while they can't move? Asterisk. The next day, Izuku woke up and then went to the dogs. Izuku sad face knocks on the door. I'll come in. Goes in a little and sees the puppies. Oh. Izuku. What a relief that it went well. I know. He left for a moment and then returned with some pieces of meat. I cut the best part of the wild boar to celebrate its birth. He brought them closer. I thought they would leave when they were done, but it seems they are enjoying it. I felt bad about having to kick them out of that cabin once they had settled in, so I built another, even bigger cabin. Izuku. I like to think of this as an improvement. Now I've made it bigger and it looks more like a house, she thought happily, looking at her house. By the time the puppies started running, the crops were already ready for harvest. He was seen with scissors. Tomatoes. If I had left them alone, they would have turned into bushes. It is difficult to harvest, and the fruit is also small. Izuku's sad face tried one, but it's a real tomato. The dogs hunt prey and patrol the surroundings. Calling them dogs is really difficult, so I decided to name them. The one lying down is Kuroichi. The K is barely visible due to the editing. Izuku. Kuro. Yuki offered them some tomatoes which they ate. I didn't think they would eat vegetables, but when I see them eating the tomatoes so happily, it makes me want to feed them more delicious vegetables. I'm busy harvesting and shouting happily, I need to build a storage shed for this stuff. Also furniture and tools. I still have many things to do, but, Izuku. Well, I'll do what I can. He looked at the fields slowly and peacefully. He smiled. God. It seems they've had a really hard time, he said, seeing Izuku's mother and his sad friends. Even if I wanted to tell them that Izuku is okay, I can't just go and tell them, but maybe I can give them something so they can just see him. He saw Mei looking sad in the lab. The next day, Power Loader was watching in amazement what Mei was doing. Since Izuku died, he had been so sad that he didn't even want to build anything. But now he was looking at her with a determined expression, determined to finish that invention. P.L. What are you doing, Hatsume? He saw her. Mei. I know you won't believe this, Sensei. I finished screwing in some screws, but yesterday I had a dream and somehow I feel like Midoriya is alive. P.L. Hatsume. I know his death affects you. It affects me too. He saw it, but we both saw him being buried. Mei. I know, but I feel like it's there somewhere. I plug in the machine, please. I turn it on. The screen lit up, but only static was visible. Mei. Please. P.L. I think it would be best if I rested. Then they heard a familiar voice. Anyway, the only reason I can live a farmer's life here is thanks to the gods. P.L. It just can't be. Mei. Midoriya. He saw him standing in front of some wooden statues. Later, the UA staff, Class A and B, were in the support department watching Hatsume's invention. Aizawa. Are you trying to tell me what this thing does? P.L. You'll see it soon. We just have to wait for Mrs. Midoriya to arrive. The door opened and everyone saw AM and Inko. Ink. Why did they call me? P.L. Please take a seat, Mrs. Midoriya. He offered Inko a chair, which she sat down in. The others may also sit down. Some took chairs, and others sat on the floor. Mei. Okay. Listen, everyone saw her. Yesterday I dreamt about an invention. This, she pointed to the screen. Ochako. And what does he do? Mei's sad face smiled. This does turned on the screen. Everyone looked at the screen and their eyes widened in surprise when they saw Izuku cooking something with some black dogs by his side. Ink. Izuku. Looking at his son. I lead a very primitive lifestyle. Today's lunch is a stew of rabbit meat and fresh farm vegetables grown without pesticides. Type. B. But how come? Kendo. Shall we see it? The question ended. Mei. I honestly don't know how we see it either. I think that dream was like a sign of something, trying to tell us that Midoriya is okay. Iida. And how is it possible that he's alive? Yeah. You know. P.L. It could be that the article. I reincarnate. I shout in surprise. All. What? They shouted but continued listening to Izuku. In other words, I just boiled things. I have nothing to season it with. Izuku. Organic eating. Besides, animal meat is much easier to eat if I drain the blood as soon as I kill them. Mine. Can we hear their thoughts? I asked, and several nodded. Kirishima. With those clothes he looks like a villager from a video game. Kaminari. It's true. Hagakuri. Wait, did he say he grows his own vegetables? Does he live like a farmer? Everyone looked at the screen. Dogs also like to eat the meat of animals that I have drained the blood. Well, I saw them. Sometimes I worry that I have spoiled them with this food. Well, As long as they enjoy it, it's fine. Izuku. Though I wish I had some salt. Setsuna. They're kind of cute, she said, looking at the dogs, although for some reason I feel like they're not normal dogs. Different. How cute. She saw the dogs. Sick. I think Hagakure were right that now I live as a farmer, he said, pointing to the fields. Ink. He looks older, I thought with a smile and tears as I saw my son again. Try doing something new. Some mounds of earth were seen. I know it's hard to say now, but I planted some fruit trees here. If this goes well, my diet will instantly improve, but they say fruit trees take years to bear fruit, so I'll need patience. I am willing to wait. Izuku was now shown playing with the dogs. Izuku. Go. He threw a wooden frisbee. Kuro caught it and brought it back. Good boy. Good boy. He petted him. Life with dogs is really fun. It seems he's doing well, smiled. Aizawa. I'm happy for him, smiles under his scarf. Izuku. The loneliness could have been unbearable if I hadn't had them here, he thought, petting Kuro, but felt something on his forehead and checked it. A horn. Izuku. Well, I'm in a different world. I guess dogs have horns here. Asterisk. Then he saw the other dogs. Mine. How cute. She said more about the puppies. Article. A different world. Kanoko. Impressive, surprised. Setsuna. It's like those isekai anime, he said, reincarnating into another world with magic and stuff. Tetsu. Let's just hope no monsters appear, he said, and several nodded. Having the dogs here also helps a lot. Izuku was seen going deeper into the forest. They can travel through the forest without getting lost. Thanks to that, I can explore the forest even more. And eventually, it was seen how he found a river. Izuku. Oh, he saw the river. I found a river that could serve as a water source. There is a small waterfall upstream that raises the river level. Kirishima. I suppose he'll try to make a path to bring the water to his house. Type. Although something like that would take time for just one person. Kendo. True. I think I could dig a path so that the road leads to my house. It's a 30-minute walk. What with all the digging I'd have to do. But it will be good if I work little by little. Izuku. Ha ha ha. He was seen running while pushing a wheelbarrow, and Kuro was in it howling happily, turning the how into a wheelbarrow. I don't get tired at all while using it. Izuku. So now I can move around without getting tired and speed up construction. What do you say, Kuro? Faster. He howled. All right. He activated OFA and started moving faster. But just then it went flying over a pothole. Izuku. Ah, some couldn't help but laugh. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha, laughing. Different. Hee hee, mine. Poor Kuro, hee hee, laughs. Najire. Well, it seems he's having fun there, smiles. Million. True. Now Kuro was seen looking at Izuku on the ground. Izuku. I think we need to pave the way first, hee hee. Back home, I've cleared more forest and expanded my farmland. Rapeseed is cultivated to harvest its oil. It is the plant from which rapeseed oil is derived. Wheat is easy to store and I can use it for all sorts of things if I turn it into flour. Sugar cane, because I want something sweet. Izuku. These bean sprouts turned into soybeans before I knew it. He saw the beans, and I wanted to eat edamame, but I need salt for that and I don't have any. Kanoko. Yes, it does have crops. Impressed. Ochako. Watching that program really helped him. Smiles. I'm glad for him. Iida. Yes, it seems everything is going well for him, he said, happy for his friend. Then everything Izuku was carrying was revealed. All. Wow, impressed. Izuku. How long has it been since I started living here? Sneeze. It's starting to get cold. I don't think these clothes will be enough to keep me warm. I see snow on the mountains in the distance. Everyone saw the snowy mountains. I wonder how cold the winter is here. Article. Winter. But only a few minutes passed. Confused. Nezu. It could be that time passes differently there. It's in a different world after all. Several people thought so. Small p. That's a good point. Izuku. I need to do something to withstand the cold. Try using the skins of giant rabbits. But they smelled terrible. Izuku was shown trying to stand the smell, and I was worried they'd start to rot, so I scrapped the idea. Ink. I hope I find something soon to help me withstand the cold. Suyu. Maybe you should look for a village and ask for clothes. Hiro. Todoroki. From what was shown, it appears to be in a forest far from any village. I guess my only option is to light a campfire and stay in my cabin. I'll have to gather firewood and food to get through the winter. Then Kuro barked at him and Izuku saw a giant cushion. Izuku. A giant cushion. No, a spider. The spider waved. Palm. Kaminari. They fainted. He saw all the girls faint. Marriage. I think they couldn't stand to see the spider. A few seconds later the girls woke up. Mine. Giant spider. Then everyone saw how he started to pull out thread and I think he made a handkerchief. Izuku. Ooh. Takes the handkerchief. It looks like a really pretty fabric. Is it a handkerchief? Sees something else. It's even embroidered. Surprised. Amazing. Thank you. Sees the spider who raises a leg. Kidney. It seems she wants to live with Midoriya, she said, understanding the spider. Ojiro. If she could make a handkerchief, can she make clothes? Sato. That would help Midoriya. Several nodded. The spider began to live in the top of the giant tree. And its favorite food is potatoes. The spider was shown eating potatoes. Not only does it spin webs, it can also make clothes very well. In fact, he managed to transform animal skins into something more beautiful. The spider gave Izuku a coat. Izuku. Wearing his coat, I can handle the cold with this. Ink. Thank goodness, that way it will withstand the cold. Mind that spider is really good at weaving. Hagakure. True, impressed. Type. I could also make other things with those fabrics. Bedding stuffed with leaves. Curtains that block the wind. The mere fact of having things made of fabric has made this place more civilized, she said, looking at the things inside her house. By the way, I gave the spider a name. Based on my first impression, I called it Zabuto. Now I have someone else I can count on here. Kanoko. In a way, he's adorable, she said, looking at Zabuton. Article. At least now he has more company. Then everyone saw that winter had arrived. Winter has finally arrived. It's quite cold outside, but thanks to the preparations I made, I'll have a good time. The dogs are being kept inside. Zabuton might be hibernating or something because he hasn't come down lately, she said, picking up some boiled potatoes. It snows here, but luckily it doesn't accumulate too much. If it snowed heavily in this region, it would have already crushed my cabin. Aizawa. It's a bit small, but it doesn't look bad, she said, looking at Izuku's cabin. Well, after all, it's only for him. Nezu. Then they listened to Izuku. For some reason I've been feeling very lonely lately. I also made some small sculptures of my friends, figures of his class and some teachers were shown. Maybe I won't be able to see them again, but this way I will have them by my side. Izuku. It's cold, continued eating. Everyone felt sorry for that Izuku. Kirishima. Poor Midobro. Ink. My baby. Ochako. We miss you too, Deku, she said, even though Izuku couldn't hear her. How long has it been since I spoke to someone? At this rate, I might forget how to speak. Eventually, winter began to disappear, the snow began to melt, and in a short time it felt like spring. Izuku. He hears some barking and sees Kuro and Yuki's puppies, now grown. What's going on? Setsuna. Wow, first it was like only 10 seconds. May. I think we see it as if it were a series or a movie, he said, but for him, time goes by normally. Small p. Wow, they all entered the forest. It's time for them to leave the nest. Seeing them grow up so well brought me both joy and a touch of sadness. While I was lost in my thoughts, I heard some barking. They returned a few days later. I saw the dogs each with a partner. Apparently, they had all gone there to find a partner. And there was one more surprise. Izuku was seen walking with a basket until he saw Zabuton. I suppose it was female. Hagakure. I know they're friendly and all, but they kind of scare me. Several girls nodded. Siro. It looks like one of them fought to get a mate, seeing one of the dogs with some scratches. Ojiro. It's not easy being a dog, is it? Well, that's great news. They all have big families now. To be honest, I'm a little jealous. That being the case, now there are more mouths to feed, which means it's time to work harder to expand the farming fields. Izuku was seen preparing the fields. Then I hear wood being struck. Izuku. Is Zabuton sounding the alarm? Is something dangerous approaching? Kendo. Good idea to set an alarm. Type. That way he'll know if something is approaching. Several nodded. Tetsu. What do you think it is? Kuro took me to the middle of the forest. Izuku. He saw a girl. Izuku. She's a girl. Why is she in the middle of the forest? Why is she in that condition? Asterisk. Then he saw the spiders approaching and the dogs growling. Izuku. Wait. He stopped them. Girl. Save me, please. Aizawa. What would that girl be doing in the forest? No idea. Although judging by her ears she doesn't seem to be human, she said, drawing the attention of several people. Izuku. I can understand her. Okay. He went to her. I'm not sure what's going on here. He took off his vest. But it's been a long time since I heard someone's voice. Asterisk. Just as he was about to use the vest to cover the girl, she lunged at him and bit his neck. A vampire. They said when they saw what the girl was doing. The girl separated from Izuku and began to glow until she became an adult, and her clothes also appeared. Izuku. Did she grow? He saw the girl. Girl. Thank you for saving me. Smiles. Izuku. Who the heck is that? Is it a monster or something dangerous like that? Asterisk. Then Kuro rammed the girl, sending her flying. And the other dogs also went after the girl. Girl. Wait. No. Stop. Izuku. Some couldn't help but laugh. Million. They are truly loyal, he said, seeing how the dogs defended Izuku. Najire. Yes, he. Mine. So, she's a vampire. Type. And it seems to change its form if it drinks blood, he said upon seeing how it transformed. Izuku shrank again, thinking as he watched the girl using her vest to cover herself. Well, are you an enemy? Are you here to hurt us? Girl. No, stop sicking your dogs on me. Izuku. But you just sucked my blood. Girl. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. It's your fault. Kuro saw her and she got scared. Izuku. Well, it seems harmless enough. Setsuna. Well, if he tries anything, the dogs are there to defend him. Kendo. True. Kaminari. In her adult form she is a beauty. Minute. Midoriya is so lucky he got hit by Suyu's tongue. According to her, our meeting was a complete coincidence. And the reason he sucked my blood was to regain his strength. She said she used too much energy and could no longer maintain her body shape or her clothes. Why did they attack her in the first place? Girl. I thought I could take on one of them. Izuku. She attacked first. He saw the girl. I feel bad that they did that to her. Hey, if you want, you can have some of my blood. Now the girl was seen drinking Izuku's blood. I feel like it's sucking a lot of blood, but I don't feel any effect from it. Is that another advantage of a healthy body? Ink. How kind. She smiled upon seeing her son. Yui. Healthy body. Kendo. I suppose he has a good diet, he said. Girl. Transformed. I've never tasted blood so full of vitality. You must lead a healthy life. Izuku saw her. What? Izuku. Aren't you smaller than last time? Girl. But if I take more blood it would be dangerous for you. She saw him. Izuku. Don't worry, take as much as you want. Smiled. Girl. Well, Ochako. With that figure, she looks like a high school girl. Type. But if she really is a vampire, she should be older than us. Hagakure. What a curious world. Hiroshima. They seem to get along well, he said, observing the interaction between Izuku and the girl. Back to the fields. Girl. Oh, I can't believe there's a place like this in the middle of the forest. She said, surprised, looking at the fields. Are all these crops yours? She saw Izuku. I've never seen this plant before. Izuku just smiled at that. Girl. What is this? She approached some fields, the one with the red fruit. They are very beautiful. Are they decorative plants? Izuku. They're tomatoes, haven't you noticed them before? He saw her. Girl. No, it's the first time I've seen them. Izuku. I see, so they're not normal here. He transformed his how into scissors. Let's see. Which one looks good? He cut a tomato. Want to try it? He offered her the tomato. Girl. Can you eat it just like that? She took it and bit into it. The texture is kind of weird, but. She took another bite. It's so tasty. Izuku smiled. It's so juicy. Kanoko. I suppose in that world they don't know some of our vegetables. Setsuna. Perhaps so, but they will be known by other names. Reiko. She said curiously. Ink. They get along so well, I smiled, looking at my son and the girl. It's really nice to hear someone praise your work. Girl. Hey, I want to see the other crops, she said with a smile. Izuku. Short smiles. So everyone watched as Izuku showed them the crops and they had fun harvesting them until the sun began to set. Oh. How cute. Izuku. Saw the girl. At night inside Izuku's house. Girl. I never imagined I'd ever be able to learn about so many new species in a single day, she said, writing on a magic tablet. Izuku. I guess that's magic. He saw the tablet, just as expected, from another world. Her name is Lulu. In the manga they change the L, S to R, S, but I use the anime version. She's a vampire. Well, he already sucked my blood, so I shouldn't be surprised. He says he's researching medicinal plants. And the reason I fled to this forest was, I had a small fight with some nobles. They were trying to steal my research, she wrote. After I fled, they sent a real nuisance to chase me. Nezu. I see. Mine. Magic. Watching Lu use her tablet. P.L. So if magic exists, at least in another world. Lu. I decided that the best thing for me would be to go unnoticed somewhere until things calmed down. Lu. Then I heard about this forest. I thought coming here might also help me with my research, but it's more than I imagined. Lu. I wonder how many days it will take me to investigate this, she said with a cucumber in her hand. Everything is very intriguing. Her tablet disappeared. Well, I was almost annihilated before. This place lives up to its savage reputation. Izuku. Reputation. Confused. Lu. You don't know. But you live here. Izuku. Yes, Lu. And you tamed all those beasts. Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. Lu. And about that magic you use. I've never seen techniques used to create something like that. She remembered when Izuku made the scissors appear. Is it some kind of magic tool? Izuku. A magic tool. I guess. Iida. That explains all the things it can do. Kirishima. That's right, I hadn't thought about it. Sick. Well, that tool seems to help him a lot. Lu. Wow, what a day. I've lived a lot, but I think I still have many things to learn. Izuku. She's right, it's been a day full of surprises. He saw Lu. I can't believe I met her. It's true, I don't know if something like this will ever happen again. Lu. Hey, do you plan to keep living here? If you do, is it okay if I come visit again? Izuku. Well, I have a request. Lu saw him. If it's okay with you, would you stay here with me? Oh. What? Ink. Wow, thinking about what will happen. Suyu. I think he didn't pronounce the words correctly. Hiro. Mine and bro. Shish. They blurted out, wanting to hear every word. Lu. Well, I'd be grateful if I could stay here to work on my research a little longer. Izuku. I want you to live here with me. He said simply, if possible, forever. Lu. So. Blushing. Izuku. Oh. Wow, knowing what will happen. Lu. Wait a second. This is very sudden. Izuku. I don't want to let this opportunity slip away. Lu. But I told you before, that there are people chasing me. Izuku. I don't care, he said in a serious voice. Lu. I'm a vampire. Izuku. It's not a problem. Lu looked at him surprised. I'm surprised too. In the past, I was someone nobody wanted to be friends with. Everyone paid attention. Bakugos. Idiot, he squeezed his arm because of that. Izuku. I came here so I could live alone, far away from people. But living here alone, I don't know how many more years I can handle that. Lu. She started playing with her fingers, blushing. It's okay, but it's very sudden. Izuku. So, did he see her? Lu. So, I'm fine living here. It's not like I have anywhere else to go. Izuku. Really? He saw her. Lu. But we just met. Izuku. We can get to know each other while we live together. Mine. I think Midori didn't understand what he said, she said jokingly. Ink. Just like his father, she thought with a smile. Lu. But, it was so sudden, blushing, it was such a sudden proposal. Izuku. A proposal. Lu. You told me to stay and live with you, right? Izuku. Oh, yeah, it's pretty lonely here, so I thought it would be nice if you were here with me. Lu. When you asked me to be with you forever, that's what you meant, right? Izuku realized and blushed. Are you embarrassed now? Izuku. And no, I see. I decided. All. He finally realized. Who would have thought that young Midoriya would get a girl like that? Haha, he said happily and amused by his successor. Small p. He's quite the ladies' man, haha. Lu. Didn't you mean that? Izuku. That's what I meant. In fact, it's exactly what I want. I beg you. He knelt down. Lu. Stop. I understand now. Izuku saw her. Izuku. Ah, smiled. Hooray. Thank you. He rushed towards Lu and hugged her. Lu. Like I said, you're progressing really fast. Wow. Everyone smiled at that and watched as they spent their first night sleeping together, and something more. Luckily, everyone respected their privacy. The next day, Izuku was seen preparing the fields until he saw Lu. Lu. Good morning. I smile with a slight blush. Izuku. Good morning. I never thought a simple greeting could make me happy. He looked at her closely. Why did you shrink again? Lu. It's for my protection. You wouldn't think of touching me while I look like this, would you? She saw him. Izuku. Blushes. Why yes. I'll hold back. Lu. And what do you do for work now? Izuku. Well, I was thinking of growing sweet potatoes next. Lu saw it. They're easy to prepare and eat, and they keep well. And now we have more people living here. Izuku. Right, you're the first person to move here. He saw Lu. That makes you the first villager. Lu. What are you saying? Is this a village? Izuku. No, I'm not at that level yet. Then Kuro barked at him and Izuku saw it. You guys live here first, right? And Zabuton and his family too, and they have a lot of kids. He saw Lu. So, that makes you the 30th villager, I think. Lu laughed a little. What kind of title is that? Does it even matter? She looked at him. I wanted to ask if we could cultivate medicinal herbs in this field. Izuku. I think we could. Let's try it. Lu. Yes, we'll have to find a way to get the right seeds. Izuku. Well, we don't really need seeds, he said, confusing Lu. By the way, she's been giving me several nicknames. I haven't found a nickname for her yet, but someday I will. The screen went black. May. I think that's all we can see for today, he said, checking the machine. Ink. Don't worry, she wiped away some tears. I'm glad to know that my son that's fine, even if it's in another world. Ochako. True, let's hope their village grows up well. Several nodded. The next day, Director Nezu prepared a room so they could continue watching the screen that allowed them to see Izuku. May. Okay, let's begin. He turned on the screen. Everyone saw Lu using her magic to create a light in the bathroom and teaching Izuku how to get salt. Now Izuku was stretching and Lu was coming out of the cabin while rubbing his eyes. Lu. Good morning. She saw Izuku. Izuku. Good morning. Smiles. Lu. What will we do today? Izuku. Let's see. I was thinking of checking how fruit trees grow, he said. Lu. Okay, I'm going to wash up and then I'll go there, she said with a smile. They seem to get along well. Type. I think it's obvious after, you know, she said blushing. Ink. I'm glad she has company now, I smile. Now they saw how they were in the area of the fruit trees. Lu. Look how they're growing. She saw the trees. Did you transplant them to the soil here? Izuku. Yes, they need more time to grow than vegetables, he said, holding a cup of tea just like Lu. This time I tried planting oranges and peaches. I think next time I'll plant chestnuts, he said. Lu. Really? I can't wait to see how they turn out. She took a sip from her cup. By the way, Lu's herbal tea is quite good, but I want to drink some green tea. If I remember correctly, oolong tea and black tea are made by processing the same leaves. Kaminari. I didn't know that. Sick. She said mockingly. Different. Wow, impressed. Nezu. I wonder what Miss Lu's herbal tea tastes like, she said curiously, taking a sip of tea. But just then they heard the Zabuton alarm. Izuku. What's wrong this time? Serious. They both followed the dogs. They all saw some white feathers falling to the ground. Then they saw. Everyone was surprised by the girl's appearance. Article. Those wings, surprised. Kendo. Is it really? Just like Abara. Girl. I understand it was my mistake to attack them first. Izuku saw her and Lu was surprised to see her. Izuku. It's the same situation as before. Girl. Please save me. I beg. Izuku. Okay, he said as he went to her and removed the spider web. Are you okay? Girl. Yes, I think so. She raised her hand and a green glow came from her finger. Everyone saw how the girl's clothes were fixed. May. That would be good for me, surprised. P.L. Definitely. Asterisk. Kirishima. So there's magic for that too, surprised. Small p. That world is indeed interesting, several nodded. Izuku. Incredible. The girl's wings disappeared, it's convenient to know magic, isn't it? He saw Lu, but she was leaving. Girl. Ah, so you were here, Lulu C. She saw her, stop resisting and let yourself be caught. The dogs lunged at her again. Ah. Izuku. Some couldn't help but laugh. Zero. I don't think I'd want to face them, he said jokingly. Ojiro. Me neither. Back to the fields. In Izuku's cabin. Girl. Heavens. I can't believe you hid in this forest of all places. Lu. Well, a lot of things happened. Girl. It was a terrible experience I just went through. Lu. I know, they did it to me too. Girl. You too. She saw her. Lu. Yes, they're quite ruthless. Magic doesn't affect them much, and they dodge spells too. Girl. Lu. See. Mine sad face, she said with a few laughs. Hagakure. They didn't have a good time with Kuro and the others, hee. Tamaki. How scary. Izuku. They seem to have a shared experience, he saw them. Girl. By the way, she saw Izuku, who was he? Izuku was about to speak, but Lu spoke first. Lu. Oh, he, blushes, my husband. All. Internecitas. Ink. How lovely, smiles. Kaminari. I asked to be Midoriya's best man. Kirishima. It's not fair, I want to be it. Todoroki. I am his best friend, I will be his godfather, he said simply. Bakugo. What are you saying, half and half? Girl. Your husband. Are you and Lulu C a couple? She saw Izuku. Izuku. Huh, why yeah. Girl. It's a surprise. Izuku. I'm Izuku, nice to meet you. He smiled and looked at Lu, her husband. It's the first time he's called me that. He saw Lu looking away, but he noticed her red face. Tia. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Tia, her wings appeared, as you can see, I am an angel. Article. I would know. She said with shining eyes. Pony. Oh my god, surprised. Kendo. So, angels are real, at least in that world. Type. A real angel, fascinated. Izuku. An angel, so, that means you serve God, right? He said, imagining the. Lu. It's not that important with a drop of sweat. Aunt. How rude. There was a brief period of time when we were admired. She said. Setsuna. They are different from what we imagined, he said. Article. Well, I'm glad to see an angel, even if they don't serve God in this world. Suyu. Even so, it's impressive to see a Kiro angel. Yui. True, he ate popcorn. Kendo. Since when do you have popcorn? She saw it. Yui. Since we started seeing Midoriya, do you want some? He offered. Kendo. Thanks. He ate a little. Izuku. So why is an angel like you chasing after Lu? He asked. Aunt. There's a reward for her because of all the damage she did in the city when she caused a commotion, she saw Lu. Izuku. Is there a bounty on your head because of a riot? He saw Lu. Lu. There was a really annoying nobleman who kept forcing me to make medicines and drugs, she said with a pout. He was so incessant with his demands that I felt the need to teach him a little lesson. I see. Type. So she was chasing her, she saw Tia. Ochako. Evil nobles, as in many stories, he said. Auntie. That lesson was anything but small. She spends all her time researching strange medicines and potions, and as soon as something bothers her. Oh, Lou. Stop making it seem like this is something I've been doing all along. That was just an accident. Aunt. Despite everything, the fact remains that you dishonored a nobleman. Do you have any idea how high your reward will be? Izuku. They seem to get along well, he thought as he watched them. Lou. Well, I think I went a little overboard. Aunt. I'm surprised you admit it. Lou. So, the reason I ended up here was because I was running away from Tia, she said. After all, she's stronger than me, but only a little. Reiko. Well, Lou seems to be more skilled at magic. Setsuna. And Tia is more skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he said, and several nodded. Aunt. Lulu, see, you've really changed. You weren't usually the type to admit any weakness. She looked at her. Lou. Yes, well, I felt firsthand how weak he really was, she said, remembering Kuro and the others. Aunt. I see. Lou. Yes, leaving that aside, she approached him. Do you want to live here too? Aunt. Live here. Lou. Yes, that's right, isn't it? She saw Izuku. Izuku. Surprised, why yes. Kaminari. I'm feeling jealous of Midoriya right now. Minute. Yes, he has two beauties by his side, I'm sure they'll do it soon. 6 sad face, he stabbed them with his Jack's perverts, Midoriya wouldn't take advantage of her. Mine. What if she didn't refuse? Jiro remained silent, Midoriya could have several wives, hee. Lou. I'll show you the fields and stuff, I'm sure you'll love it. I smile, let's go, okay. Aunt. Safe. That's how they went to the crops. Lou. Look, these are the fields, we grow lots of vegetables here, she showed one of the fields. Aunt. Wow, impressed. Lou. This is our orchard, we have lots of different kinds of fruit here, showed the orchard, and also, Zabuton. She introduced it and it lifted a paw. Aunt. Fell on her back. Lou. Well, that's what I expected, she said, looking at Tia on the ground. We understand, Tia, they remembered when they first saw Zabuton. Setsuna. Poor thing, hee laughs a little. Kendo. I understand her completely, she scratched the back of her neck. Izuku. Maybe she doesn't like spiders. Lou approached Tia. Lou. Hey, Aunt saw her, we're about to harvest some crops, come with us, it's a lot of fun. She smiled. Aunt. Yes, she said somewhat doubtfully. Auntie. Did you plant all this, Izuku? Looking at the crops. Izuku. Nodded yes. Lou. I helped a little. Izuku. And I was thinking we needed another pair of hands, he saw Tia, you'll be a help. Aunt. You mean I'm going to do farm work too? Lou. Of course I take her arm, let's go. We walk. Auntie. Why does an angel like me have to get her hands dirty working in the garden? She said as Lou led her away. Kirishima. I guess he's not much of a doer of those jobs. Zero. Well, they said they were a race of warriors, so that makes sense. Setsuna sad face, he saw Abara, in case she does it with Midoriya, how will you feel about it? Article. It's a bit strange, to be honest, he said, but the angels of that world don't serve God, so I'll accept their relationship without a problem. So Izuku showed Tia how to harvest cabbages, and he also gave her one to try with some salt, which fascinated her. And so they continued harvesting until it began to get dark. Lou. I think that's enough for today, she saw the harvest. Izuku. Yes, that's enough. Aunt. I'm exhausted, tired. Lou. It's nice to have so many things, but harvesting them all is hard work, she said smiling. Izuku. Watched them use their magic to cleanse themselves, I wish I could do that. Girls. Me too, they said, sounding a little jealous. At night. Auntie. Tasting a strawberry, delicious. This vegetable you call a strawberry is so sweet and sour. Izuku. Right, he smiled. Aunt. This farm work is much more satisfying than I expected. Lou. You're going to have fun today, right? She looked at her. Tia. Yes, Lu. Then it's decided. I take her hands, you'll live here with us, right? Tia. It is. Lu. Yes, please. Girl's sad face, they understood and blushed. Aunt. What do you mean by that? Confused. Although he discovered that at bedtime, 7w7 minutes. He's a lucky, jealous guy. Kaminari. And Mitsuki. Wow, little Izuku will have a big family, huh? Inc. I hope to have children someday, I smile, although I'll be sad not to be able to hold my future grandchildren. Everyone saw how the three of them spent their days together. They also saw Tia create earth golems that helped with the construction of the fence, and now they were finishing harvesting and taking everything to the warehouse. Lu. Auntie, this farm work really suits you. She saw her wearing a sun hat. Auntie, was that a compliment? She looked at her. Lu. Of course, Auntie. Well, let's leave it at that, she said. More importantly, Izuku, he looked at her, can we make a lot more strawberries? Izuku. I wish we could, but even if we expanded the fields, we wouldn't be able to keep up with the entire harvest. He looked at it. I think we're currently working at our maximum capacity. Mine. It seems someone really likes strawberries, hee, smiling for Tia. Aizawa. Although Midoriya is right, all three of them are working at their maximum capacity. Nezu. True, it would be bad if they overexerted themselves. Aunt. We could use some more help around here. Lu. You can work enough to make up the difference, Aunt. Aunt. And you, are you sure you haven't been lazing around? She saw her. Izuku. Hee, I don't think so, smiled. Besides, if we grow too much, then we might not be able to eat everything we harvest. He stopped when he saw the puppies. Izuku. Oh, they're the new puppies. Oh, how adorable. They said, touched, different. They are very cute, I smile. Kaminari. And to think they shoot down angels of their own making. Siro. And Izuku. They're already growing horns, picks one up and pets it. Good boy, and trembled. Kuro and Yuki's children. They had their own children. They have become one big family of dogs. Izuku. Puts the puppy down. Soon, the puppies will go off to find mates on their own. Lu. Does that mean more dogs? Auntie got scared. Izuku. Now that you mention it, that cabin isn't going to be big enough. He looked at the small cabin. So we decided to build a dog area next to the vegetable garden. Kanoko. Wow, Midoriya really knows how to build things. He ate popcorn. Yui. And now he has an army of dogs. Kendo. True. For the record, I haven't yet thought of any names for the next generation after Kuruno and his brothers. I want to give them names. On the other hand, the children of Zabuton. Izuku. He saw them raising a paw. What? She saw them making spiderweb parachutes. Oh, wow, watching Zabuton's children fly. Izuku. I see, I guess they're leaving. I was thinking of making the garden their new home, but... He saw Zabuton with some of his children. It seems some of them are staying with us. He smiled. Auntie. Izuku saw her. I'll go out too. Izuku. Are you going somewhere and leaving us too, girl? Aunt. No, I won't be gone for long, smiled, then gave him a kiss on the cheek and took flight. Mine. She gasped upon seeing her aunt kiss Izuku's cheek, though I wonder where she's going. Curious. Najire. Me too. Inc. I hope he returns safely. They are such good girls, I smiled seeing how they were with their son. Izuku. I wonder what he did, watching her leave. Lu. Well, he'll be back before you know it. She saw him. Izuku. You think so? He saw her. A few days later, Tia returned just as Lu said she would. Mineta y Kaminari. Elves. They were hit by Suyu's tongue. Iida. Asui. Voa Suyu. Suyu. They were going to say something perverted and they know it. Kuro. Several nodded at that. Izuku. Elves. He saw the girls. Elf. We are high elves, but you can call us elves if you like. Izuku. What's the difference? He thought with a smile. Auntie, everyone, please introduce yourselves, she said to the elves. This is how they all introduced themselves. From left to right they are Lili, Lita, Lise, Lee, Lear, Lakat, Lise. Slash. Izuku. They're all, Li. Oh, do you mean our names? We have similar names because we're related, she said. All. Oh, Hagakuri. I never thought I'd see real elves. Type. It's just like in fantasy stories, she said with sparkling eyes. Aizawa. But, why did she bring them with her? She said, drawing everyone's attention. Lee. We came here after Tia suggested we all move here. Please let us live here. She saw Izuku. Izuku. Well, Aunt approached him. Tia. The truth is, they all share a sad backstory. They all lived in a village far to the north, but most of its people were wiped out after being drawn into the human war. Everyone felt sorry for that. Auntie. Her race scattered, and since then they wander the earth looking for a place to settle and call home, she finished telling the story. Lee. We have been traveling through the forest trying to get ahead until now, she saw Izuku, without a place to settle. We are unable to repopulate our race, we ask you to help us. She pleaded just like the other elves. Auntie. You can count on them being excellent workers, she saw Izuku, I implore you to help them too. Lu. I think it's a good idea, I've heard that high elves are a very talented race. Ochako. Knowing Deku, he'll surely help them. Ink. That's true, I smile. Lu. You're all still very young, aren't you? I asked the elves. Read. I am the oldest and I am a little over 400 years old. Lily. And I'm the youngest, and I'm about 300 years old. Izuku. I can't say they're 100 years apart, he thought, surprised. Kaminari. Wow, so it's true that elves live a long time. Mitsuki. And yet they look so young, surprised. Masaru. True. It's hard to believe those girls are older than everyone here, several nodded. Auntie. What do you think? She approached Izuku just like Lu did. Lu. That's fine, right? Izuku. Well, we have a lot of different classmates living here, but if you promise to get along then I have no problem with this, he said looking at the elves. All. Thank you so much. Lee. By the way, who are the others? I asked, looking around. Lu. Smiles, it's Zabuton. I introduce her, and they all fainted. Lu. And these, are Kuro and the others, they fainted again. All. Poor things, they said as they saw them faint. Mike. I suppose it's not normal to see the Zabuton and dog species fainting like that, those fainting spells can't be normal. Aizawa. Good point, Aunt. I knew that would happen. The number of people living here suddenly increased. So we needed to build a place for them all to live. Lee said that all 7 of them wanted to live together, so we decided to build a big house. First, we started with the ditch and the wooden fence, then we made them their own toilet and garbage area. Izuku. Cuts down a large tree, surprising the elves. Lee. It was a giant, unbreakable tree, harder than steel, surprised. Reed. I cut it short as if it were nothing. All. Wow. Hiroshima. Awesome. Sick. That magic tool really does help her, surprised. When it comes to building, they know more than I do. The elves were shown building the house and they are all very practical. I even learned a lot about how to process wood and fit logs together from it. Everyone watched as they continued building until it was finished. All. Wow, impressed. Reed. It's finished. Izuku. Yes, he smiled. Lu. It's amazing, it's so much better than our little cabin. Aunt. It is. Then they both saw Izuku drawing circles in the ground. Izuku. I'm so jealous. Lu. Is he jealous? Aunt. It seems so. Izuku. But now I've learned his technique. He thought with a smile. Hiroshima. That's right, bro. Mine. Wow, Midori jealous. Who would have thought? Hee hee. Hagakuri. True, hee hee. And so they watched the days go by, with Izuku learning that elves weren't the same as in video games and anime. Lee even did some blacksmithing work where she made a metal bowl, it's like a pot in case you didn't know. Izuku. Incredible. Looking at the bowl Lee made, our civilization is advancing. Lee. Thank you very much, smiles. Izuku. He really can do it all, huh? Reed. Well, that's usually what happens when you spend most of 200 years homeless. Izuku. I see. Lee. The only thing we couldn't do. Izuku looked at her, was settle down and reproduce. She smiled. Izuku. I see. I'm afraid to ask how they'll do it, he thought nervously, watching the elves smile. Girls. Oh, minutes. Finished drier than a desert. Kaminari. We wish you all the best, Midoriya, she said, praying. Then they saw how, thanks to the help of the elves, the harvests were completed more quickly. Then the elf leader asked if she could make bread, to which Izuku eagerly agreed upon seeing that it had natural yeast. And so they saw how they made bread by rolling the dough around sticks. Izuku tasted the bread. Freshly baked bread tastes amazing, he thought while eating it. Lou. It's delicious. Auntie. It really is, she said. Reading. We're so glad to know you like it, smiles. Izuku. Now that we can make bread, I'd like to expand the wheat fields. He realized something, then looked at Lou. Izuku. I know it's a bit late to ask this, but does this land we're on belong to anyone? Lou. You mean this forest? Izuku nodded. I don't think anyone owns this particular plot of land or anything, but I guess it's technically under the Demon King's control. Izuku. Everyone. Ray Devil. Article laughing face. Demon. I pull out a cross. Kendo. Don't worry, Abara, they may be different from what we think. Kanoko. That's right, we already saw it with the angels. Abara calmed down a little. Izuku. That's scary. Lou. Is there a problem? She saw him. Izuku. Well, do you think the Demon King is going to have a problem with me building all these farms and stuff here? He looked at her. Lou. Is that what's worrying you? Did you receive any kind of support when you started building all this? Izuku shook his head. Then there's nothing to worry about. He took her hand. Lou. If you build it yourself, then the land belongs to you. Izuku. I guess that's how it works. He looked at her more calmly. Lou. That's how it works. She smiles. Ink. I hope you don't have any problems with that Demon King, she said, sounding a little worried. Yes, let's hope everything goes well. Several nodded. That very night, Kaminari. He died in the most macho way possible. Jiro stabbed him with his jack-ah. The screen went black. The next day, everyone was in the room to continue watching Izuku. Mandalay. Can we really see Midoriya wearing this? Looking at the screen, Pixie Bob. It's hard to believe. Million. We know, we still find it hard to believe that we can see it, she said with Eri by her side. City. I want to see Mr. Deku, she said to her aunt while standing next to Eri. Mandalay's sad face smiles. Okay, let's see. Million. There are some snacks if you'd like, she said, pointing to the table with the food. After a few minutes the screen turned on. They saw Izuku walking, and then he took out his hoe. Izuku. Okay, it's time to start. He turned around and saw Zabuton looking at him. What's wrong, Zabuton? She pointed behind her and saw a smiley face. All. Wow, surprised. Izuku. It's huge. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to eat it? He saw one of Zabuton's children shake its paw. Izuku. So, you'll keep her as a pet? The bee was nervous and Zabuton's son raised his leg. Yes, that could be dangerous. Oh, she won't fight anymore. Okay, I understand. The bee became happy. Mine. It looks like the bee wanted to cry, hee. Type. True, but now it seems he'll be staying with them. Koda nodded at that. Ragdoll. It is a curious world indeed. Ate popcorn. Tiger. True. Now they saw Izuku finishing building a little house for the bees. Izuku. It's ready now. He saw the little house. I built a little house for the bee nest near the orchard. They built a large nest inside in about 10 days. The worker bees are all busy taking care of their jobs. By the way, only the queen is that big. Worker bees are of normal size. Izuku. If I leave them here, I wonder if they'll make honey I can harvest, he thought. Looking at the honeycomb, the crops in the yards have flowering plants, but maybe I should plant a flower garden nearby if I want to harvest honey. Aunt peeked in and saw him. Auntie. Izuku. She saw the bees. Excuse me for intruding. She flew away. Izuku. Maybe she got stung earlier or something, he thought as he watched her leave. Sick. I wouldn't like a bee sting myself. especially if it's from that queen bee, he said. Ochako. It would be too painful, he trembled a little. 3. And now they saw Izuku emerging from a large hole he had dug in the ground. Lee. What is this? She saw Izuku. Izuku. A pond, or at least that's what it'll be someday. He saw the hole. I plan to draw water from the river through a canal. But I've been busy with things lately. Read. I see. In which sentence is the construction of the waterway found? Izuku. If I'm honest, I haven't even made enough progress to decide what I'll do it with. Pixie Bob. Well, some used to be made of stone. Ate popcorn. Tiger. True, but there doesn't seem to be much stone there. Ragdoll agreed. Izuku. There's actually quite a distance between here and the river. Read. First, we have to decide what to build it with, right? Izuku. I've always imagined waterways as something built with stone, he said. Lee. I think it would be difficult to find stone to work with around here, she said, looking around. Izuku. So, should we make them out of wood? He suggested. Type. I don't think they would last long with wood, he said. Ectoplasm. It could have several water leaks. Read. Well, we have a lot of wood here, but if we have a very long waterway, the gaps in the wood will cause a lot of leaks. Izuku. In that case, we'll use this. He transformed the how into a mallet. Everyone watched as it compressed the earth until it was left with Smentos. That will help them. Izuku. Compact the earth using the how. It's as hard as concrete. I think this will work. Lee. Migan. Confused. Izuku. It's nothing, smiled. Actually, I had a mountain of dirt when I dug the pond that I didn't know what to do with. We moved directly into mass production. We built a water inlet gate at the top of the waterfall. Then we built the foundations with earth and placed the canal pieces on top. The elves were shown placing the blocks. Let the elves take care of the basic foundation work. And I focused on sealing the joints and reinforcing the foundations. Thanks to their hard work, the construction was completed much faster than initially expected. It was shown how they finished the canal. All. Wow, impressed. Mine. Those elves are hard workers. Impressed. Nezu. True, even a group of people would take a few days to do something like that. Took a sip of his tea. Now everyone saw the pond filling up. Izuku. Now we finally won't have to go in and out of the well for water every day. Read. Yes, this should make watering the crops much easier too. Smiles. A fish fell into a section of the road where the water didn't flow. Izuku. Oh, look what's here. He saw the fish. I haven't been able to get them until now, but now that we have access to the river, I can finally eat fish. Asterisk. Izuku. Now I have to decide how to prepare them. I'm glad Mom taught me several ways to cook fish. Inko smiled at that. Izuku. However, the rabbits in this forest can be truly ruthless, but the fish seem quite normal. I'm glad they're so easy to catch. A larger fish appeared. Ah. The fish tried to attack him, but Izuku cut it down with his hoe. City. I cut it like it was nothing. Impressed. Different. Awesome. Impressed. Najire. Those fish are big. Tamaki. They're scary. I don't think I'll be able to eat fish for a while. Mirio patted him on the back. Now they watched as Izuku cooked the fish while the girls watched. Lu. Aren't those from the Forest of Death? She saw Auntie. Aunt. Yes, they are truly ruthless. She saw her. Lu. I wonder if it's safe to eat them, she said somewhat doubtfully, and the elves were watching from behind a branch of the large tree. Izuku. Here you go, it's ready, he said, handing Lu a plate with the fish. Lu. Oh no, you should eat first since you made them. Aunt. It's true, you're the one who did it, she said somewhat nervously. Izuku. Are you sure? He looked at them. Well, I'll eat. Ojiro. Well, if they were poisonous, I think you'd smell the poison when they were cooking them. Aizawa. Forest of Death. Curious. Suyu. Maybe that's what that forest is called. Kiro, he said with a finger on his chin. Kaminari. What a name. Izuku. Ate him. It looks and tastes the same as salmon. Lu. What do you mean? She saw him. Izuku. It's nothing, come on, don't be shy and eat. He brought them some plates with the fish. Both ate, a little nervous. Lu. This is, Aunt. Why yes. Impressed. Izuku smiled, then looked at the elves behind him. Would you like to try? They all nodded. Mine. I suddenly felt like eating fish, he said, drooling a little. 3. Me too. Ink. I'm glad to teach him how to cook it, I smile proudly. They all loved it, so I went over everything I did that time. But then we caught a lot of them and preserved them with salt so we could store them in the warehouse. Now Izuku was seen looking at a rice plant. I decided to try tilling with the hoe while thinking about the rice plants. And rice plants sprouted. Izuku. I didn't know they could grow in normal soil, but now we have the water root, so. Asterisk. Now she stood before the elves wearing a sun hat. Izuku. We'll build a rice paddy. Kirishima. Do rice plants grow in normal soil? I ask out of curiosity. Type. They can grow in any soil, but they are more successful in rich, well-drained soils that can retain moisture, he said. Kirishima and children. Oh. Lee. Rice. Curious. And so they saw how Izuku prepared 2 fields and then opened a sluice gate to let the water pass through. Lee. Are you building a pond here too? Ah, I know. You'll keep fish here, right? Izuki. Hee. I guess that seems good. Smiled. Now I'm going to need everyone's help with the next part. Looked at them. Lee. What should we do? They all took off their stockings and went onto the fields. Lee. Everything is slimy, she said, feeling the mud. Izuku. Okay, I'll distribute these seedlings and we'll plant them. And so everyone saw how they planted the seedlings. Yes, they do. Good, he said, watching them plant the seedlings. The girls were a little nervous at first, but they quickly got used to it. The rice planting went smoothly. I put the children of Zabuton in charge of keeping the pests out of the area, he said as everyone watched one of them fly over the fields with a spiderweb parachute. I'm not sure if it was thanks for the water or the how. All. Wow, impressed. Kaminari. An omnipotent agricultural tool. Confused. Zero. It must be that magic tool, I suppose. And now, it's time to reap the harvest. Lee and the girls also helped me. Different. Genial. City. They are fast, aren't they? Surprised. Mandalay. True, hee. Tiger. Even we would take longer. Impressed. Now they watched as the rice dried. Read. This. What exactly will we do now? Izuku. We took them out to remove the moisture, he said. Lee. Oh, you know all sorts of things, right? She smiled at Izuku. Izuku. This is something I know by chance. That program really helped me a lot. He thought with a smile. Ochako. I'll definitely help you, smiles. Nezu. Maybe we could start an agriculture club, he thought. Now everyone could be seen inside the house. Lu. So these are the crops you grew in that rice paddy? She said, looking at the crops. Aunt. What will you do now? Izuku. Let's break them down. Auntie. Shell them. She saw Izuku. Izuku. Yes, he said, then looked at his hand. Let's see, he said, changing the shape of the how. Izuku cracked one and the girls applauded him. Izuku. Well, that's how it's done, he said, a little embarrassed. Todoroki. It seems that making rice isn't easy. Kendo. My respects to those who prepare them, several nodded. Kanoko. True, I agree. Izuku. Next, we pass them through a sieve to remove any remaining leaves or plant material, he said, doing so while Lu and Tia watched. Izuku. Then, we use a mortar to remove the rice husk using the mortar. Lu. This really takes a lot of work. Aunt. Yes, can't you eat it if you don't do all that? Izuku finished preparing the rice. Lu. Are you finally done? She saw him. Izuku. Yes, he said, looking at the rice in his hands. Auntie. That means we can eat it, right? She saw it. Izuku. No, not yet. The girls sighed. Zero. That's a lot of work, he said, seeing everything Izuku did. Tetsu. But it's worth it in the end. She said smiling. Sato. That's true. Lu. What are you doing now? She saw him covering the rice in a kettle of water. Izuku. Cooking rice. If I remember correctly, the way to cook rice in a kettle like this is, first you start it slowly and then sparks fly. When it starts to rise, you lower the heat, throw a handful of straw on the fire. Izuku. Then, whatever happens, don't lift the lid. Lu. What kind of spell is that? She saw her aunt. Aunt. Who knows, I haven't heard of him. 3. I have to admit, it does sound like a spell, hehe. Setsuna. Well, all of that is new to them. She ate popcorn. Kendo. It's true. Izuku. Lu, I call her, can you use your magic to light the fire? Lu. Yes, that's fine, the time has finally come for the great sage Lulusi to show what she is capable of. Izuku. Ah, it's supposed to be slow, so I need a low flame, he said, making Lu look at him. Lu. What? That's boring, she said, but lit the fire anyway. Type. Oh, Ochako. That was terrifying, hehe. Suyu. I wouldn't want to make her angry, Hiro, several nodded. With the rice ready, Izuku. Oh, it turned out great, he said, looking at the rice. Lu. Finally, huh. Izuku. Not yet. Lu saw it. So Izuku made several rice balls. Lu. Is this what you were doing all that time? I take a ball of rice. Izuku. Yeah, if you're going to try rice, then I think rice balls are the best. Smiles. All. True. Mine. Now I want rice balls, she said, drooling a little. Auntie. After you, she said to Lu. Lu. Huh. Oh my gosh, okay. She took a bite of the rice ball, hum. She looked at her aunt and nodded. Aunt. Eating, it's delicious. Izuku. Right. He smiled as he took one and ate it. Lu. This is the fish from the other day. She saw the fish inside the rice ball. Izuku. Yes, salty goes well with rice. Lee. Now I feel that all that work has been worth it, she said, happily eating her rice ball. Kaminari. It's a new experience for her, I suppose. Kirishima. It's true. Setsuna. I brought rice balls, she said, returning her hand and mouth from the cafeteria. Marriage. Great, I'll take one just like the others in his class. Izuku. This is my happiest moment as a farmer. He was going to take another one but there weren't any left, huh? He saw the elves. They all nodded. Izuku. Looks like it was a success, hehe. We'll have to do more another day asterisk. The next day, everyone was seen finishing replanting the rice paddy. Izuku. Let's stop for today, he said to the girls. Leah. Yes. They all went outside and washed the mud off themselves with their magic. Kanoko. Magic does seem useful. Pony sad face, he nodded. It's amazing, he said with shining eyes. Kendo. It's true. Izuku. Apparently they can clean themselves with magic. In moments like these I wish I had a bathtub to get into, he thought while cleaning the mud off with a towel. Well, I built a waterway so I'll try to make one. Asterisk. Later. The girls watched Izuku drawing the bathroom plans on the floor. Lee. A bathroom. She saw Izuku nod. Aunt. What is that? She asked, looking at the drawing. Girls. It's the best thing in life, they all said at once. Pass. Well, that world seems to be in the medieval era, so maybe they don't know much about bathrooms. Izuku. It's a place where you wash your body with hot water, an oven to heat the water, a bathtub to hold the water, and a place to wash your body. I also want to make a changing room, he said while pointing to the plans. Read. Can't we wash ourselves in a river or something? Izuku. Isn't it very cold during winter? I asked, imagining the elves frozen in the river. Lee. I suppose you're right. Izuku. Whatever. Bathrooms are awesome. I want to build one no matter what. It's good for circulation and can improve your health. He said excitedly. Lee. We will make an effort. She saw him with a drop of sweat. Oh. He's really excited, they thought, looking at Izuku. Mitsuki. I remember when he and Katsuki used to play in the bathtub, haha. Bakugo. Shut up, old woman. She hit her on the head. Masaru. Come on, calm down, both of you. And then, construction began immediately. The oven was made with blocks of earth compacted with a hammer. We fed it with water we brought from the canal. I want it to be as big as possible. We made stools to sit on in the washing area. Lu. Everything seems to be going well, but she saw Izuku looking thoughtful. What's wrong? Izuku. I'm just now noticing this. Taking water from the river is fine and all, but is it okay to put wastewater from the bathroom and other things back into the river? Article. That's right, they must take care of the nature that God gave them, she said, clasping her hands. Kanoko. That's true, Auntie. If that's what you're worried about, we can use slimes. Izuku. Slimes. He saw her. Auntie. Yes, they feed on waste and dead organic matter and purify it. They are nature's cleaning machines. Izuku. Aren't those weak-looking monsters actually really dangerous and often the death knell for new adventurers? He imagined himself dying at the hands of one. Auntie. Not at all. I'll go catch some. She flew away. Minutes later. Aunt. Okay, I'll show it to you. Girls. How lovely. They said. Touched. Different. How beautiful. Mandalay. It's like a drop of water, but with eyes looking at the slime. City. Although some games are very dangerous, that one doesn't seem to be, he said. He caught them near the departure village. Izuku. Will they eat it? He showed the slime to Kuro and Zabuton, who shook their heads. Okay, understood. I built a purification pool for wastewater. Auntie. If we put slimes in the toilet, they'll clean everything up. She said. Izuku. That sounds good, but I don't know if I have the courage to do my thing on top of a slime's head, he said with a drop of sweat. It would be somewhat awkward, they imagined it. And just like that, the wastewater problem was solved. Izuku. Now all I have to do is gather some wood and the bath will be ready, he thought as he gathered the firewood, but he noticed a mushroom. He saw it. Actually, I've been too afraid to eat any of the mushrooms in this forest because I don't know if they might be poisonous. Then he remembered what Lu had told him, that it's very difficult to differentiate between the Li and the elves, which are quite edible if cooked, and that his aunt would eliminate them because of the Izuku. I remember Komori bringing several edible mushrooms after the inter-class battles if I remember correctly. The hammer appeared. Shiitake. He started planting the mushrooms he remembered in the wood. Kuro just stared at him with a drop of sweat on his brow. Kanoko. Fufu. I smile proudly. Monomial. His pride got the better of him. Kendo. Look who's talking, she looked at him mockingly. I completely forgot about the bathroom. Later. Izuku. Now I'll teach you how to use the bathroom. First, you take off your clothes in the changing room, then, before getting in the bathtub, you must rinse and wash lightly in the washing area. They all looked at him confused. Lee. Excuse me, Izuku saw her. It would be very helpful if you showed us how it's done. Izuku. Do you want me to show you? He said with a slight blush. Izuku was now seen with a towel around his waist. Girls. They blurted out, blushing. Setsuna. But look at those muscles, she said flirtatiously. Kendo. Her mother is here, Setsuna, she saw her. Setsuna. Sorry, hee. Some just looked away, blushing. Izuku. First you undress, then you rinse off, he did as he said, then you wash. And finally, you get in the bathtub and, he relaxed. This is the best, the girls saw him. Kendo's sad face, assuming something. Abara saw her and she understood. Article. Yes, I use their vines and cover the boy's eyes. Guys. Kendo. They can't see what's coming next, they're going to take a bath. The adult men closed their eyes. Minutes. I want to see. Abara enclosed him in a cocoon. Izuku. How long has it been since I had a bath? I remember not being able to bathe much in the hospital without having to move around a lot. Wait, I can't. He saw the girls and that's how they enjoy the bath. Yes. They undressed and began to rinse off. Izuku. You The girls looked at him. Well, I'll go first, so take your time. Lu. Why? Izuku saw her next to him. Can't we bathe together? Auntie. You're right, this way we don't have to heat water again. Izuku. No, well, you're right about that, but in the end, I didn't have much time to relax while I was in the bathtub. Kendo. You can see now. Abara removed his videos of the boys. Minute. Damn, I'm crying blood. Kaminari. It'll be next time, brother. He patted him. Sick. Perverts, I tricked them with their jacks. Izuku. I should have built a separate bathroom for men. Lu. Wouldn't it be a private bathroom just for you? Auntie. It's not fair. You can't have one all to yourself. I hug him. Izuku. Is that what you think? Blushing. Ink. They are good girls. He smiles. The next day, Izuku went to check on the mushrooms. Izuku. Oh, looks like it worked. He saw the mushrooms on the logs. I'll make a mushroom stew with them. Kuro barked at him. The dogs found 5 new elves and brought them here. From left to right. Lamy, Lalu, Lafa, Lhasa, Lalisha. Izuku. Kaminari. He's a lucky guy. Jealous. Minutes. Leave something for the others. Suyu flicked her tongue at them. Siro. Technically, he's the only man at the moment. Marriage. It's not so good if you think about it. Lafa. Oh, do you mean our names? The reason they're similar. Izuku. They're related, right? He saw her. Lafa. Yes, I'm surprised you know that she saw it. Izuku. Do you want to live here too? Reed. Yes, they lived in the same town as us. Lafa. Since we left, we have lived our lives as vagabonds in search of a place to settle. Our groups haven't seen each other for 200 years, he said. Izuku to-dos. 200. Izuku. You must have had a very hard time. He saw them. Well, I understand. Lafa smiled. If you like, you can live here with us. All. Thank you so much. Mitsuki. Little Izuku will certainly have company. He saw Inko with a smiling face. Ink. Grandchildren, 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 singing in his head. Wow, I'm happy for young Midoriya, but, at the same time, I'm worried about him and his hip. Aizawa. Yes, with a drop of sweat. Lee. Let's start building a house for everyone to live in right away. I know. She saw Izuku. Why don't we take this opportunity to make some improvements to Izuku's house? Izuku. Well, more people live here now, he said, looking at his small house. I guess it's getting cramped in there. Lafa. We will help. Izuku. Thank you, that will be a great help. Smiles. Reed. Okay, everyone, let's get to work. All. Yes, Reed. To ensure the rebirth of our race, let's also start making children. The others cheered up. Izuku. I don't think I'll be able to sleep well these days. Nervous. Kirishima. We will pray for you, my brother, he said with a military salute. Tetsu. Good luck, soldier, he said, also with the salute. Pixie Bob. It's not fair, I asked for it first. Ragdoll. Yes, she's in another world now, calms her friend. Then they heard the voice of All. Kuro. He was shown looking at Izuku with the elves. Kuro narration. It seems that the number of females in my master's pack has increased again. My name is Kuro. Before I met my master, I didn't have a proper name. 3. It seems we'll finally learn Kuro's story. She said excitedly. Children. Genial. From the moment I was born, I spent my entire life in this forest. I never lost a fight against another male. I planned to live my whole life doing whatever I pleased and hunting when I needed to eat. But one day, I met a female. The girls paid attention. Some couldn't help but laugh. After my complete defeat at the hands of that female, we began to travel together. Sometime later, her belly began to grow. She would soon give birth to our children. All. Did they see Yuki pregnant? How cute. In this forest there are animals that lead their young in a herd. When I thought about how that would become my life someday, it didn't seem so bad. But, he was seen being thrown to the ground. All. What? Our luck worsened. Hiroshima. Yes, he is big, maybe 3 times the size of All Might in his muscular form. All. And, I don't know if he decided to do without us on a whim or if he was simply full. He didn't eat us, but we were severely injured and as a result we could not hunt. We had become so weak that our former prey had driven us away. Different. Poor things, sad. Million. Don't worry, they're with Midoriya now and they seem very happy. Eri nodded at that, and before we knew it, we found ourselves in the middle of the forest, in a place where not even the fighting bear dares to tread. What we found there was a male human. It was shown how they met Izuku, from chapter 2. Small p. That's how they met. Aizawa. It's good that they met him before something worse happened to them. Several nodded. I always thought that the people who lived in the forest kept hidden and never stayed in one place for too long. Although he didn't look weak, how could he survive here alone? That was it. He saw Izuku's hoe. I felt unlimited power coming from that tool, as well as a very strong power inside that human, he said, sensing the OFA in Izuku. We thought our problems were over, and we had already made peace with that. But he shared his prey with us and took care of us. They all saw Izuku giving them meat and they ate it. Kirishima. How manly. Shedding manly tears. Tetsu. A man among men, shedding tears. Kendo. Calm down, both of you, he saw them. We have no desire to fight with him. These were shown already with their young. The female and I decided that this man would be our master. Our master gave us names and a place to live. The meat that bleeds and cleanses for us and the vegetables that it cooks are delicious. But the most delicious part of an animal is its entrails. Throwing that away as a waste, Izuku was shown with some disgust watching them eat the entrails. It's kind of gross, they understood Izuku. Soon, our children grew up and our family increased. Our master also became the leader of a large pack of his own. It was shown how Izuku and all the girls met. Seeing all the females he carries around, I can't help but think that he must be something more than a human, as I once thought he was. My only concern now is, which our master doesn't seem to understand. All wolves from hell. Mine. But they're adorable. 3. And article. Hell, Kendo. Don't worry, maybe it's just the name, she said, calming Abara down a little. Well, I'm sure everything will be alright. He'll take me to meet him. The screen went black. Everyone was ready and in their places to continue watching Izuku. We're starting, turned on the screen. Everyone saw Izuku and the girls looking in amazement at the big house they had built. Izuku. Looking at it again, it's very big, looking at the house. Well, I had a feeling while I was working that it would end up like this, but still. Lu. And we helped with the design, right? She saw Tia and Lee. Aunt. Yes, smiles. We also made sure that the requests of future residents were addressed during construction. Izuku. I'm a resident too. Mine. Yes, it is big, looking at the house. Type. I think it's even bigger than the dormitory building, he said. Aizawa. That's true, he ate popcorn. That's impressive, she saw the house. Those elves are truly incredible. Lee. It wouldn't be right if you didn't have the nicest house here, Izuku. She smiled. They entered the house and began to show it around, eventually reaching the bedrooms. Lu. I was hoping to have my own room. She looked at her room. Auntie. It was getting crowded with all the people we have now. Izuku. It seems they really like their rooms. Lu. Yes, smiles. Izuku. And this room over here. He approached one that had a lock on the outside. This one has a deadbolt for some reason. Why did they put one on it? He opened it and saw a smiley face. Setsuna. Wow, he understood. Mitsuki. They really do love him, huh? Mine. So much for spending hours locked up together, hehe. Ink. Grandchildren, she thought with a smile. Izuku. Close the door, I'd better not ask. Back to the first floor. Aunt. It's really exciting to finally see our new house like this. Lu. I'm completely satisfied. Then Izuku saw the big tree through the doorway. Izuku. Looking at that tree from here makes it seem like it's watching us. He saw the big tree. Yes, this is a big house. Lee. Thank you very much. After spending the winter here, if you feel that any part of the house is not to your liking, please let me know so we can fix it. Smiles. Izuku. Okay, he saw her. Fuyumi. That house is truly impressive, he said, seeing everything they had done. Todoroki. Well, many people must live there, and maybe even more in the future. I wonder how big his village will grow, he said curiously. Small p. Well, let's hope the village grows well. Several nodded. Now Izuku was pushing some statues of the wolves where he placed them on either side of the entrance. Besides the statue of God, I decided to make some statues of my dogs. I placed them in front of the entrance to the new house. Izuku. Saw them. Yes, they look very good. Kirishima. They do look good. Looking at the statues. Kendo. He has a good skill for making statues, he said. Izuku was now seen in the kitchen. Izuku. These seem to be all the ingredients. He looked at the ingredients on the table. Lu. Ah. I overdid it and now I'm starving, she said, arriving with her aunt. Auntie. What will we eat today? She approached Izuku. Izuku. I was thinking of making curry, he saw them. Auntie. Huh, I've never heard of it. Are you going to try making it? She looked at the ingredients. Does that mean that curry is difficult to make? Kyoka. At least at the beginning it's difficult. Kaminari. I still can't get it right. Pixie Bob. Kota once made curry, now that I remember. Mandalay. That's true, he did very well, he stroked his nephew who blushed at the compliments. Ragdoll. That's true, hee. Izuku. Well, it might be easy to make, but mastering the dish takes a long time, he said. Normally, you add roux to the pot and cook it like that. Girls. Lu. Is this the kind of thing you like? She said from behind the door frame, just like Auntie. Aunt. Savage. Izuku. What are you talking about? He said with a drop of sweat. Different. I didn't understand. Najire. Well, this, roux, and lu, sounds similar hee, at least that's how it sounds with roux. Different. Oh, I understand now, smiles. In the crops. Lu. Oh, I didn't know you'd planted all these fields here too. Izuku. I've been working on them little by little. Lu. There are many plants I don't recognize, she looked at the crops. Izuku. Well, there are many plants that cannot grow in snowy climates. Izuku. Okay, let's gather the spices we'll need for the curry. First up is cumin. He bent down and picked some of the cumin seeds. Auntie. That's a nice name. Lu. It seems to have dried up already, she saw the cumin. Mine. Damn, now I want curry, he said, drooling a little. Then they heard a stomach growl. Everyone looked around to see who it was, but no one admitted it. Type. I want one too, rubbed his stomach. Mine. Well, I think I'll go and order a curry at the cafeteria. Type. And I'll go with you, she said, and they both left. Izuku. When the flower has finished blooming, the remaining seed is a fine spice. It is the spice most responsible for the aroma of curry. Lu. Sniffed a little. What a peculiar smell. Izuku. Next up is turmeric. It's the main ingredient that gives curry its color, he said, but the part that grows above ground is quite large, so we dry the part that grows underground and use it. Izuku. And next is coriander. We grind the seeds into a powder and use them. I bring it close to my aunt and she smells it. Auntie. This one has a nice, fresh, fruity scent. Izuku. Yes, the green leaves at the top are called cilantro. I take one and smell it. This one has a very strong aroma. Then he saw Kuro and Yuki by his side. Izuku. Do you eat this? I bring it closer. They smelled the cilantro and ran away. Kidney. It seems to be very difficult for them. Shoji. Well, their sense of smell must be equal to or better than that of wolves in our world. Sato. He said, seeing them covering their noses. Izuku. Well, I guess he likes different flavors. He ate the cilantro. Aunt. Did you see that? Lu. Yes, it's a plant capable of repelling hellwolves. I think it's worth investigating. Izuku. Next up, we have black pepper and cayenne peppers. He stood up. Everything ready. These are all the spices I'll need. He notices something. Wait. Are they gone? He saw that Tia and Lu were no longer there. I've heard that girls think guys who make their own curry from scratch, starting with the spices, are a pain. I wonder if it's true. Asterisk. Girls. Just a little, they said. Ochako. I think they went to investigate cilantro, hee. Then Mina and Momo arrived with their curry dishes. Mine. That's delicious. Type. Did we miss something? He ate some of his curry. Kyoka. I think it's time to start making the curry. Now in the outdoor kitchen of the house. Izuku. Well, this feels authentic. He looked at the ingredients. By the way, are you my only helper, Lee? He saw her wearing an apron. Read. Yes, Lu and Tia said they were busy with the investigation. They mentioned something about an all-powerful talisman of magical protection. Izuku. Well, let's do it together. He saw her. Lee. Yes, smiles. Ochako. Are they seriously researching cilantro? Type. Cilantro. Confused. Kyoka. The wolves can't stand their smell, Momo understood. Izuku. First, we start by heating the rapeseed oil we extracted, then we add the rabbit meat. Read. Good, I put the meat in the pot. Izuku. While it's cooking, we grind all the spices, he said while doing what he said, except the cumin until they turn into powder. Read. Will there be enough meat? I asked while checking the meat in the pot. Izuku. Yes, once the meat has some color, remove it from the heat so it doesn't overcook. Read the sack. Cook the cumin in the leftover pieces and juices of the meat to enhance the flavor and aroma, be careful not to burn them. Izuku. It's already starting to smell like curry at this point. Reed also smelled. Lee. Wow, I've never smelled anything like that before. She saw Izuku. Pass. Even I got hungry just watching the process. Vladking. It's true. Setsuna. We should make curry after this, she told her friends. Pony. Yes, she said excitedly. Yui. Sure, ate a hot dog. Izuku. Next, we need to focus on sautéing the finely chopped onions, ginger, and garlic. He stirred everything together, sautéing them without burning them. Now we add the chopped tomatoes and continue sautéing everything. Some elves, along with Kuro and Yuki, watched them curiously. Read. Do you want a change? Izuku. Yes, thank you. Izuku. Once it becomes a good paste, we can continue. Add more spices and salt. He did as instructed. Cook it a little longer, then add the meat and boiled soybeans along with a little water. Read it. It already looks and smells delicious. Izuku. All. That looks great, they thought, feeling a bit hungry. Different. I want to try it, he said, drooling a little. Najire. Me too, hee. I'll go get some at the cafeteria, she said as she left. Read. Do we just have to wait now? Izuku. Yes, but I feel like I'm forgetting something. What is it? He thought until he remembered non. Read. What is non? Izuku. Non. Non, he said. So, some laughed at his expressions. Izuku. I was so focused on the curry that I completely forgot. Should I make rice? No, I want naan with this curry. Izuku. How many portions should I make? Me, Lu, Auntie, and if I add the elves, that makes, well, a lot, he thought. Now he saw the dough ready. Izuku. It's the same recipe as making regular bread up to the part where we let it rise. The difference is that now we stretch the dough using a rolling pin. Lee. Okay, she said, using her knee to stretch the dough. Let's cook it now, shall we? Izuku. Yeah, you're supposed to cook it on the stove, but I've seen people cook it using the outside of a pot before. Let's give it a try. Setsuna. I see, writing in a notebook. Kendo. She really wants to make curry, she saw it. Setsuna. And I'm not the only one. She pointed at the girls in classes A and B, also pointing. Najire. I'm back, he said, handing Eri her curry plate with a naan. Here you go. Different. Thanks, ate delicious. Lu. What an interesting plant this turned out to be, she said, smelling the cilantro. Auntie. It doesn't seem to be poisonous. Then they saw the elves and wolves watching Izuku and Lee cooking. What's going on there? Lu. I can smell something appetizing coming from over there. Then Auntie's stomach growled. Aunt. And we haven't eaten yet. Lu. Yes, you're right, smiles. Later, with the naan and curry finished, everyone was at the table looking at their plates of curry. Mine. I want to see their reactions, hee. 3. Me too, hee. Lu. So, this is it. Auntie. Curry, you said. She saw the curry on her plate. Lu. It has a strange color. Auntie. I'll have to work up some courage to try and eat it. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm sure it turned out fine. Takes a bite of the naan. The curry soaks up the naan. That's why we made them flat like this. 8. Yes, it's delicious. This is real curry. 8 more. They all ate. Auntie. Oh, this spicy tingling seems like it could become addictive. Lu. The ratio of spices you use changes the flavor, right? Eating this will definitely be worth investigating. Lee. Every bite I take makes me want to eat even more. Izuku. I'm glad you like it, smiles. Then he saw that they all lined up to serve themselves again. Izuku. They really liked me. Suyu. Yes, it's new for them. Hiro. Ink. Wow, they really liked it. Hee, I smiled as I watched the girls happily eating. Mitsuki. And knowing how they are, they'll have little Izuku for dessert, haha, laughs. Masaru. Dear. Mitsuki. What? It's true. Winter was beginning to approach this year. Once it starts snowing, we'll spend most of our days inside the house. We need to finish our winter preparations before that happens. Izuku. We should be fine with this firewood, he said, looking at all the firewood in the basement. Now Izuku was seen in front of the big tree. Izuku. Hey, Zabuton. I brought you something, he said with a basket of potatoes. When it gets cold outside, Zabuton goes into hibernation in the treetop. She took the potatoes and gave Izuku some sheets and blankets. Izuku. Okay, he put them in the wheelbarrow. I made sure to order several extra blankets for winter in advance. Izuku. Thank you, we really needed them. Zabuto raised its paw. Gee, Turin. Yes, it helps them with those blankets, he saw Zabuton. Type. A spider going into hibernation. I never thought I'd see that. Kidney. Neo. Ink. At least that way they can get through the winter without problems. Lee and the elves will continue working at the forge and on other projects during the winter. They were shown working on the roof of the forge. Izuku. Saw Tia and Lu. We season the meat, then smoke it and dry it. Kuro and the dogs won't be able to hunt very well during the winter once it starts snowing. That's why I want to stock up as much as possible. Tia took out the meat, but when she turned around she saw the dogs, which frightened her, and she threw the meat into the air, but the wolves caught it. Ant. Hey, give them back. Aizawa. Pay attention, this could help you in case of an emergency. Class A. And. Vladking, that's true. They won't always be able to have their comforts while on hero duty. His students nodded. Class B. Yes, sensei. Well, I think we'll be fine as far as the meat is concerned. Right now I'm working on a way to preserve vegetables, he showed Izuku in front of some boxes. The vegetables go in the boxes on top, then they are covered with a sheet and then we cover them with snow. The lower boxes are left empty and collect the water from the melting snow. Aizawa. Well thought out, he said upon seeing the way to preserve the vegetables. Izuku. I'll try it when it snows. Then I hear Lu. Lu. Here I come. I'm going to reduce you to ashes, she said using her magic while heating the meat. Auntie. You're not supposed to burn them, she said. Lu. I'm just playing around. Izuku. It would be great to use magic. He looked at his hands. He tried to use magic but it didn't work. I knew it wouldn't work. Seeing them use magic every day made me want to try it. Asterisk. May. So, I can't use magic either if I'm not from that world, writing in a notebook. Now it makes sense that I couldn't use it. Iida. Did you try using magic? May. I was curious if magic could be used in our world. That night in Izuku's room. Lu. Lit a small flame on her finger. Ignition. Maybe a low-level spell, but you still can't use it without studying magic. Extinguished the flame. Izuku. Yeah, I guess you're right. You all make it look so easy that I thought maybe I could do it. He remembered the times the girls used magic. I tried creating a golem, but it didn't work. Lu. The golems summoned by Auntie are considered difficult to use even among magic users, she said. Izuku. So, doesn't that mean it's pretty amazing since he can summon so many of them at once? He remembered when his aunt used them. Lu. Well, yes, but I can do a lot of things too, you know, she said somewhat jealously. Izuku. Of course I know, he smiled and she sat on his lap. You are all truly amazing. I'm glad to know I can rely on all of you for help. Izuku. All I've been doing is some gardening and cooking. Lu. What are you talking about? You're the most amazing person here. Izuku looked at her. Living here like this for as long as you have. That's something not just anyone can do. Izuku. If you say so, hugs her. Lu. Yes, no one has been able to do this until now. You're the only one, she said with a smile. Izuku. Really? He saw her. Lu. Yes, I smile and kiss him. Girls. Ah, they exclaimed tenderly. Mitsuki Inko. Calm down, she saw her crying her eyes out. Ink. She's so good to my baby, she said, crying with joy. Mandalay. She's a great girl, the others nodded. Ragdoll. I'm glad Midoriya can relax after everything that's happened. Smiles. Then they saw that winter had arrived. And so, winter arrived. The snow began to accumulate. Izuku. That should be enough, he said, looking at the snow on top of the boxes of vegetables. We spent more time indoors, so we needed to do things to have fun. I started with a classic. Reversey. Izuku was seen finishing the game along with others. I also built a chess set and a mahjong set. Lee. Reversey. She saw the game on the table. Izuku. Yes, you play the game with black and white pieces. When you surround an opponent's piece on two sides with your own pieces, you turn it to your color. I'll explain. The game ends when the board is completely filled, and the player with the most pieces wins. Those are the only rules. Small p. Oh, it's been a while since I played it, he said. It even made me want to play. What do you say, Shota? He saw his friend, Aizawa. Okay, but if you lose you'll pay for lunch. Small p. Made. Different. I want to play too. City. Me too. Type. I can make the boards for you later, he said, and the children nodded. Lou. It's a simple game. Is it really fun to play? She looked at Izuku. Auntie. You're naive, it's the simple design that allows for complex development in this game, she said. Izuku. That's right, I'm surprised you figured that out just from listening to the rules. Aunt smiled. Lou. I challenge you to a game right now, Auntie. She saw her. Auntie. As you wish, after all, you and I have entered into a temporary truce since we started living here. Monday. Everyone saw them playing, and Lou was losing. Kaminari. He destroyed it, he saw the board. Kirishima. That seems to be the case, hee. Izuku. This is definitely a victory for the white team, he saw Lou. Lou. Oh no, my hand slipped. She said, throwing the board. Izuku. She's the type who likes to press the reset button, he thought with a drop of sweat. Lou. I'm sorry, Auntie, since we don't know exactly where the pieces were, we'll have to start over. She said, but Auntie just smiled. What? Tia simply snapped her fingers and the board levitated and returned to the table with the pieces right where they were before. Izuku. Pressing reset doesn't work against her. Lou. Don't you think it's shameful to use your magic like that? Auntie. It's not as embarrassing as flipping the board over because you think you're about to lose the game, she said. But Lou flipped it over again. Haven't you learned your lesson, have you? Mine. Sore loser, huh. Hee. Kanoko. But it doesn't seem to work against Tia, she smiled amusedly. Kendo. That's right, he said with a drop of sweat. Izuku left the room and saw Lee and Lafa also playing Reversey, so he went over to watch. Kuro. Pointed a piece to Lee. Lee. What? Here. She saw clearly. You're right. You're amazing, Kuro. He smiled. Izuku. He understands the rules. He saw Kuro. Oh, now Izuku saw Kuro and Yuki playing chess. Izuku. They're playing the game well, he saw them at first glance, this seems adorable, but... Yuki lost. Izuku. I don't think I want to challenge anyone to a game. Lou. Oh, are you done there? I'm sure I won't lose to any of those dogs. Izuku tries to stop her, but this time she goes after Kuro. Come on, let's play a round. Everyone saw them play, and Lou lost. Izuku. As expected, she didn't have the courage to pressure him. Some couldn't help but laugh. Kyoka. Poor Lou, he laughs a little. Bakugo. I admit it, I like that Kuro. City. I wish I had one like that, he said, amazed. Now Izuku, Lee, Tia, and Kuro, with Lafa's help, were playing mahjong. Izuku. Even Kuro shouldn't be able to fully understand the game of mahjong yet, it's too complicated. Lafa. This one here. She moved the piece Kuro pointed to. Izuku. It might seem a little childish, but I'm going to get revenge on Lou Ricci. Lee. Oh, then I call sumo. No, wait, I mean rum. Turns over her chips. Auntie. It's rum for me too, showed her cards, at least that's what I think. Izuku. Huh. Double rum. Wait, Yasum should save us. He saw Kuro's cards. What? Gee, they're the 13 orphans. Lee. Hey, isn't this Yakuman? Love. Auntie. Okay, Izuku has no points left, so Kuro wins the game. Izuku. Next to Lu. Kuro, you're number 1. Hiroshima. Poor Midobro hehe laughs. Bakugo. Now I really think that Kuro is awesome, ha ha ha. Everyone just watched them spend the winter playing, and the girls playing with Izuku in bed until spring arrived. The snow melted and spring arrived. Izuku went outside and saw the sky. What a lovely morning, it's getting nice and warm outside. Chia and Lu. Good morning, they said, but Lu was yawning. Izuku. Good morning, he saw them. Aunt. What are we going to do today? Izuku. Let's see. I want to finish planting the crops as soon as we can. I think it's time for Zabuton to wake up from hibernation. We still have some potatoes left, right, Aunt? Yes, I think so. Then they heard Zabuton sound the alarm. Everyone became serious. What will happen now? Serious. Type. He plays it very fast. Then. Aizawa. It must be something dangerous. Ink. I hope everything goes well. Worried. Izuku. Based on the number of taps, it should be coming from this direction. He looked around. Lu. Saw the sky, it's up there. Oh. What? Izuku. Is that a dragon? He saw the creature. Aunt. No, it's a wyvern. Lu. It can't be. Scared. Izuku just saw the wyvern looking serious and somewhat scared. They only saw the wyvern roar very loudly. The screen went black. Oh. What? Iida. Light up the Hatsume. Ochako. We need to know if they'll be okay. May. That's what I'm trying to do, but it seems that's all we can see for today. We'll have to come back tomorrow. He said, sounding nervous and worried, to some article. I hope they get out safely, I pray. May's sad face entering the workshop. I should start preparing the screen. Then I heard several footsteps, the door opened and they all rushed in. Ochako. Turn on the screen, Hatsume. Iida. We need to check if they're okay. Then the others shouted too. May. I'm coming, I'm coming. Everyone took their seats and May turned on the screen. The first thing they saw was Izuku, Chia, and Lu staring fearfully at the wyvern. Izuku. I never expected a monster like that to appear here. Should I use rub to get its attention and make it follow me? No, it might ignore me. Serious. Then the wyvern began to create a large fireball. Chia. Lu, defensa. Together they created a large barrier, stopping the wyvern's attack. Even so, some sparks fell to the ground, burning something in the area. Lee. We have to put out the fire. She told the others to go and put out the fire. He's not like the villains in our world. Aizawa. It's a wild beast and it most likely has more skills, he said seriously. Ink. I hope they're okay. Worried. Lu. This is bad. Aunt. Yes, should we attack him? Lu. I'm not even sure we can break through their barrier. Izuku. He needed to make a decision, and fast he thought while unconsciously activating OFA, should I tell them to escape into the forest? No, he might follow them, I just need to scare him away. Asterisk. Izuku. I needed to protect them. He clenched his fist. Then everyone saw a glow emanate from Izuku's hand, which began to take shape until appeared. All. A spear. They saw Izuku's spear. Izuku. Why? No, never mind, right now, I'm going to take this power. He prepared himself and crush him. Asterisk. He threw the spear, which flew at great speed towards the wyvern, which created several barriers. Everyone watched in amazement as the barriers collided with the spear, but the spear destroyed the barriers, striking the claw and tearing off a piece of the wyvern's wing. City. Incredible. Impossible. But they didn't have time to say anything else because Izuku took a great leap towards the wyvern. Izuku. SMAAASSSHH. I kicked the wyvern in the face, then the spear returned to Izuku and he threw it again, piercing the creature's chest. They all just watched as the wyvern fell into the forest. Hiroshima. Amazing. Kendo. What was that spear? Impressed. City. It was great. Mandalay. Yes, it was incredible. Different. Yes, and I'll kick him in the face. Excited scream. Najire. Yes, I shout excitedly, just like Eri. In the forest, Lu. We managed to put out all the fire. There was some damage to the fields, but all the buildings are fine. Izuku. I see, he said, reaching the wyvern's body. It seems I managed to bring it down. Are there many of these creatures? He asked seriously. Lu. Well, there are some places where they live, but finding one so big is very rare, she said, somewhat nervous, as were the others because of Izuku's attitude. Izuku. Is there a possibility that someone sent this wyvern here specifically to attack us? Tia. I don't think so. Even if this wyvern were under someone's command, they wouldn't send such a rare and valuable creature on its own. She said, most likely, it was a wild creature acting alone. Mine. Wow, he is scary when he's serious. Sick. Of course I'd give it up, that creature could have destroyed my village. Bakugo. So that creature is rare, then, it's true, they couldn't send it to rule a small village like theirs. Izuku. So, I guess we can safely say this was nothing more than an unfortunate but strange incident. They all saw it, by the way. Lu. What, Izuku? Can we eat this? He pointed at the wyvern. A drop of sweat appeared on everyone's skin. Later. Ant. Wyvern meat is said to be a delicacy. Lu. In fact, it's said to be so delicious that there was supposedly once a king who sent his army to a wyvern's lair to hunt them down and bring them back so the king could taste them and see for himself. She said while they watched Izuku cook. Auntie. I'm pretty sure the story ended with them all being burned alive and then devoured by wyverns. Izuku. They're ready, he said, putting the plates on the table. Girls. Ooh, they saw all the food. 3. That looks great, he said, looking at the dishes. Mine. I'm now curious to know what their meat tastes like, I'm drooling a little. Kirishima. It would be great to try the meat of a creature like that, several nodded. Izuku. This is a grilled wyvern round steak with spices, shown the first dish. I wrapped the breast in leaves and steamed it, shown the second dish. And for the tail meat, I simmered it in a vegetable stew. Lu. I thought it would be really tough, but this meat is so tender. She said while eating the steak. Reed. And to think that a normal knife couldn't even pierce his skin, he ate. Auntie. It's delicate if it fits like a dewy fish, like loose. She said with her mouth full. Lu. I didn't understand any of that. Some just laughed at the girls' faces. Mine. Damn, I'm hungry, and popcorn isn't filling me up, I'll get a hamburger. She ran to the cafeteria. 3. Wait for me. He followed her. Some also went to the cafeteria. Lu. Saw Izuku and then Tia. Hey, would you have been able to block an attack from that spear like the one he used? She asked Tia in a low voice. Tia. No way, that attack cut through a 3-layer barrier of a wyvern and then proceeded to blow through its chest. Lu. And what about that kick? She saw it. Auntie. Maybe, but I feel like he's not using his full strength. She saw Izuku eating from the stew. Tia. Maybe it was actually a stroke of luck that Kuro and the dogs were the first ones we met when we got here. Lu. Yes, you're right. Izuku. He saw them, what's wrong? Didn't I get all the bones out? Aunt. No, it's just that, we think we're lucky to be able to enjoy our meals in good health, she saw it. Lu. We're just thanking fate for smiling honest smiles. Izuku. Oh, I understand. Smiles. And so they enjoyed a good dinner. Ochako. Well, I don't think Deku would have hurt them if they had found him first. Suyu. True Kiro. Mine. What did we miss? She said, arriving with a tray full of hamburgers. I brought hamburgers. Kanoko. Use too, she said with another tray just like ponies. Everyone saw the screen move to another location. You say a wyvern was shot down. Stop with these jokes. Question mark question mark question mark. 2. No, the report we received is true. Question mark question mark question mark. 3. Impossible. Just one of those approaching requires us to mobilize our entire military force. That's Bezel, Lent, Gratz. Everyone became serious when they saw that they were generals. Setsuna. Wow, they're very different from what we thought. Kendo. Right, are you okay? Abara. He saw her. Article. Yes, at least they don't seem to be like the Bible says, relieved sigh. Aizawa. It seems they know about the wyvern. P. Mike. Let's hope they don't become enemies. Beazle. That's true. Randon. It can't be, we can't fight something like this. And we just finished approving this year's budget. Gratz. No. It's a joke, right? Beazle. Stop saying that. Now, before fear and panic begin to spread among our citizens, it is our job as the four generals to handle this situation. Randon. I know, let's quit. He left. Beazle. Hey, wait. Please don't run away from this, Randon. Ojiro. They are indeed different from what we think. Zero. And they seem to be afraid of Midoriya, he said. Kaminari. Based on what we saw, I understand them. The camera switched back to show. Everyone saw a great blue dragon. Drime. Did you see that, Gucci? I asked the blonde human next to me. I honestly don't remember if it was also a dragon or not. Gucci. I saw it with my own eyes. Drime. Gucci. It will most likely pass right through you, he said. Drime. And what about that kick? Gucci. Maybe he could only withstand 2 of those kicks, 3 if using barriers. Drime. Sigh. What do we do? Gucci. It would be silly to attack. Opinion. Drime. Yes, definitely. Ochako. It's bigger than Yukio, he said, looking at Drime. Suyu. That's true, Hiro, he agreed. Najire. I should have told Yukio to come so we could compare his size to that dragon, he said. Million. I don't think it's a good idea to bother her with that. She saw Najire pouting. Children and Kirishima. A dragon, they said in amazement. The next day, Izuku was in the fields, deep in thought. Wyvern meat was as delicious as they said. And even though I had some fruit juices, I was curious to try this. Lu. Oh, are we going to start now? I arrive with my aunt. Auntie. Is it finally the right time? Izuku. He saw them. Yes, we'll make alcohol. He said, exciting the girls. If we make alcohol from grapes, then it will be wine. Apparently, wine exists in this world. So, they were all excited to do it and quickly harvested the grapes. The elves were shown harvesting the grapes. Now all that remains is to crush the grapes and let them ferment. Iida. I didn't think I'd see Midoriya drink. Aizawa. Well, technically he's already of legal age there. Ink. I guess I can let it go. And to do that, we built. Lee, are we going to walk on top of this? He said, looking at the grapes in the winepress. Izuku. Yes, make sure you step on them properly, he said. Auntie, I'm a little hesitant to step on something we're going to drink. Izuku. If you get tired, you can get someone else to change for you. Lu. And you. She saw him with a barrel. Izuku. I'm in charge of changing the barrels as they fill up. Incidentally, these barrels were built by the high elf Lalisha because she knows how to make airtight containers. I asked him to do them immediately. Kirishima. So that's how wine was made in the old days. Type. In some places they still do it that way, he said. Vlad. I admit I'd like to try it. Ectoplasm. Me too, some teachers nodded as well. Izuku. All right, you can start now, he told them. Ant. Enters awe. You really delve into them. Read. Am I doing it right? Izuku. Let's see, try making a circular motion around the whole thing. Auntie. Okay, let's go this way, she said to Lee, who nodded. They started walking, but after a few steps, Auntie's foot got stuck, causing her to stumble. Izuku. Are you okay? He saw his aunt. Aunt. I think so. She stood up just like Lee. Lee. I'm sorry I bumped into you. Auntie. No, it was my fault, she said, but then thought of something. You know, I think this would be easier if we had a way to help us keep our rhythm. To keep all our movements synchronized. Lee. Good point. Lee's. So, we can use that song we used to sing in our village while we all work together. Read. That might work. Auntie. A song. Lita. Yes, it goes like this. 1, 2, 3, go. Everyone saw that thanks to that they found a rhythm for stomping the grapes. Small p. Some good singers haha. Sick. Great smiles. Some also sang a little. Izuku. Looks like they found their rhythm, he said, watching the juice flow out of the tube into the barrel. Auntie. Lou. She saw her. Come on, it's fun. Lou. Okay, then, you too. She saw Izuku. Izuku. Huh, but Lou. Let's go. Izuku. Ah, wait. He was taken away by Lou. And so they continued until the afternoon. Izuku. That was a lot of work. Lou. I'm exhausted, but it was also fun, she said, wiping her feet. Izuku. Now, the yeast on the grape skins should ferment this for us. I wonder if we made too much. He saw that they filled 16 barrels. Lou. It'll be okay. Lee. I'm sure we'll drink it all right away, she said. Auntie. Yes, I can't wait to drink it. Smiles. Izuku. Don't tell me we didn't do enough. Asterisk. Mitsuki. They seem to love alcohol, hehe. Masaru. Oh, some just laughed at Izuku's face. Meanwhile, elsewhere. God's sad face. On your knees. See. Look how fun it looks, he said, looking at Izuku in a crystal sphere. So, you can't forgive me for what I've already done. Goddess. Goddess. I agreed that you should give that heroic soul a second chance, but you just ended up sending him to that terrible forest of death. He said, making the god shudder. Goddess. I also agreed that you should let him keep his quirk, but on top of that, you gave him that spear. I can't believe you gave him a replica of the sacred spear. Grime. God. Well, right now I'm just using it as a farming tool. Besides, I got the permit first, remember? Goddess. You didn't tell me you'd give that to a human. That thing should drain all their life force and kill them instantly. God. But right now he's doing well. I'm sure he has super fast recovery skills because I gave him such a healthy body. Goddess. I'm telling you, you were way too careless. And besides that, he clenched his fist. And besides that. God. That's not my fault, he said nervously. Goddess. I won't hear any excuses. As punishment, you'll sit like that for 300 years, you careless father. God. Please forgive me, my daughter. I beg. Zabuton was weaving until she noticed something in the forest, then sounded the alarm. In the forest, Izuku stood with his spear in hand, watching a white-haired girl bound with spider webs. Izuku. I'm feeling a strong sense of déjà vu here, he thought, looking at the girl. Lou. Arrived and saw the girl. Flora. Flora. My dear sister. Crying. Izu. So, they're actually related in some way. Todoroki. Lou's sister, saw Flora. Tokiyami. It seems the same thing happened to her as to her sister, she said with a drop of sweat. Or Setsuna. It seems she now has a sister-in-law. They saw them returning to the house with Flora, now wearing her clothes and looking much older. Flora. Yes, after hearing that that infamous black-hearted angel was following you, I followed you here, she said. Auntie. Who did you say had a black heart? She said with a kind smile. Flora. Why is she here? It was just an expression. Apparently, Flora is also a vampire. And she's also related to Lou. Flora. Oh, sister, please help me. She thought with a scared face, with her aunt by her side. Reiko. How scary, he said, looking at Tia and her kind smile. Kanoko. I wouldn't want to make her angry, hehe. Masaru. She reminds me of Mitsuki when she used to get angry, but she still looked very beautiful. Mitsuki. Hey, don't say things like that here, she said, blushing. Bakugo. How disgusting. She received a blow from her mother. Izuku. I guess I have a sister-in-law now. Well, since you're here, why don't you relax and stay with us for a while? He saw Flora. Flora. Well, I find it hard to believe this man is Lou's husband. Something feels off. Kuro saw her and growled. I didn't say anything. Lou. He's the one in charge here, and he's the master of all these hellwolves. He even knocked down and kicked a wyvern in the face. Flora. I see. I humbly apologize for my rude behavior, she said, prostrate. Izuku. Don't worry, he said with a drop of sweat. To bring down that creature must be a great feat in that world, he said. Small p. And I'm sure none of them kicked him in the face like Midoriya did, he said playfully. Izuku. More importantly, are you guys wolves, Kuro? I had no idea, he barked in confirmation. What does the hell part mean? Kuro unleashed a purple flame from his mouth. Izuku. Oh, that's amazing. Clap and Kuro smiles. Lu. You've been living with them all this time and you didn't know. She said. Auntie. I think they're quite well-known magical beasts, she said with a drop of sweat. A few minutes later, Flora gazed in wonder at all the food. Izuku. I suppose you can think of this as a sort of apology for what Kuro and the wolves put you through. We'll go ahead and prepare dinner for you. Flora ate. They only saw Flora happily eating. Kendo. They really do like Midoriya's cooking, she said, remembering the other girls' expressions. Setsuna. I think Lu and the others got themselves a great game, haha, smiles. Mine. That's true. Flora. Ah, everything is fantastic. What is this soft, white thing? She saw the plate with tofu. Izuku. Oh, that's called tofu. He said after many attempts, I finally got it right. Lu. They are made from a type of bean called soybean. Flora. Wow, is this made of beans? Izuku. Seasoning the soup with salt is fine and all, but I really wanted some miso. Also, I wanted to put soy sauce on the things I eat. Flora. Miso. Soy sauce. Confused. Izuku. Miso and soy sauce are made from fermented soybeans and are used to add flavor to food. Flofa. Fermented. Curious. Izuku. Basically, it seems that fermented foods like wine and cheese exist in this world. Different huts. Analyzing the information. Mandalay. I'll explain later, I smile amused by their expressions. Pony. Too much information, he said, holding his head. Flora. I see, her magic tablet appeared. If there are tiny organisms that we cannot see with our eyes, and if these organisms can cause transformations in matter, then they are magic, and that would explain all of this, she said, pointing. Lu. Eat or talk, choose one, she saw it. Izuku. She seems to be just like Lu, she's also very passionate about her research. Some just laughed at that. Flora. I've found a fascinating new topic for my research. I'll make sure to bring the wonders of miso and soy sauce to everyone who lives in these lands. And then one day, we'll all feast on miso soup and cold tofu. She said as she walked away. After being here for a few days, Flora left in a great hurry and with great enthusiasm so she could make preparations to move. 1 month later. Flora. I'm back. Izuku. Be bueno. Lu. That was really fast. Kaminari y Mineta. Maids, they received a blow from Suyu's tongue and Jiro's Jack's awe. Both. Perverts. Mine. How lovely, those uniforms look great. 3. It's true. Anne. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, bowing. Anne. We ask that you use us as you see fit, master. She looked at Izuku. Izuku. You really don't need to be so formal. By the way, what are those? He pointed at the cows. They're just normal cows, right? Flora. Yes, I made sure to collect cows to bring with me that would give us milk. Izuku. That's great, now we can make butter and cheese, he said. Then Tia counted how many people there were of each race until she realized something. Hiroshima. That's right, she's the only angel. Article. It would be amazing to see more angels, even if they're not like in the Bible. Kendo. Yes, I'm curious what they would be like. Tia. Excuse me, she said very close to Izuku, who saw her. I need to go for a while. Izuku. Well, and she took flight. I wonder what she's going to do. Asterisk. Auntie. I'm back. Izuku saw her and was surprised. Grandmaria. The one in the middle. My name is Grandmaria. Koodle. I am Koodle, the one on the right. Kuron. I'm Kuron. It's a pleasure to meet you, the one on the left. Daga. The one with the hen. I am Daga, the representative of the lizard men. Tetsu. Wow, they really do look like warriors. Looking at the new angels. Type. Lizard men. Just like in the books, she said, fascinated. Hiroshima. They look manly and very strong. Auntie. And I've prepared this here too. I show the hen. It's a hen. Izuku. Does he breathe fire? Aunt. No, I refuse. Izuku. Does she lay eggs? He saw her. Auntie. She puts them on. Izuku. I love you so much, he said as he picked her up and kissed her. Auntie. Hee hee, I smile a little silly. Thanks to everyone here, this place is. He returned much more civilized. Girls. Ah, ink. How cute, she said upon seeing Izuku and his aunt. Aizawa. The population of his town has indeed increased. It's true. Now they saw the maids cleaning. Anne. In the rooms on this side, Lamulias, I want you to dust them before we start washing the floors. Lamulias. Understood. They saw Izuku walk by and bowed. Izuku. Ah, sorry for interrupting, he said. The maidens belong to a race of ogres. I suppose that was to be expected since they're professionals, but as soon as they showed up, all our tasks got done faster. However, I arrived at the dining room and saw Anne and another maid eating some boiled potatoes. The inhabitants of this world don't seem to cook very complicated dishes. I tried to teach them all the different cooking methods I knew. Pass. That makes sense. All of that must be very interesting for them. Pixie Bob. Ogres, huh. I didn't think they were so cute. Tiger. He said they were a race of ogres, so there must be more to them than the ogres we know. Ragdoll. True, he ate popcorn. Anne. Dinner is served, she said, placing the plate in front of Izuku. Today I tried making a killer rabbit dish with aromatic vegetables. Izuku. So those things are called killer rabbits, huh? He saw the food. This looks wild, he thought, seeing that he even had a rabbit's paw next to it. They are all very strong. Despite their appearances, she said as a maid passed by with several dirty plates in one hand and in the other a basket of radishes, even another basket of corn on her head. They display proper manners and a bit of power. Type. Her manners are impeccable, he said, looking at the ogre maids. Sick. And strong too, she said upon seeing the maid with all the things. Then there are the 3 angels that Auntie brought with her. Aunt. Okay, everyone should patrol a different region of the forest. I want you to make sure you see everything, even the smallest movements. After the wyvern attack, my aunt planned for them to act as our security at the facility. I feel safer with them here. The lizard men take care of all the work that requires strength outdoors. They were shown carrying away the tree trunks that Izuku cut down. Thanks to them, our construction work is progressing even faster than before. By the way, I made their leader, Daga, tie a handkerchief around his arm. I feel bad, but I still can't tell them apart any other way. Dagger. I suppose that makes sense. Mandalay. Yes, they are identical. Million. They are like copies of one, he said upon seeing the lizard men. Najire. I can't find any differences between them, he said, looking at them and searching for differences. Izuku. Now that I think about it, this place is really filling up with people who live here. How many are there? He tries to count but can't. A lot. Lee. Izuku. He saw her. I brought all the elves who were still wandering in the forest here. Izuku. Oh, they went to see them. And there were 35 of them. See, lost Conte. Izuku. Now there are more. Are they all women? Where are the men? I don't see any. He saw Lee. Read. There really wasn't a single man who survived, but that's okay. We can start doing more. Izuku. Good luck. I really need to bring men here, he thought with a nervous smile as the elves surrounded him. Mineta y Kaminari. We offer ourselves. Sick. And how are they sure they would end up in the same world as him? Ochako. Maybe they'll even start as babies, he said, making them lower their heads. Good luck, young Midoriya. I pray for his successor. A few days later, they were all gathered in the main building. Lou. Hey, what's going on? She saw Flora. Flora. Who knows? I came here because they asked me to come. Read. He said to gather all the different representatives here today. Auntie, I'm wondering if any kind of problem has arisen. Izuku. Arrives. Sorry for calling you all here like this. There's something I want to talk to you all about today. Everyone looked at him. You see, I want to think of a name for this place. Iida. True, they hadn't given it a name yet. Siro. What will they call their town? Interesting. Everyone watched intently to see what they would call him. Aunt. As this place here. Izuku. Yeah, at first, It was just my little cabin and some fields, but then more buildings started going up and more people started moving in. It's like a village now, right? He said. That's why I want to think of a name for this village. Auntie. I like that idea. A name for our town. Lou. Can't we name it after you since you're the founder? I asked. Izuku. That was my first thought, but everyone worked to make it grow, so I'd feel bad if we just put my name on it. Everyone understood. And, in that case, what if we name it after the forest we're in? Izuku. That's a good idea. By the way, what's the name of this forest? Anne. The Forest of Death, she said. Izuku. That's scary, Auntie. That makes this the town of death. Lou. It sounds like a ghost town. Izuku. It sounds like I have a poison swamp, he said. Oh. What a bad name. Different. Let it be a nice one, he said. Then they saw Zabuton point to the door. Izuku. Do you want me to open it? He went to the door and opened it, where he saw the large tree, then smiled and turned towards the others. Everyone smiled at that. City. Yes, it's a good name, several nodded. They watched as night fell, but everyone seemed ready to have a party. Izuku. Hello everyone. From now on, we've decided to call this place the Village of the Great Tree. To celebrate this day, we're going to have a party. Everyone cheered with excitement, and no party is complete without this. The first batch of wine we made here in the Village of the Great Tree. Izuku. Please, everyone, have fun. Everyone shouted with excitement, but some elves shouted something. Elves. Mayor. Lee. Mayor. Kuro Olo. Izuku. And no, that's something we all need to decide together later. Lou. What are you talking about? You're the only one for the job. She saw him. Auntie. You're right, everyone's calling for the mayor. She said, hearing everyone shout, Mayor, at Izuku. Izuku. I see. He looked at everyone. With some shyness, I raise one arm, and then raise both arms, thrilling everyone. Ink. Izuku crying with joy. Aizawa. Not bad, troubled kid, smiled under his bandage. I'm so proud of you, young Midoriya, smiles. Class A. That's it, Midoriya. They shouted happily for their classmate. Bakugo. Ha, well done, nerd, he said quietly. Everyone just watched as they celebrated, drank, and danced happily. Even some of the wolves seemed to be drunk. Auntie. Saw Izuku standing there. Izuku saw her. He patted the side of her, indicating she should come over. Izuku. Sat down next to her. You're pretty drunk, aren't you? Aunt. What's wrong? You're sitting there all alone, distracted. She saw him. Izuku. It's okay, I was just thinking how happy I am that all of this seems like a dream. Auntie. This is not a dream, we are going to continue living together, enjoying our lives. Izuku. Yes, you're right, smiles, I'd like that. Auntie. Then, she approached him. Let's toast to the Village of the Great Tree. Izuku. Smiled. Yes. Both. Cheers, they said, clinking their glasses and kissing. Lou. Oh, that's not fair. I'm going to toast with a honey bun too, she said drunkenly. Aunt. Were you awake? Lou. Let's go, Aunt. Heavens. Izuku. Took a sip. I never thought I'd drink at a party like this. He saw everyone celebrating. I guess I'll give it a shot. As mayor, he smiled. The screen went black. Everyone was already in their places to watch the screen. We continue watching, turned on the screen. The first thing they saw was everyone working in the fields and in the barns. After discussing it with everyone, we decided to call this place the Village of the Great Tree. And I ended up becoming the mayor of this town. Although I am now the mayor, my daily routine has not changed at all. Then I hear Zabuton ringing the alarm. Grandmaria. Mayor. I land. A messenger from the demon realm has arrived. Izuku. A messenger from the demon realm. It seems they arrived in the village. Aizawa. Let's hope they get along well. Iida. Well, based on what we saw last time, I don't think they'll try anything against the people. Uraraka. That's true. Ink. I hope so, he said, looking at the screen. They saw them going with the messenger who was being watched over by the other angels. Beezle. My name is Beezle, introduced himself. I would like to have an audience with the person in charge here. Izuku. My first job as mayor, that's me. He moved a little closer to him. Beezle. Is that you? He saw him. Izuku. I'm the mayor. Izuku introduced himself. Beezle. Very well, in commemoration of our meeting. He raised his hand and the angels became defensive, just in case. From Beezle's hand appeared a magic circle, and then a box with a bottle appeared. Beezle. Please accept this gift. Lu saw the bottle and became excited. Izuku. Thank you for your kindness. I take the box and then Lu takes it. Kaminari. A bottle. Confused. Kirishima. Well, it's another world, so maybe it's something special, he said. Yaoyorozu. Maybe a magic potion, she said with sparkling eyes, just like in the books and movies. Sick. It could be possible. Beezle. I have a message from the Demon Lord. He would like to discuss the status of this agreement here. Izuku remembered what Lu told him about this possibly being the Demon King's territory. Izuku. So, he wants me to pay taxes for all the time I've spent living on his land. No, wait, maybe he's going to tell me to leave his property. He thought. Izuku. Perhaps it would be wise to ask Lu and Tia for advice before doing anything. He looked at them and Lu winked at him. All right, it's time for me to take charge and handle my duties as mayor, he thought decisively. Ink. You can do it, Izuku. He supports his son just like everyone else. Izuku. If the Demon Lord is willing to accept us living here on this land, then he'd be willing to give us a portion of our harvest as tax payment. Okay. I must prove that I have no intention of rebelling against the Demon Lord. Asterisk. Izuku. As for the fee we paid needed to be strong in this part. How does 10% sound? Beezle looked at him seriously. Is that too low? Asterisk. Beezle. Hey. Izuku stepped back a little. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Izuki. Huh, why yes. I'd like them to come and collect it every year before winter starts. Beezle. I understand. That's how we'll proceed from now on, he said. Izuku. Huh, is it fixed now? Asterisk. Mandalay. Well, at least they don't seem to want to go against the people. Pixie Bob. That's good. Ate popcorn. Nezu. It seems young Midoriya knows about business. He drank his tea. Suyu. I guess they'll be like neighbors now. Kiro. Everyone watched as they finalized the deal, with Izuku finishing signing the contract. The tax we will pay will be 10% of our total harvest. However, this is limited to what we grow in our fields. We will not give them any of the milk, honey, eggs, or alcohol that we produce. If the people of the Demon Lord are interested in anything else we produce, we will enter into trade negotiations. I ended up feeling very aggressive in my negotiations. Beezle. With a box in his hands, I bid you all farewell, he said as he was transported by a magic circle. So I sent him home with a gift. Izuku. I hope I handled that the right way, he said to Lu. Lu. I think you did a good job, she said with the bottle in her hands. As we are paying them taxes, technically we are under their protection from now on. Auntie. Indeed, but still. 10%. The current rate is usually supposed to be 50 or 60%. Izuku all. Quand. A. M. And young Midoriya managed to get them to charge only 10%. Incredible, several nodded. Anne. Making them come to collect the payment every year was a good decision. It forces them to recognize our residency here. Read. And if they only come to collect once a year, they won't be able to accurately measure everything we produce, he said. In other words, we just bought the Demon Lord's protection for an actual tax rate of less than 10%. Anne. Well done, Mayor, she gave Izuku a thumbs up. Lu. And to top it all off, they brought this gift. Izuku. Wow, children. Ooh, impressed. Mine. Well, it's not a potion. Yaoyorozu. Even so, from what she says she's very powerful, surprised. Najire. I'm very curious, she said, sounding somewhat excited. Million. Calm down, Najire, she saw her. In the demonic realm. Grats. What, are you submitting to our military force? Beezle. See, Grats. Even though they have the strength to take down a wyvern. Randon. Do they have some hidden motive? Beezle. I had the same suspicion, but I had no choice but to accept their conditions. Randon. But why? He saw it. Beezle. The vampire princess and the angel of annihilation were there. All. Wow, they said because of the nicknames. Mine. Princess. Excited shout. 3. I wouldn't have imagined it was, she said excitedly. Kaminari. Angel of annihilation. Sounds incredible, but also terrifying. Hiroshima. And. Article. It's strange to hear them call an angel that. Grats. What? The great sage Lukusi and the strongest of all the angels. Randon. It can't be. Somewhat scared. Beezle. And that's not all. There was an army of high elves and a pack of hellwolves, he said. Grats. That's absurd. Beezle. And the group that led me to the leader was the trio of killer angels. I thought my life had ended there. He said, sounding scared. Ochako. Wow, I wasn't expecting that, he said upon hearing about the trio of angels. Iida. Satya is the strongest of all the angels. Kaminari. And Midoriya now has her as his wife, astonished, and also a princess. Zero. They seem to be very well known in that world, impressed. Grats. If that's the case, then I can see how they were able to take down a wyvern. Beezle. After all that, he suggested that they be under the protection of the Demon Lord's army. He said, I couldn't refuse. If I had, they would have immediately become an enemy force. Beezle. The positive side of all this is that we were able to negotiate amicably. They even gave me a gift. She saw the box covered with a cloth. Grats. Takes off his helmet. What is it? Beezle. I still don't know what it is. Grats. Open it, he said. Beezle. We need to consult the Demon Lord first. Grats. What if it's something dangerous? He opened it. Beezle. Hey, wait. Everyone saw what was inside, which was apples. Sato. It's rare to see demons afraid. Shoji. I think I understand them. I wouldn't want to face Midoriya with that spear, he said. Setsuna. That's a good point. Several agreed. Grats. Fruit. Takes an apple. They look like apples, but the shape and color are much nicer. I'd better check that they're not poisonous. 8-1. Wow, this is really good. This is great, said while eating the apple. Beezle. You can't just eat that. He notices the web and examines it closely. This web, it can't be. Is it from a demon spider? No, a great demon spider. Grats. What? Grats. Do they have one of those too? Everyone was amazed by that. Mike. Midoriya undoubtedly has very strong people and animals in his village. Several people nodded in agreement. Randon. I quit. He left. Beezle. Lent. The next day, in the village of the Great Tree, Izuku, Anne, and Dagger were staring in amazement at Drime. Drime. My name is Drime. I am the only true ruler of the dragons. He introduced himself by lowering his head. Izuku. Looks bigger than Yukio *, he thought in amazement, but Gucci approached him. Gucci. This is a gift, please accept it, he said, holding a rather long chest. They opened the chest and saw some swords inside. Izuku. They look amazing and very expensive. Thank you for the wonderful gift, he said. Gucci. The pleasure is ours. Ochako. Yes, it is big, looking at Drime. Najire. Yes, more than Yukio, amazed. Type. Yes, those swords look very nice, he said, examining every detail of the swords. Sick. I wouldn't have known you liked swords. She saw it. Type. Well, my father likes to collect relics from the past, so he also has some weapons that I restore, he said. Izuku. So what is the purpose of your visit here today? Gucci. Of course, my master, Mr. Drime, has his lair located south of here. There is quite a distance between us, but we still consider you our neighbors, he said. We have come here to offer a formal greeting. Izuku. That's very polite of you. He saw Drime. Gucci. My apologies for that, Maestro, please lift your head. Drime. Huh, well, he said, getting up. Izuku. Since you came all this way, I'd like to invite you in, but that seems a bit difficult given your size. He looked at him. Gucci. You're absolutely right, Maestro, please change to your smallest size, saw Drime. Drime nodded, glowing for a moment, then a small curtain of smoke enveloped him, and then everyone saw him in his human form. Najire. Now it's just like Yukio, he said. Milio. Yes, I wasn't expecting that. May. The magic is amazing. P. L. Yes, it is. Gucci. Now then, introduce yourself again. Drime. My name is Drime, I am the only true ruler of the dragons. Izuku. Did he memorize that line so as not to ruin his presentation? Asterisk. At night. Drime. Drunk man, this place is great. This drink is great. Ah, I'm not going home. I'm living here, he said, taking a sip of wine. Everyone broke out in a sweat when they saw Drime drunk. P. Mike. He does act differently than when he first appeared. Aizawa. And and it seems he likes to drink, he said with a drop of sweat. Gucci. You can't do that. A lot of people will be angry if you don't protect your house. Drime. I'll be fine here. I can intercept any attacker. Gucci. I'm sure you could, however, it would be a nuisance to everyone here if you stayed any longer, I just sighed. Now then, let's go while they're still happy to call us their guests. They were even kind enough to give us some gifts. Drime. Yes, they gave us those things, they look like apps. Gucci. They're called apples, and don't worry, we got a lot of them. Drime. Okay, understood. She stood up, I'm heading home. She said, starting to glow. Gucci. Ochako. Well, at least they got along, hee. Suyu. True Kiro. Iida. Being friends with dragons and demons. I never imagined seeing that, he said, watching Drime go home in his dragon form. Izuku. I think I should have thought about this before, but I really need to decide how the Great Tree Village will handle visitors and welcome guests, he thought, watching Drime fly by. Diplomatic relations, huh. This is all getting really complicated. The next day, Izuku was meeting with Lee and Lafa. Izuku. I've been thinking about a lot of things since then, and I've decided it's not good for us to keep visitors outside by the village entrance when we're greeting them. Izuku. That said, I don't feel very comfortable inviting you to our homes. So I've decided we should build a guest house for visitors. He looked at them. I was thinking a house that could accommodate 4 people would be sufficient. What do you think? Lee. No, I think it would be too small. Lafa. She's right, anyone who comes to this village needs to climb mountains and cross the forest, she said. Our visitors so far have been servants of the demon realm and dragons, however, normally whenever people come here, they do so in large groups. Smentas. It's the right thing to do when exploring new places, and what he said about crossing forests and climbing mountains makes perfect sense. Mandalay. That's right, whenever we go to explore the forest we do it in a group, he said, recalling some of his missions in the forest. Lee. Let's see, I think we should play it safe and build a house that can comfortably fit about 30 people. Izuku. I see. Reed. Okay, we'll make the first floor an open space designed for parties. Lafa. And we can convert the second floor into bedrooms for our guests to stay if they want to stay here. Izuku. Sounds good, smiles. And that's how we started building a guest cabin for any potential visitors. The elves were shown building the house. Next, I wanted to work on how we greet new guests. Grandmaria and the angels are in charge of defending the perimeter, and instead of finding visitors and guiding them here, they capture visitors and bring them to the entrance of the town. Everyone saw how they found Beezle the first time and how they pointed their guns at him. Kaminari. How scary. Aizawa. Well, you always have to be careful, so I understand them. Nezu. That's true, he said, recalling the corrupt heroes. Besides that, whenever Zabuton sounds the alarm, lizard men. Let's go for them, let's do it. Everyone takes up their weapons and prepares for battle. A drop of sweat appeared on everyone's skin. So we came up with a new sign for visitors. Zabuton was shown ringing a bell. Lee and the elves made a bell. Next, we discuss how we treat our guests. I suggested that Lu, Tia, and I would greet our guests. Anne. I can't agree with having such a small welcome party, she said, sounding a little angry. Dagger. She's right. Enemies may try to infiltrate disguised as visitors, in my opinion. Izuku. You have a good point, he said, remembering the corrupt heroes in the war. Nezu. He does have a good point, he ate some of his cheese. Mine. Wow, Anne is kind of scary, he said, seeing Anne's look when she rejected Izuku's first option. 3. Yes, I really wouldn't want to make her angry. Flora also wanted to be part of our welcome party, but I asked her to keep an eye on any visitors who will be staying here until nightfall. Flora. I understand, please leave it to me. I smile. If you want, I can keep an eye on them the whole time they're here. And that's how I knew that Flora and Lou could go several days without sleep and be fine. Even so, I told them not to overdo it, she said while showing Flora at night behind a tree. All the preparation we did was put into practice. Pony. Dog men, he said upon seeing the men's ears and tails. Reiko. I think they would be more like beast men. Setsuna. Just like in video games and TV series, she said with stars in her eyes. Type. Awesome, just like Setsuna. Garf from the middle. I'm Garf. We're from a place in the mountains east of here called Howling Village. We want to establish relations with your people. Lou. I'll take care of this, she said to Izuku, then moved a little closer to the group. It must have been a tough journey. The village of the Great Tree welcomes you. Garf. Thanks, Lou. I'd like to take you to our guest house so you can rest. Is this your whole group? She looked at him. Garf. That's right, he said. Lou. I see, so we'll treat everyone else as enemies, she said seriously. Izuku was a little confused, but a few seconds later the wolves brought 2 more beastmen. Aizawa. They were hiding. Ink. I hope nothing bad happens. Pass. They don't seem to have any weapons or anything like that with them. P. Mike. And Midoriya's danger sensor would probably have activated if they tried to attack. It's true. Garf. I'm sorry, it seems we had some stragglers, he said to Lou. Lou. Well, that was dangerous. You should make sure they're together before entering the village. And it would be wise to behave while you're here. There are people around here that even I need to be wary of, she said, startling Garf a little. Garf. Okay, you have my word. Lou. Then follow me, smiles. They took them to the guest house. Anne and the maids. Welcome. They led them to one of the dining rooms. Izuku. It seems we've taken our first step towards true hospitality. Lou. Stay here for a moment, she said to the beastmen. Everyone left, and locked the room. All. Confused. Kirishima. What are you doing? Bakugo. I suppose they don't trust them yet, so they must be on their guard. Izuku. What are you doing? He saw Tia. Aunt. Mayor, haven't you noticed? Izuku looked at her. Whenever visitors come to establish relations with our people, they always bring some kind of offering. Even that dragon brought something, she said. Izuku. You think they're not friendly? Well, if they tried to attack, the danger sensor would activate. Aunt. I can't say for sure yet, but if they don't follow the normal rules, then they don't receive normal visitor treatment, that's all. Izuku. I see. Lou. I'm worried that they left 2 troops hidden in the forest, that's why we lowered our hospitality level for them a little. Izuku. Didn't Koodle or the other girls see those troops? Aunt. They noticed them but decided that those troops were not a threat and ignored them. I will punish them later. Izuku. Be nice to them, he said with a drop of sweat. Aunt. Well, I'll let them go with a warning. Smiles. Iida. Is it some custom from that world? I ask upon learning about the gift. Ochako. That seems to be the case. Kaminari. It seems that punishment awaits the angels, he said with a drop of sweat. Suyu. At least Midoriya will make sure they don't punish them so much, Kiro. A little later they saw Izuku watching the food being prepared for the beastmen, but the curious thing was that it was simpler food like boiled vegetables, bread, and soup. Anne. Is something wrong? She saw Izuku as he put down another plate. Izuku. Oh, it's nothing, it's just that the food you prepared for me. Anne. Do you think this food doesn't meet that standard? She looked at it. Izuku. Well, something like that. Anne. I'm sure you've realized this by now, but this is the difference in treatment between the guests who brought that sword and those who didn't bring anything. She said seriously. Izuku. I suppose so, he said, a little scared by her gaze. By the way, aren't you thinking of offering them some wine? Anne turned around and he saw her. Some. How scary. Now they saw the beastman eating very happily. Izuku. I feel bad offering you such a meager meal, he said softly. Auntie. Please get rid of such emotions. Lu. She's right, they're supposed to be here for important negotiations, our goal is to find out what they're looking for. Aunt. Everyone except you was against offering them wine, you forced us to do it, she said upon seeing the beastman toasting. Izuku. And I'm glad they let me do it even though it's only 2 cups per person, those were the established restrictions, he thought, looking at Anne with a serious expression. Mine. It seems they really love their alcohol, everyone had refused to give them any except Midori, hehe. Hiroshima. Even so, he convinced them. Aizawa. Even so, they must figure out what they want, he said. Izuku. The fact is they came all the way here, until we determine that they really are enemies, I want to offer them some kindness for now. First I must know why they are here, he approached Garf. I'm sure I'm revealing my own ignorance by asking this, but what kind of place is the Howling Village? Garf. They say it's been around for 1,000 years, but actually, it's only half that, 500 years, I think. Older kids take pride in the weirdest things. Beastman. You're right, haha. Garf. It's a village made up of 5 small settlements of about 100 people each, and we call it the Howling Village. Most of the population are beastmen. He pointed to his ears. The Howling people are made up of people who earn their living by hunting or mining. Until now, they have managed to survive by trading with a human village on the other side of the mountains. But lately they've had problems there, and trade between them has become unstable. That is why they are looking for someone new to trade with, and they found the people of the Great Tree. Kendo. They must have a hard time since they wouldn't be able to trade, he said somewhat sadly. 3. How awful. Mine. Let's hope they do good business with Midori. Izuku. Where did you learn about our village? Garf. We received news from one of the Demon Lord's people. H. Beast. Man, if we had stayed outside hiding all this time, we would have missed this great meal. I'm so glad we came out of our hiding place. Aunt. Why were they hiding? H. Beast. You must be alert the first time you visit a new place. Also, if something happens there, someone has to go back and tell the rest of the village. Aunt. I see. Izuku. She's doing a good job gathering information, I can count on her, he saw Auntie. Pixie Bob. That's why they were hiding. Ragdoll. Well, at least that shows they weren't trying to do anything wrong. Mandalay. So, all that remains is to see what they will negotiate with. The next day, it turns out the beastmen of the Howling Village weren't trying to deceive us and actually wanted to establish trade relations. Garf. Now, in our agreement Izuku saw this, we're not really interested in normal economic trade. We'd like to simply exchange physical goods in an open market, after all, we don't use any currency in our village. Izuku. It's the same here coin, we'll definitely have to create it someday. Garf. Normally I'd like to open a market in our 2 towns, but if possible, we'd like you to come and negotiate. He saw Izuku. The truth is, it was really hard for us to get here this time. Izuku. Oh, entendido. Garf. Carrying goods all the way here and back would be too much. Izuku. It's more or less the same for us. Garf. You live here, aren't you able to navigate the forest with ease? Izuku. I could carry them using rubbing, or maybe I can have Kuro and the others carry the goods first, he said, imagining a cart being pulled by wolves. That might work. Kanoko. But if it goes at high speed, it could damage the property. Tetsu. Yes, they should be careful about that. Izuku. Okay, so what would you like to exchange during our first visit? Garf. We have goods made from the ore we extract. Paints, silverware, glassware, metalwork, and similar items. Izuku. Oh, I love them. I love them all. Guard. In return, we would like to receive food. Izuku. Then we'll bring our food crops to trade. Garf. Excellent. He smiled. And so began our business relationship with the Howling people. Inc. It seems everything went well, smiles. Mine. Thanks to Midori, the Howling Village will improve. 3. Well done, Midoriya. Happy. Now they watched as they said goodbye to the beastmen. Garf. About the gift. The truth is that until last night I didn't even know that people brought gifts when they visited. Our town doesn't have a custom like that. Izuku. Don't worry, smiled. Garf. I'll bring something next time. That said, our village is poor, so we can't bring anything luxurious. Izuku. Okay, what's important when giving gifts isn't the value of the gift, but the thought behind it. He said. Garf. Oh, hearing that would make me feel so much better. I smile. Everyone just watched them leave. Ink. I'm glad they got along well. Mine. And thanks to Midori, her village will surely improve. Different. That's great, smiles. Then they heard Izuku speak. Oh, Mitsuki. If you keep going like this, you'll have like 100 grandchildren. Inko, she saw her. Ink. That seems to be the case. He laughs a little. Kaminari. Good luck, Midoriya. I'm praying for your friend. Minutes. History will never forget your sacrifice. Both were hit by Suyu and Jiro. Pixie Bob. How envious. Her colleagues saw her. What? I asked for it first, she said with a pout. Before long, the time came to negotiate with the Howling people. Izuku. I was thinking of going too. Lu. You can't. It looks really bad if we send our best man there right away. She saw him. Izuku. Is this how things work? He saw her. Auntie. That's how it works. We draw lots and based on the results we will act on your behalf for the duration of the negotiation. Originally, it would have taken them 10 days to travel there, but Drime agreed to take everyone there in exchange for a barrel of wine. He saw the aforementioned in his dragon form. After his first visit, Drime decided to start coming here to hang out regularly. He always brings back treasures or weapons as gifts, so nobody complains about him. Small P. They really got along well, haha, laughs seeing Drime drunk in the flashback. Aizawa. Well, at least it will help them get the goods to market faster. Kendo. Although in exchange for a barrel of wine. It seems he really likes me, he said with a drop of sweat. Transporting everyone in exchange for a barrel of wine was actually Drime's idea, so I accepted the offer. Tia. Okay, then we'll go now, she said on Drime's back with some lizard men. Drime. Thank you for the wine, Mayor. Izuku nodded and took flight. In the Howling Village. H. Bastia 1. Are they really coming? H. Bastia 2. Garf negotiated the trade agreement with them, they're sure to show up. H. Beast 1. We haven't even heard that they've reached the mountain range yet. Then they heard something and saw Drime in the sky. That's a dragon. H. Bastia 2. Hey, it's coming this way. H. Beast 1. Look at that. He saw Tia and the lizard men. Kirishima. I think I'd be scared too if I saw a dragon flying towards me, hehe. Tamaki. How scary, she said, imagining that. City. But it does look great. Different. Yes, just like Miss Yukio, she said upon seeing Drime. A few days later. Izuku. Good job. How did it go, Auntie? We were able to exchange everything we took, and they loved it all. They seemed hesitant at first because they wouldn't go near anything we brought, she said, but then I let them try the free samples you told me about. Drime. They even sold the wine that was supposed to be for me, she said blankly. Izuku. Really? I guess you'll have to drink even more at dinner tonight. Drime. You're the best, Mayor. You really know how to cheer me up. He said, now animated. A drop of sweat appeared on everyone's skin. Kanoko. At least the exchange went well, smiles. Reiko. True, I agree. Auntie. Also, the mayor of the Howling Village asked if some of its inhabitants could come and live here. Izuku. Well, we still need more people to work, so I'd be happy to have you. Auntie. In total, there are 20 people who want to live here, and they are all young women. She said. Izuku. Ahem. The fact is that right now the people desperately need more men. If this continues, I fear the people will have no future. Izuku. Fine, but I have one condition. If you can send at least 2 young people, I will gladly accept everyone. Aunt. Understood, smiles. Now the future of the town is secure. Zero. I feel like that somehow didn't work for him, he said jokingly. Yes. I'm sorry too, he said, just like some others. Aizawa. We'll have to see the result. They watched as the days passed and the inhabitants of the Howling Village arrived. Senna. My name is Senna. Senna said somewhat nervously, we are mentally prepared for you to use us as you see fit, just please don't abandon us. Izuku. I see you've gone through a lot of extreme mental preparation to move here, but anyway, we have your beds ready, take your time and get settled. Senna. Should we take our time? Izuku. Yes, once they get used to daily life here, they can request the type of house they want and all that. They don't have to worry about us kicking them out or anything like that. Senna smiled. Senna. Thank you so much. Izuku. Yes, by the way, where are the men? He saw her. Senna. Of course, we've brought 3 of them with us, she said, showing them. Zero. I would know. Women. Kya, how adorable. Mitsuki. How cute. Pixie Bob. I'd like to pinch those cute little cheeks, she said tenderly. Mandalay. Yes, they are very adorable. Mine. I want to caress them. 3. Me too, touched. Senna. We brought you some young people, just like you asked. Izuku. Blank, well, and no, wait. Elf. Izuku. The screen went black. Everyone took their seats and May turned on the screen. The first thing they saw were the Beast Girls. Senna. It's a pleasure. She said, bowing. The Beastmen of the Howling Village moved here. Izuku. If you need anything, ask Lamulias, she's in charge of the lodging, he said, looking at the maid beside him. Lamulias. It's a pleasure. Senna. Yes. Izuku. You don't need to be so formal, he thought with a drop of sweat. Apparently, they all thought they were going to be treated horribly when they moved here. Naturally, we have no such intentions, she said as the Beast Girls were shown in their beds, eating and taking a bath. Ochako. They were nervous, she said, noticing the girls. Mine. Yes, thankfully they seem calmer now. Ink. Izuku was so nice, she said smiling. Lamulias. There doesn't seem to be any problem with the new residents, however. Izuku. However, he saw her. Lamulias. Izuku. Well, they'll have to get used to things here. He said. Some laughed. Zero. I think anyone who enters the village would faint at the sight of them, he said amused. Small p. It seems no one is safe from those fainting spells, haha. Aizawa. Let's hope they get used to it quickly, he said. The next thing they saw was the Beast Children N.B. playing. NB1. Wait. He said as if to chase after his friends but fell. But before it touched the ground, it levitated thanks to Senna who used her magic on it. Senna. Heavens, you must be careful when they play, she said to lower him. Izuku. Can you use magic too, Senna? He saw her. Senna. Why yes, I can, she said. Izuku. Am I the only one here who can't use magic? He saw his aunt. Aunt. Well, all angels can use it. They went with the others. Lee. Yes, all high elves can use magic, she said while behind her some elves used magic to levitate things. Anne. It's common for us to be able to use fire and water magic, she said, watching some maids cleaning vegetables with water magic. Dagger. We're good with water, he said, watching the lizard men watering the crops with water magic. Zabuton. Queen Bee and Kuro. Then a slime arrived and shot a small burst of flame from its mouth, leaving Izuku speechless. Kaminari. Even a slime, she said blankly. May. I suppose Midoriya can't use it since he's not exactly from that world, he said. P. Loader. I think that makes sense. Kota Yairi. Awesome, looking at the beasts. Senna. Don't worry, you're not the only one who can't use magic. NB2. Let's practice together, he said next to Izuku, just like the others. Izuku. Yes, you're right. I feel like these kids will surpass me too. He thought, petting N. B3. N. B1 is the blonde one, 2 is the silver-haired one, and N. B3 is the brunette. Hiroshima. I feel it's very possible he said playfully. Ojiro. I'm sorry too, laughs a little. Now they saw Izuku harvesting the apples. Izuku. Well, there's no point in wishing for the impossible, for now I'll focus on what I can do. He thought, but then he felt an earthquake in the village. Izuku. What? An earthquake? Grandmaria. Mayor, I land, a grapper bear and a bloody viper are fighting in the northern area of the forest. Izuku. Bear and viper. A bear and a snake. They must be very large and strong to cause an earthquake. Different. Grapper bear, isn't that the bear that attacked Kuro and Yuki? I asked. Najire. Hey, that's true, he said, remembering. Kaminari. I suppose that snake must also be gigantic to give that bear a fight. Sick. I don't even want to imagine it, she felt a chill. Then they felt another earthquake. Izuku. Is it enough for the ground to shake that much just because they're fighting amongst themselves? Grandmaria. What do we do? She saw Izuku. Izuku. A bear and a snake. Grandmaria. If this continues, it could affect the town, but it would be dangerous to get involved without a plan. Izuku. It's true, those animals, can you eat them? He asked, confusing Grandmaria. A drop of sweat appeared on everyone's skin. Kaminari. Are they really going to eat them? Mandalay. Well, I've heard that some hunters eat bear meat, he said. Sato. Yes, I've heard that too. Now they saw Izuku using float to follow Grandmaria, who was flying. Izuku. Well, I've heard that hunters sometimes eat bear meat. I've always wondered what it tastes like, he said. Grandmaria. Yes, they arrived where the beasts were. Izuku. They are big, the bear and the snake saw it. Grandmaria. Let's go back for help. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, he said, causing the how to take the form of a scythe and activate OFA. They all just watched as Izuku threw himself down at the bear and the snake. After a few seconds, they both fell dead. Suyu. It took less time than I thought, Hiro, she said, impressed. Ochako. Yes, that magic tool definitely helps her a lot, impressed. Children. Genial. Izuku. It's been a while since I got a big one, he said, looking at the dead bear and snake, all while Kuro had a drop of sweat on his brow. Lizard men. 1, 2, 1, 2, they said as they led the beasts away with a rope. Izuku. Noticing the angel's gaze, what's happening? Koodle, could you take down a monster like that with a single attack? Kuron. Impossible. Grandmaria. Yes, the mayor is impressive. Mine. I've seen them eat the meat of so many animals in that world that I'm already jealous. Hagakuri. Yes, I would also like to try your food. In the village. Izuku. Looking at them closely, they're really big. He saw the bear's body and the snake's. And, as for cooking them, what do you plan to do? She looked at Izuku. Izuku. Well, in the kitchen, Izuku was preparing the food. Izuku. I'll add some of these herbs and spices, now we add the wine and simmer it, he said, doing as instructed. Anne and the Mulias. Izuku. It's okay, that kind of cooking is normal, he said. A few minutes later. Izuku. Izuku. Ate him, it's incredibly juicy. Lu and Tia. Our precious wine. Izuku. I'm telling you, this is normal. Some just laughed at the girls' expressions. Kendo. They really like their wine. Monomial. And a lot. Some adults. I'd like to try it too. They saw Izuku cooking again, but this time with snake meat. Izuku. Izuku. Try frying it, ate it, it tastes like fried chicken. Koodle. It's delicious, he said, eating. Grandmaria. It tastes different than I imagined, Kuron nodded while eating. Surprisingly, it tastes like chicken breast, which means my dish was missing something. In Flora's cabin. Flora. So what brings you here today? Izuku. I was wondering if you had anything that could act as an antibacterial agent, he said. Kyoka. I wonder what they'll do. Najire. Me too, curious. Type. Antibacterial agent. I think I have an idea of what they'll do. Flora. Antibacterial. Izuku. Yes, I need it for a new recipe I want to try. He saw it. Do you have any medicine that can kill harmful microorganisms? Flora. Microorganisms. They're the things you were talking about earlier. She said. Izuku. Yes, that's right. I want something that will prevent stomach aches or illnesses. Flora. I see, leave it to me. Ah, how about this one? She takes a bottle with a pink liquid, one dose is enough to blow anything to the other side of the mountain. A bead of sweat appeared on everyone's skin, and they trembled slightly at the thought of what that bottle would do in the wrong hands. Izuku. Don't you have anything more peaceful? Flora. So how about this one? She showed a bottle with a light blue liquid. This one is safe for use in food. Izuku took it. Izuku. Yes, it'll do, thank you. He looked at her and she smiled. By the way, how's the miso production going? Flora. Actually, it's not going very well, she said. I did exactly what you told me, but no matter how long I waited, it didn't seem to ferment. She said, while showing herself to Flora, to wait several days for the miso to ferment, until she added the pink liquid. Izuku. No, that's not supposed to happen. Mine. You can tell she's Lou's sister, hehe. Suyu. Yes, they are. Hiro, she smiled amusedly. Kirishima. I'm surprised he wasn't hurt by that, he said, surprised. Siro. I suppose she must be used to explosions by now, she said with a drop of sweat. Izuku. Okay, let's try again. Flora. Really, I'll try to keep the explosives to a minimum, she said smiling. Izuku. Please don't use any. Izuku collected some eggs from the henhouse and returned to Flora. Izuku. First, we beat the eggs, he did as instructed, then we add salt and vinegar. By the way, this vinegar is made with apples. Flora. That's fermented too, right? Izuku. Then we mix it while gradually adding the oil. I mix it all, and now we have mayonnaise. I take a little with the spoon. Flora. Oh, type. If that was it. Mine. I didn't know you could make mayonnaise like that, he said. I'd like to try it. 3. Me too. Izuku. Now it's exactly like eating fried chicken. Flora. I can eat this by myself, she said while eating the mayonnaise. Izuku. That's bad for your body, stop doing it. He saw her. A few minutes later. Izuku. Now, let's make miso, he said with an apron. First, we start by simmering the soybeans that we have soaked in water. Izuku. Then we crushed it, Flora, and he did. Everyone was paying attention. They were genuinely curious about what they were seeing. Then they saw Izuku transform the how into a flat spoon and Izuku. We mix the koji with salt and form balls. Now we pack it into barrels, he said, doing so. Flora. I see, mine didn't work because I didn't say, mold, mold, mold. Izuku. No, well, maybe. Different. Mold, 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 I want to try. Million. Hehe, maybe another time, smiles. Girls. How beautiful. Now they went to the cellar. Izuku. Now we'll let it age in the cellar. It'll take a few months, so let's wait patiently, he said. Flora. That much? Izuku. Yes, but all that time will make the flavors more intense. Flora. This requires perseverance, just like research, she said decisively, and Izuku nodded. Lou. Enters. Oh, there you are. Izuku saw her. You have visitors. I wonder what will happen now, curious. Aizawa. Maybe Drime or the Beastman again, he said. Iida. Perhaps the people of the demon realm. Tetsu. Well, we'll have to see who it will be. Izuku. Donovan, the one in the middle. We are old dwarves. Izuku. What's the difference? Asterisk. Donovan. We've heard you have some quality alcohol in this town, and we'd like you to share some with us. Izuku. Our wine. Well, I wouldn't have any prob. Aunt. Mayor, we can't give it away for free. Izuku saw her. Lou. That's right, our wine is very valuable. Izuku. Yes, but they're our guests. All. They really like their wine, they thought with a drop of sweat. Type. Old dwarves, to be honest I imagined them smaller, she said. They're almost as tall as Midoriya. Setsuna. It seems that not everything in games is the same there, he said. Donovan. I'm sorry, we don't have money, however, we do have technology. Izuku. Technology. He saw it. Donovan. That's right, we've spent our lives studying alcohol production, and we've come a long way to get here. Donovan. They have some really good harvests in this town. We can help turn them into some top-notch alcohol. What do you think? Wouldn't you like a drink? Everyone just stared at the girls with excited, glowing faces, while Izuku had a drop of sweat on his brow. Kendo. They seriously want to drink. Kanoko. Yes, they look very excited hee. Donovan and his men immediately set to work on the alcohol. Donovan. Here you go, this is corn whiskey, he said, handing him the glass of whiskey. Izuku. It's very clear, he said, looking at him. Donovan. It will acquire its color when we age it in barrels. Izuku. I see. He took a sip. This is really strong, he said, his face slightly red. Donovan. Ha ha ha, I guess the mayor's a bit of a soft drinker. Donovan and his men ended up staying in the town and working as our brewers. Small p. Well, now they have brewers haha. Nezu. I must admit that whiskey catches my eye, he said curiously. Some students imagined Nezu drunk during an exam like the one Mina and Kaminari took, which made them tremble. At night, Izuku. Now that we have new alcohol, it's time to throw a welcome party for the beastmen and dwarves. Drink up, everyone. Everyone shouted with excitement. Auntie. You can really taste the fragrance when you drink this alcohol. Lou. I really like this mayonnaise, she said while eating a piece of carrot with mayonnaise. Donovan. This goes perfectly with alcohol, he said, eating. Drime. Let the alcohol keep coming. Ha ha ha. Aunt. He's drunk again, she saw Drime. Lou. I don't mind him coming here, but he always drinks a lot. Drime. Great. I'll show you all my special technique. They all just saw Gucci appear and tie Drime up with a rope to take him away. Ragdoll. It reminds me of Ryuko when she gets drunk. Pixie Bob. Hey, I don't get like that. Her colleagues looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I only drink on my days off, and only 2 beers. Mandalay. Sure, only 2, he said sarcastically. Izuku just laughed at the Drime thing. Donovan. Thank you, Mayor, he saw him. It was kind of you to receive us all, he said, pouring him more whiskey. Izuku. Don't even mention it, we're happy you're here. Donovan. Yes, there are a lot of people in this town who like to drink. Izuku. Took a sip of his drink but realized something. Wait a minute, I've finally managed to get some grown men to join the village. Oh. It's true, they realized. Izuku. By the way, Donovan, I'm not asking for any particular reason, but, is there any girl here who catches your eye? You know, one of those who makes you say, wow, she's beautiful. Donovan. Well, they all look good, but you know, I think they're all too young for me. If they don't have a beard at least, they're not for me. Izuku. Beard. Asterisk. Donovan. Damn, what are you making me say out loud? He said, blushing slightly. Izuku. The culture barrier is high hiccup, he got the hiccups. Beard, is undoubtedly a high cultural barrier, he said. Kaminari. It's strange to imagine a girl like that, but oh well, to each their own. Moving on to the next day, everything seemed like a normal morning, until everyone saw something large flying at great speed. Oh. What? Zabuton sounded the alarm and Izuku saw what was approaching. Izuku. Is that another wyvern? No. A dragon. He saw a green dragon with what looked like blonde hair. It's coming towards us and it doesn't look friendly. The spear appeared. I'm going to finish this off before it causes any harm to the village. But then the green dragon was pushed by Drime. Izuku. What? Isn't that Drime? He saw him. Is this a fight? Internal. But now they stare at each other. She saw them. But then everyone noticed another dragon, white in color, who looked very angry. Oh. Another dragon. Ochako. He looks angry. Worried. Izuku. That one's dangerous. Asterisk. He threw the spear, which flew at great speed towards the white dragon, but it moved its head, dodging it. Izuku. I failed. The spear returned and he activated OFA. I won't fail next time. Asterisk. Gucci. Appeared in front of Izuku. Wait, please. He's not an enemy. Izuku. At the entrance to the village. Gucci. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Aizawa. Sadrime's wife and daughter. Thank goodness it wasn't worse. Sigh of relief. Small p. Although they seemed angry with the people, she said, drawing everyone's attention. Lastismoon. I am Lastismoon, said the blonde girl. Graphaloon. My name is Graphaloon, introduced himself. Izuku. It's a pleasure. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself and then looked at Drime. Why are your wife and daughter here? Drime, well, you see. Apparently, Drime's constant trips away to come to our town have aroused some suspicion at home. Moon, what were we to think when he escaped every night? Graphaloon, if it turns out she really was sneaking off to do something she shouldn't have, she imagined her husband with some harlots. Married. That makes sense, they said at the same time. Ochako, so they thought that the town was where he did that. Mine. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't be unfaithful. Suyu. Mistrust can be deadly, Hiro. Drime. What a ridiculous accusation. Moon, but you were sneaking off with all sorts of things from the treasury. He looked at his father. Graphaloon. And you were always out until the next morning. Izuku. Ah, I see now. They're the gifts he always brings us, and I was worried he'd come home drunk, so I built him a house. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea. Drime. All for the sake of our diplomatic relations. It was all very high-level politics, you know, and Moon. He's hiding something. Graphaloon. Yes, at this point, my suspicions. Izuku. All. That fear. Kaminari. Women are scary when they get angry. Minutes. Definitely, but they were struck by Suyu's tongue and Jiro's jacks. Bakugo. Well, the old woman is always angry, she received a blow from her mother. Mitsuki. Shut up, brat. Drime. Wait, you two. Just think about it. Do you really think this man has the nerve to have an affair like that? Screams. Graphaloon. That's a good point. Moon. Sighs in relief, thank goodness. Izuku. Are you okay with that? Even though I didn't know who you were, I'm sorry for how I acted before. He said. Drime. No, don't worry, this was all our fault. He saw his wife and daughter. Come on, you two, apologize. Moon. I'm sorry, I was about to burn the town down because I thought my dad was having an affair, he said, lowering his head. Graphaloon. And I regret having almost annihilated the insolent man who pointed a spear at my daughter, he said in the same voice as his daughter. Izuku. They're terrifying. Everyone thought the same. Mine. Yes, they are, but it's all to prevent Drime from having an affair. Ojiro. Even though they almost destroyed the town because of it, he said, making Mina lower her head. Drime. Well, I guess everything's sorted now. Graphaloon. But dear, even so you shouldn't go out and get drunk like that. Drime. What are you talking about? Moon. That's right, you tend to overdo it when you drink. Izuku. They seem to get along well, he thought with a smile. They really are a family, hee. Mitsuki. A family of dragons. With that, Izuku said goodbye to them and returned to work. Drime. You understand, right? He looked at his wife. Graphaloon. See, Drime. Our relationship with this people is of utmost importance. Graphaloon. Despite their lack of numbers, they still have the power to challenge us. I never thought we'd meet someone with the strength to overwhelm us. Moon. That's right, you couldn't even protect yourself from that attack, you had to dodge it. Graphaloon. And that was thanks to the spider. Moon. Spider. Graphaloon. Yes, an old friend of mine. Suyu. I see, Zabuton saved her, Kiro. Iida. That's not so bad. Kirishima. I didn't expect them to be friends, it's a small world there, haha. Graphaloon. If they hadn't gotten rid of me, maybe I wouldn't be here now, she said, sounding a little scared. She looked at her daughter. SC. Graphaloon. I have an important job for you, I want you to live here for a while. Madre. Drime. Why so suddenly? Graphaloon. Darling, please be quiet, she said, and he fell silent. We cannot ignore that kind of power. I don't think you're capable of suppressing it. I only hope you fulfill your duty and make sure that power never turns against us dragons, she said seriously. Understood. Yes, I'll try my best, she said, a little nervous because of her mother's look. How scary. It seems there's a dragon in town now, impressive indeed. Different. I like Lasty's dress, she said. Najire. Maybe we can do it here, I smile at him. Drime. Are you sure? Graphaloon. Yes, I believe choosing this path will lead to the best outcome for Lasty, I can feel it. A few minutes later, after telling Izuku, yeah, I don't care, he said, looking at Lasty. Lasty. It's a pleasure. If you'd like, you can call me Lasty. Izuku. Yes, it's a pleasure. Lasty. And what should I do here? Izuku. Well, let's see. And so, Lasty immediately began working in the village. However, everyone saw how Lasty tried to harvest the tomatoes, but she crushed them because she couldn't control her strength. She washed the dishes, but most of them ended up broken, and when she harvested the apples, she sneezed, creating a small explosion. Aizawa. They certainly have power. Yes, I create an explosion just by sneezing. Now they saw her playing with the beast children. Izuku. What do we do with her? Aunt. Well, you don't need to force her to do something she's not suited for. Izuku. But Drime told me to give him work to do around here, he said, and then noticed Kuro and Yuki hiding behind him and Tia. What's going on? Auntie. They've been like this ever since the dragons appeared here. The cows and chickens are scared too, we haven't been able to get any milk or eggs. Izuku. Drime acts like that, so I wasn't really thinking about it, remembering Drime drunk, but normally everyone is afraid of dragons, right? Auntie. They not only have power, their knowledge and wisdom are also incredible. Izuku. Had an idea in that case. Ochako. What will she have her work doing? I asked curiously. Kidney. Poor cows and chickens, he said with pity for the animals. Iida. Dragons do sound amazing, she said upon hearing about her aunt. Now they saw the guest house where they saw Beezle. Lasty. Enters. I'm sorry for the wait. Beezle. Don't worry, he saw her and got scared. Lasty. I'm Lastismoon, and I'm currently in charge of handling diplomatic relations here in town. Beezle. Are you, that dragon girl? Lasty. Yes, please, call me Lasty. I take a seat opposite him. What have you come to ask us for today? Beezle. First of all, we'd like more of that brightly colored fruit they gave us last time. Lasty. You mean oranges, right? I'm sorry to say our stock is running out. Can I offer you strawberries instead? They're perfectly ripe right now. Beezle. In that case, I'll take 10 of those boxes, he said, looking scared at Lasty. Lasty. Thank you so much. Would you be interested in some apples and pears to go with them? We also have persimmons and watermelons. Beezle. After preparing the fruit in several boxes. Lasty. Here is your order. Beezle. Thank you very much. Lasty. Do you want to count them to confirm the order? Beezle. That won't be necessary. Lasty. Very well, we hope to see you again, smiles. Izuku. It seems everything worked out well, he thought, looking at Lasty. Some tried to hold back their laughter at Beezle's face, but they couldn't. 3. Poor thing, he looked really scared, haha. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha. Laughs like crazy, clutching his stomach. Small p. I was really scared of him, haha. In the demonic realm. Grats. What? They have dragons now, are you kidding me? Beezle. The military power of that people grows day by day. Grats. We need to keep an eye on them. Should we send a spy? Randall. If they find out, they'll consider it an act of aggression. Beezle. We have no choice, I have a plan. Kendo. What plan does he have in mind? Kanoko. I don't think anything bad would happen, as Randall already said, it would be an act of aggression. Marriage. True, in the house of Beezle. Girl. Excuse me, entering the room, did you call me, father? BZDL. Yes, after an explanation. Floram. I see, then, I should investigate that town, right? Beezle. Yes, in particular, their military might. However, you mustn't do anything unexpected, he saw his daughter, your safety must always be your primary concern. Floram. Understood, but I'm your daughter. I'm confident in my magical abilities, don't worry about me. I smile. In the tumor. So she sent her daughter. Vlad. I suppose he'll tell her he'll be living in the village for a while. Now they saw how Floram teleported to the village, watching it from the sky. Floram. At first glance, it seems like any other town, but, how did they develop a town like this in the middle of a forest with terrifying monsters? At the entrance to the village, Lasty greeted her with the angels. Lasty, welcome to the village of the Great Tree. I am Lastismoon, head of diplomatic relations. Florem. Es a placer. Lasty, you're going to stay in this town for a while, right? I heard it from Beezle, call me Lasty. Florem. Isn't Lastismoon, that infamous dragon everyone fears? I can't believe I've already met someone so powerful. Ochako. Oh, Suyu. It seems she's very well known, though not in a good way. Mine. But she does seem like a nice girl from what we saw. Todoroki. Perhaps the rumors about her are exaggerated. Lasty. Noticing she'd fallen behind, what's wrong? I'll show you around the village. Florem. SC. That's how he showed her the village until they reached the vineyard. Lasty. And this is our vineyard, here we can make a delicious wine with these grapes. My father says that the wine from here is the most delicious of all lands. Florem. Looks like a normal, ordinary vineyard. Lasty. And listen to this, my father told me that. Grandmaria landed next to them. Grandmaria. I'm sorry to interrupt, I saw a messenger from the Howling People. Lasty. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I need to take care of something. She saw Florem. Florem. Don't worry, I'll look around on my own. Lasty. Okay, then, see you later. She left. Aizawa. I think he'll take advantage of this to investigate, he said, and several people nodded. Type. It seems he will. He saw Florem. Florem. This is perfect, I can take this opportunity to analyze their military strength. He started walking around the place and looking at the villagers. Florem. Those are lizardmen, he saw them, beastmen and ogres, he saw Anne and Senna, even dwarves. He saw Donovan and his men working. It will be difficult to deal with all of them, but with the strength of our army we could handle it. He went somewhere else. Florem. This could be her headquarters. She opened the door a little and saw Lou and Flora, the vampire princess. I heard she was fleeing from the nobles, so she was going unnoticed. What's she doing here? She saw Tia and the angels, the angel of annihilation, Tia. Florem. Why is she in the same town as Lulu C? And I'm pretty sure I heard that those three are called the Killer Angel Trio. She saw the elves leaving her house. Do they even have high elves here? I've heard those are terrifying man-eaters who prey on defenseless young people and kidnap them. Everyone remembered when the elves cornered Izuku in his room. All. Well, she's not so wrong there, they thought with a drop of sweat. Florem. Asterisk. If there are 5 of them here, then this is already too much for our military forces. He went into the forest and was frightened when he saw the wolves and the spiders. Florem. Impossible. They even have hellwolves and demonic spiders. Asterisk. Children. Great seeing how they were marching. Florem. Until now, I've been proud to call myself one of the most talented magic users in the entire demon realm, but I feel like all my confidence has deserted me. I pull out a scroll with drawings of the representatives of each race. Florem. To command all these powerful troops, it would make sense to assume that Lastismoon was in charge of such an organization, she thought, but there's someone above her called the mayor, who rules over them all. What kind of terrifying adversary am I facing? Asterisk. Then I notice Izuku passing by with an axe in his hand. Izuku. Saw her, huh? Florem. Is he just a human? Why is a human here? She saw Izuku. Izuku. What are you doing here? Are you lost? He saw her. Florem. Don't worry about me. I'm not so weak that I need an ordinary human to worry about me. She left. Izuku just scratched the back of his neck, confused. Zero. Just wait until you find out he's the mayor, haha. Kaminari. Poor girl, haha. Setsuna. She was rude to the mayor, haha. In the guest house. Florem. Huh, that person I just saw. She saw Lasty eating a meatloaf. Lasty. Yes, that's the mayor. Florem. But isn't it just a human? Lasty. He's a human strong enough to defeat my mother. I think he could do it with ease, she said, sensing the OFA in Izuku as he was about to throw the spear at his mother again. Florem. And no way. Scared. Lasty. Did you say hello to him? She saw her. Florem. I forgot to say hi, I was rude to him, scared. Everyone laughed at Florem's face. The next day. Florem. Here we go, he placed a basket full of lettuce on the ground. Izuku. I found out that girl is Beelzebub's daughter. He saw Flowerum. It seems she's going to live here for a while. Flowerum. Let me help you, she said to Lasty. Izuku. Seems to get along well with Lasty, that's good, but. Flowerum and Lasty saw him. Flowerum. Izuku. Gee, good morning, he saw her. Flowerum. I hope you have a lovely day. For some reason, he acted like that for a while. The screen went black. Everyone just laughed at Flowerum's face. Everyone took a seat. May. Okay, let's continue. She turned on the screen. The first thing they saw was a slime, until they heard Izuku's voice. Let me tell you a story about a slime. One day, the slime that Auntie brought here to purify our wastewater began to multiply. They were all harmless, so I didn't really realize they'd been multiplying, but. Lasty, Tia, Lee and the other girls were in shock watching a slime that drank a barrel of wine. Everyone. Uh-oh, knowing what will happen. Kaminari. I feel sorry for the slime, I don't want to imagine what they'll do to it. Ant. Did he drink a whole barrel? Reed. Did a single slime drink it all? Lastu. Even my dad can only drink half a barrel at most. Auntie. That alcohol belonged to everyone. Lastly. You can't go and drink it without our permission. Reed. This deserves severe punishment. Senna. Please wait a minute, everyone. Let's calm down. This was a huge shock to all the alcohol-loving residents here. And so began the first trial of our people. They all had beads of sweat on their faces when they saw the girls. Kendo. They really love their wine, he said with a drop of sweat. Tetsu. See, Aizawa. His first trial and the culprit is a slime, sounds really stupid. Mike. Ha ha ha, true, laughs upon seeing the girls. Now they were seen arguing about how to punish the slime. Izuku. Well, I feel bad for the poor guy, so let's steer clear of the barbaric options. How about a short confinement as punishment? Reed. But that was our precious alcohol. Auntie. Oh my god, this kind of thing happens because you're too soft. Floram. Hey, we're talking about a slime. Everyone looked at her. Even if we punish him, I'm not sure he'll reflect on his actions. Ant. Well, that's true. Lasty. She's a slime after all. And so, that slime was acquitted. After that, he began to show up during our parties and celebrations so that he could join us. Well, I think it's fine if we have a slime like that. However, too many would be a problem. Eri. The slime was saved. Mirio. It seems so, hee. Najire. Now she's a wine slime. It seems they transform depending on what they eat or drink, like Tamaki. Child. Then they saw Izuku sitting in the shade. It's autumn. The summers here aren't particularly hot or anything, but it's still nice when things cool down a bit and we can get more work done. And here's the result. Izuku. His stomach growled, this is making me hungry. Autumn means eating. Asterisk. Everyone saw him return home and start cooking with the crops he had gathered earlier. Some. That looks great, drooled a little. Mina. I'm seriously jealous, she said, wiping the drool from her mouth. Pixie Bob. Me too. Lou. Hey, stop eating all the meat, she saw Lasty serving herself. Lasty. I'm eating vegetables too, she said. Senna. Eating, it's delicious. These are all new types of mushrooms that we didn't have in Howling Village. Izuku. I really love meals with Nabe. If we could get seafood here, these would taste even better. That made everyone see it. Reed. What exactly do you mean when you say seafood? He saw it. Izuku. Well, things like cod, crab, or monkfish. We could make kombu broth. Then we could make a pork stew with miso. He said. Everyone saw how all their eyes lit up. Ochako. I think I know what's going to happen, she said with a drop of sweat. Suyu. Me too, Kiro. Lou. Start investigating those things immediately. She saw Flora looking for information. Flora. I've found some information. She said, checking her magic tablet. Senna. What should I do? I haven't even seen the ocean, she said, wagging her tail. Ant. Did you say crabs? Auntie. They're really tough. Everyone. Wow. Reed. Kombu. Sounds like something scary. Imagines a sea monster. It's an alga XD. Anne. Broth. That's the soup-like thing you showed me how to make earlier, right? Izuku. That's right. Lasty. Is a pig also a type of fish? She said, imagining a fish god. Kirishima. It seems they really haven't seen the sea. Kendo. I suppose they must have lived in places far from the sea, he said. Suyu. It can be Kiro. Florem. If we need access to the ocean, there's a port city within the boundaries of the demon realm. You can reach it by heading south from this town. Florem. They trade a lot in ocean products, so we might find those fish there. Lasty. Okay, then I'll fly and check it out. She said excitedly. Florem. I will accompany you. Smiles. We can ask for help from a merchant I know. Lu. Let's get started right away. Flora. I'll take care of the miso. They all left. Izuku. Saw and they all really like stews, huh? Anne. That's right, I agreed. Mina. Well, I don't blame them. It seems Midori cooks deliciously, she said somewhat jealously. Toru. It's true. Inko. I'm glad I taught him how to cook, hihi, she said with a smile. Mitsuki. I remember when she made a small cake for one of my birthdays, it was delicious. Smiles. Lu. See you later. We're counting on you. She waved goodbye, watching Lasty fly away in her dragon form. When it comes to food, everyone here is highly motivated to work. Izuku. Well, nothing makes me happier as a farmer than seeing them happily enjoying my food. And so, the group that had departed returned. 3 days later. Michael. My name is Michael. So a merchant. Momo. I see, they'll trade their crops to get fish and other things. Izuku. I'm the mayor. Izuku introduced himself. Thank you for coming here to our town. Michael. It's nothing, this is part of my job as a trader. Now everyone saw the fish in the boxes that Michael brought. Michael. These are the seafood products I brought from the city of Shishato. They are our pride and joy, he said. Michael. Regarding the seaweed called kombu, that you requested, our fishermen normally return it to the sea, no matter how much they have caught. Izuku. Oh, so. Michael. Don't worry, I'll have my men pick some up right away, we'll have them dry and ready in no time. Izuku. I see. Smiles. Kirishima. I guess they don't know of any food with kombu, so they just throw it back into the sea. Ojiro. At least he'll get some quickly. Monoma. Although I feel he didn't just come to deliver the fish. Kanoko. Yes, I'm sorry too, she said. Michael. Regarding my visit here today, I have 3 main objectives. Izuku looked at him. The first is to greet you properly and thank you for requesting business with us. Michael. The second is to suggest more opportunities for us to exchange goods and do business, and my third goal, if possible, is to become the official government supplier for this town. Izuku. Official government supplier. Lu. Means that he wants to handle all trade between us and the outside world. Ant. He's being quite direct in what he's asking of us. She saw Michael. Michael. I'm always careful not to be so indirect that my intentions are misinterpreted. All the crops you have here are very tempting. If you give me the opportunity, I can get you several times more value by trading them. Momo. So, your official supplier, that could be a good deal, she said. Iida. Well, Mr. Michael seems to be a good person and a good businessman. Izuku thought for a moment and Lu took a step forward. Lu. There are many people who want to trade with this town, she said with a smile. Michael. Of course, if possible. I smile and take out a small book. I'd like to ask you to first take a look at a list of the products my company handles. And from there, we can discuss my proposal. The 3 of them approached to look at the list. Aizawa. It seems the negotiations went well after all. Nezu. Yes, and both sides will benefit, he said, sipping his tea. Later, outside the house. Michael. We were able to cover a lot of important ground with today's talks. Next time, I'd like us to talk about the alcohol produced in this town. Lasty. No alcohol, she said in her dragon form, scaring Michael. Michael. Ahem, excuse me, I'll leave things here for today. And with that, Lasty took him back to Shishato City. Some people laughed at Michael's scared face. Kaminari. They really love their alcohol, haha, laughs at Michael's scared face. Izuku. Well, He seems like a pretty skilled merchant, doesn't he? He said. Lu. See. Izuku. It will be a great help if you handle our negotiations. Lu. And even though he's handling things for us, we'll end up getting more goods when we trade now. She smiled. Aunt. It really didn't seem like she had any intention of deceiving us. Izuku. Yes, I hope our relationship with him goes well from now on. Although he seemed genuinely scared at the end, well, that's to be expected when you're talking to a dragon. Asterisk. Yes, he really did seem scared, she said, feeling sorry for Michael. With Michael, he was on Lasty's back and then looked at the town for a moment. Michael. The village of the Great Tree, huh? He takes a deep breath. That was awful, he thinks, frightened. 3 days before, in the city of Shishato. Michael. A visitor. He saw his employee without an appointment. Hey, yeah, he'd like to talk business with you. Reiko. Looks like we'll see how the negotiation starts. Ate popcorn. Yui. I think we could expect her to faint, she said. Kendo. It's possible, he said with a drop of sweat. Michael. I couldn't be busier right now. My name is Michael Gorin. I work as the head of the largest trading company in this city. Michael. If it's nothing important, can't you handle it? Why do you need to see me specifically? Boy. They asked for your name when they arrived. They even brought products from their farm. I wasn't sure what to do. Michael. Did they bring any goods with them? Don't they know the rules? If they can't handle it on their own, then send them somewhere else. Then he felt a sharp pain in his head. Nezu. Merchant's instinct, I suppose, he said, looking at Michael. Mandalay. This is how he became convinced he wanted to trade with the people. Ragdoll. A shopkeeper's sixth sense. Hee. Michael. No, I'll meet with them. Boy. Huh, well, Michael. My businessman's intuition tells me I can't ignore this strange feeling that's welling up inside me is. Asterisk. It was with Florem and Lasty. Florem. I'm glad you remembered me, smiles. Michael. Of course, if I remember correctly, the last time we had the honor of meeting was at his birthday party. Michael. I can't believe that Chrome Girl is here. My head would have rolled if I'd kicked her out. Everyone. Wow, Momo. I understand your fear. Flowerum's father is a general after all. Iida. That's right, Michael. Saw Lasty, and who have you brought with you? Florem. Oh, she's, saw Lasty. Lasty. I am Lastismoon of the Dragons, please call me Lasty. Introducing herself. Michael. Asterisk Lastismoon. Asterisk. Everyone. Wow, Michael. She's just a child. The daughter of one of the most powerful families in the demon realm and a dangerous dragon. The risks of dealing with them are far too high. So what brings them here today? But I can't just ignore them. Asterisk. They went outside where some lizard men were with the crops. Florem. We would like you to buy them from us, and in return, there are some things we would like you to find. Michael. Walking towards the baskets covered by cloths. What's going on here? I'm being watched by a dragon while surrounded by lizardmen. Reaching the baskets, I'm about to get into some scandalous business discussions. Kaminari. I'm just watching it and I'm already nervous. Haha. Siro. Yes, me too. Hehe. Kirishima. But in the end, he made a good deal. He smiled. Michael. Was that feeling I had earlier a warning of imminent danger? Asterisk. She moved a cloth and saw the apples. Michael. These are those fruits that have entered the demon realm that people have been talking about. Each one of these can bring several silver coins. Michael. The products they wanted were from the ocean, right? Lasty. Yes, she said with a drawing of the pig. Michael. This port is my territory. I can find you whatever you need, he said, cheering up the girls because that's a merchant's job. He said with a smile. Everyone smiled at that. Michael. I can't let this opportunity slip away. He looked at his employee. You, go to the port and bring me your best catches from this morning. Boy. Yes, Michael. And after that, start preparing me for travel. Boy. Yes. He left. Michael. I'll take part in the delivery myself. Are the goods going to the capital? He saw the girls. Florem. No, they're going to the village of the Great Tree in the Forest of Death. Lasty. I'll carry the things, so I can carry it too, smiles. Michael. Forest of Death. Take me, asterisk. Everyone saw how Lasty flew, where they first passed by Drime's house, and Michael was scared when he saw Drime with his wife. At the entrance to the village, he was startled to see Tia, the angels, Zabuton, and Kuro. And with Izuku. Michael. The mayor seems normal, he saw Lou and got scared. And then they saw when Lasty yelled at him. Everyone. Poor, asterisk. Kanoko. Well, at least he's the first one who hasn't fainted, hee. Kendo. We have to give him credit for that, hee. Back in the present, they saw it still on Lasty's back. Michael. I survived. I managed to finish my deal with that terrifying group while still having a smile on my face. That was the best deal of my life. Big profits await me from here on out. Asterisk. Michael. But, he clutched his stomach, I'm not sure if my body can handle this. Some just laughed and wished Michael luck. At night, in the village, they all watched the stew with excitement. Izuku. Ate, here it is, real seafood. Maybe next time I'll ask for shrimp or squid, he thought. And everyone enjoyed the stew. Mitsuki. They really do like little Izuku's food, hee. Inko. I'm glad, hee. Mina. How jealous. Toru. And, the next day, they heard Zabuton sound the alarm and saw Izuku with the spear in his hand, looking at a light blue dragon. Izuku. I think, could it be related to Drime again? Asterisk. For the record, the squad of 3 angels in charge of patrolling the skies were able to quickly detect this dragon. The angels were shown going against the dragon, but it simply passed through them. However, stopping a dragon proved to be difficult. Izuku. And what is he doing? He saw the dragon acting arrogant. He thought. But then the dragon shot a fireball into the forest. Ochako. It seems he wants a fight, she said. Kota. Deku will win. You were. Yes. Mandalay. Well, it might end quickly if he hits him with his spear. Tiger. That's true, he agreed. Izuku. Saw the dragon. Well, you're challenging me, you want a fight, right? In that case, asterisk, he threw the spear, but the dragon easily dodged it. Izuku. Did I fail? That's what I want her to think. He activated the OFA, took a great leap, and kicked the dragon in the back. Izuku. Defeated, he saw the dragon fall in the forest. Children. Yes, they shouted excitedly. Ochako. For a moment I was worried when I saw that I failed, hee. Iida. But it was only to distract the dragon, a good strategy. Now they saw Izuku in the forest with the wolves, where they saw a white-haired girl. Girl. It hurts. Oh, you beat me. Girl. It's a joke. Ha ha ha. Izuku. Why did you do that? He saw her. Girl. Well, you see, it's not really that big of a problem. Izuku. But you burned down the forest, he said. Girl. Okay, then, just give me a minute and I'll find a super important reason why I did that. Izuku just looked at her, a little angry. Drime. Hey, wait a minute, Mayor. Transformed into a human, sorry, she's. Girl. Little Drime. Izuku, everyone. Small dream. According to Drime's explanation, his name is Hakuren. She is her older sister. So her older sister. Mike. Why would he attack the people? Aizawa. Technically, I only burned some of the forest, I hope. Inko. At least no one was hurt, she said, relieved. Hakuren. This is your fault, you said you were going to give Lasty as your wife. Izuku. Wife. Drime. No, yo. Hakuren, you totally said it. You said that one day you wanted to marry her off to the mayor of this town. Izuku. Drime. He looked at him accusingly. Drime. That's not how it is. I could have said something like that while I was drinking, but. Izuku. As the person in question, it's really difficult to comment on this, he said. Ojiro. Looks like they discovered your plans, hee. Mineta and Kaminari. Lucky you. They said jealously, then were stunned by Jiro's jacks. Jiro. Fools. Hakuren. That's why I came, to see what kind of person she'll marry. Smiles. Izuku. So why couldn't you come visit us normally? He saw her. Hakuren. Everyone's always talking about how strong the mayor is here, so I wanted to come and play a little. Everyone. Seriously, they said with beads of sweat. Izuku. Drime. It's not just that, she's mainly here to vent her anger. Hakuren. Of course, do you think I could let my little niece find a husband before me? I mean, come on, she's 900 years younger than me. I can't accept this. A vein popped out on Izuku's forehead. Hakuren. It's ridiculous. Don't you agree? Izuku grabbed her head. Izuku. It's fine if you want to come play, but you shouldn't cause problems for people, he said while unconsciously activating OFA and squeezing his head. Hakuren. Hakuren was shown in his dragon form cleaning up where he launched the fireball. Mina. He really got upset, she said upon seeing Izuku. Toru. I completely dominate her. Ochako. Yes, at night in the house. Hakuren. Eating, so you two are always eating food that tastes so good. Drime. Well, I'm not always imposing on everyone here, only about 3 out of 10 days. Hakuren. How lucky. Izuku. He's already fitting in, he saw Hakuren. A drop of sweat appeared on everyone's skin. Lasty. Mayor Izuku saw her, I'm sorry my grandmother is. Hakuren. Lasty. That Aunt Hakuren is causing so many problems. Izuku. It's nothing you need to apologize for, Lasty, he said with a smile. Mandalay. It seems she doesn't like being called grandma, she said upon seeing Hakuren. Ragdoll. Same as Ryoko Hihi. Tiger. True. Pixie Bob. Hey, he saw his team. Hakuren. Oh right, I heard you have some really fun games here, like the one where you line up the little square things. Drime. Do you mean mahjong? Hakuren. I want to try that. You play with 4 people, right? He saw Izuku. Hey, Mayor, let's play. I don't want to leave here alone after losing to you. Izuku. Okay, then, first let me explain the rules to you. Hakuren. I'll be fine. I can guess them. Izuku. Really? He saw her. Hakuren. But more importantly, what should we bet? He said with a smile. Sato. I feel like that's going to go wrong. Zero. Yeah, but maybe for Midoriya haha, he said, remembering when he lost against Kuro. Drime. I see, this way it's more fun than just playing the game. Izuku. I think we should take it easy at first. Drime. Mayor, what would you normally bet when you play mahjong? Izuku. Even if you want me to bet something, I really don't have anything to bet, so, should we have a punishment for the loser? He said, the only thing I can think of is playing strip mahjong. I curse Mineta for showing me that video, he thought. Mineta was buried under several things the girls threw at him. Mineta. I don't regret it, he said among the things. Hakuren. That sounds great. Drime. Then the loser experiences humiliation. Izuku. No, I don't want to force anyone to do something they don't want to. Right, Lasty. He looked at her, but she had a smile on her face. Lasty. If we're competing, then there's no way I can lose. Izuku. Lasty. Dragons. I have a feeling things are going to get bad. They all just watched as they played several rounds, and Izuku lost several times. Now they watched them play what appeared to be the final round. Lasty. Ah, that's Chi. She put her pieces together. Drime. That's Richie. Hakuren. What a shame. Rum. Drime. K. Izuku. This is my fault for carelessly suggesting this idea. Dragons are all very competitive and cannot stand losing. This led to a very serious game of mahjong. Izuku. Now that we've come to this, I wanted to carefully tie up some loose ends and end things peacefully, but something's not right, he thought, already in his underwear. Setsuna. Poor thing Hihi. Pixie Bob. Not bad, looking at Izuku. Mandalay. Unmenor, Ryu. Pixie Bob. Technically, it isn't there, he said with a cat-like smile, looking at Izuku. Mandalay. Well, it's true. Kirishima. So competitive, huh? Who would have thought? Mina. Poor Midori, Hihi. Izuku. Seriously, what's going on here? How am I losing so much? I'm down to my last piece of clothing. Asterisk. Izuku. Don't tell me they're using some kind of magic trick. Are they using telekinesis to rewrite the tiles? Can they see through the back of my tiles? No. Hakuren. There's nothing written on this one, he said, looking at a blank card. Is it a bonus card? Izuku. I'm overthinking this. Anyway, my chance has finally arrived. He looked at his tiles. I can score a double Yakuman. I can finish it all in one move, but he looked at the tile he lost with last time. Everyone. Oh, Izuku. Of course it had to be this blue jay again. Oh well, we'll never defeat the dragons if I'm paralyzed with fear. Asterisk. He placed his bet. But dragons. Izuku. That's right. He shed a few tears. Everyone laughed and felt sorry for Izuku. Pixie Bob. That means, drools a little. Mandalay. Calm down a little. Hakuren. Fine, get undressed. Girls. Get naked, get naked, get naked. Izuku. I'm defeated. He took off his last piece of clothing. Girls. Kya. For better or worse for some, the scene was changed before they saw Izuku naked. Pixie Bob. Darn. Setsuna. How bad. Kendo. You too. He saw her. Now they saw the demonic realm. Grats. Are the dragons gathering in that town? Beezle. Yes, the ancient dragon Hakuren was also seen. Grats. No way. Now they have enough power to conquer an entire country. Can we afford to just sit back and watch? More importantly, Beezle. Beezle. Yes, do you have any ideas? He saw him. Gaggledo. No, Gaggledo. She hasn't said anything to me all day besides good morning. Is this her rebellious phase? So the Demon King. Mike. Well, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Mina. And it seems he loves his daughter very much. How sweet he. Suyu. I think an overprotective dad Kiro. Ochako. It seems so he. Grats. Anyway, we must concentrate on preparing our military forces immediately. We'll have to secure the funds we need. Randon. He looked at his place. And he saw that only his resignation letter was there. Beezle. It escaped. Grats. Is this a joke? Shouting. Everyone just laughed. Then they saw Hakuren teaching the children. Hakuren. So, if you divide these apples between 3 people, how many apples will you have to eat? She looked at the children. However, I really wish I could eat them all myself. She said, making the children laugh. Nezu. It seems she'll be the children's teacher now. Aizawa. That way they won't have to worry about the children's education. The teachers nodded. Izuku. She's good, he said, looking at Hakuren with Lasty by her side. After attacking the village of the Great Tree. Surprisingly, she is very skilled and capable of handling any job here. Hakuren was shown with the maids. She peeled an apple and shaped it into the Great Tree. Kids. Awesome, they saw the apple. But he complains about everything they ask him to do. Every time I turn around, she's in her room doing nothing. Flash black. Hakuren. I don't want to do it, he said in his bed while eating an apple. Izuku. Why are you complaining so much? He saw her. Hakuren. I hope that one day people will stop asking me to do things. Izuku. Mitsuki. I think this is the first time I've seen Izuku annoyed or irritated with someone, Inko. Yeah. Iida. That's right, he's never bothered us about doing anything. His class nodded. He surrendered on the first day. In the end we decided that it would teach reading, writing and mathematics. She became the village teacher. Currently, Hakuren, and that's why learning to read, write, and do math will help you a lot in your daily life. Listen, I want all of you to work very hard so that one day I won't have to work anymore, okay? Children. Okay, Izuku. I don't think his motivation could be the best, he thought with a drop of sweat. Aizawa. Well, at least thanks to Midoriya he'll be teaching the kids. Well, despite that, she seems like a good teacher. They watched them spend the day, and then they saw Izuku and Flowerum looking at some. Everyone. Lamia. Mineta. They're not bad, he received a smack from Suyu's tongue. Izuku. What are you talking about? He saw them. According to the Lamia girls. At some point, the younger animals decided to clear out a dungeon they found in the middle of the forest. And then the Lamias were forced to flee quickly from their homes. Izuku saw the wolves who had Praise me, faces. They didn't know what they were doing, but they still caused the girls a lot of trouble. Yui. Wolves and spiders are truly amazing. Reiko. Yes, and those were the young people. I don't even want to imagine what it was like with the adults. Several trembled at that. Izuku. What should we do? He saw a Flowerum. Florem. They came here seeking our help and protection. I don't think it's right to reject them, he said. In the end, we decided to exchange the precious gems that the Lamias brought for some of our crops. After that, they returned to their original homes. Izuku. I would appreciate it if we could continue trading from now on. Lamia 1. Of course. Ask us for whatever you want, she said with a basket of apples in her hands. Izuku. They're so genuinely enthusiastic about this, it's making me uncomfortable. Okay, so, I have something I'd like to ask. Lamia 1. Yes, Izuku. It's fine if it's only when you're visiting here, but I would appreciate it if you put on some clothes. Now the Lamias had tops that Zabuton made. That might be part of their culture, but I really had trouble not looking. Izuku. And I also sense terrifying presences behind me, he thought, feeling Lu and Tia's gazes on him from behind. Kaminari. Women are scary. He was stunned by Jiro's jack-ah. Inko. I didn't think they were jealous, how cute. Mitsuki. Maybe they're only like that with those who aren't part of the Izuku lovers group, she said playfully. Inko. Maybe hee. After that, the Lamias formed the Lamia delivery service and began carrying our products for us. Between this and the increase in business with other cities and areas, it really seems that the town has reached a new level. Izuku. Since we've increased the amount of trading we do, how about we plant more crops? He saw Lu. Lu. Yes, she nodded with a smile. Nezu. At least this way they can carry their goods through the forest without problems, he said upon seeing the Lamias carrying the products. Smentos. Yes, and they also exchange their gems for crops. But they couldn't say anything more because the scene changed to the demonic realm at night, and then they saw 3 girls, a brunette, a redhead, and a blonde. But what caught his attention the most was another blonde girl sitting on a throne. Chestnut. It seems the village is building up military power and planning something disgusting. Blonde. They might be convincing Miss Florem to stay there so they can use her as a hostage if necessary. Redhead. We should start gathering our troops immediately, Princess. Princess. Understood. The screen went black. Ochako. What, do they want to attack the village? Surprised. Iida. It seems they think Flowerum is a hostage. Kirishima. But don't they want to have a good relationship with Midobro? It seems those girls don't know, she said. Inko. I hope nothing bad happens, she said, sounding worried. Kaminari. Well, with all the powerful people in town, I think they're the ones who will come out badly. Jiro. Now that you mention it, you're right. They all thought about it for a while and agreed with him. Everyone was ready to continue watching the screen. The first thing they saw was Florem in what appeared to be his office, finishing up some documents. But then Beezle appeared from a magic circle. Beezle. I'm sorry to bother you while you seem busy, she said, taking a seat. Florem. I don't look busy, I am. She saw him. I've been put in charge of the town's accounting. Anyway, what brings you here so late? She said, returning to her work. Beezle. The thing is, our princess is gathering troops and preparing for a military campaign. He said, causing Flo to stop working in surprise. Ochako. That's right, they wanted to attack the village. Kaminari. But with all the powerful people in town, I don't think they'll do anything to them. Iida. But it would be dangerous if they killed the troops of the Demon Kingdom. Kaminari. Oh, it's true. Florem. That princess. Why would she do something so absurd? She takes a seat opposite her father. Beezle. While you've been away, some of your followers have taken the opportunity to fill your head with half-truths. Florem. And by followers, you mean Beezle. The second daughter of the Gritch family, the fourth daughter of the Buggle family, and the second daughter of the Mamorans family. Florem. Aren't those simpletons the politically powerful trio of idiots? Mina. So we have the typical stereotype of conceited noble girls. Toru. The typical ones who use their power to annoy others. Eri. How awful. Florem. Where exactly did they plan to attack? Beezle. This town. Florem. Huh, what are you eating that gives you such ridiculous ideas? Besides, I've already given you plenty of reports, haven't I? You should know how ridiculously powerful this village is. Beezle. I think the reports were so ridiculous they were starting to seem unrealistic. I tried to get the Demon King to put a stop to this. But he's too lenient with his daughter. He said. Florem. So, do you think it's better if I go and convince them to stop? Beezle. They would expect that. It would cause them to see you as an enemy of the demon realm. Nezu. That's a good point. P. Mike. So, will they have to fight? Let's hope not. Florem. So what should I do? Beezle. I just need you to stop their invasion. Florem. By the way, when do they mobilize? Beezle. Tomorrow. Florem. Tomorrow. Shouts in surprise. Beezle. Their forces number 300 men. I was wondering if perhaps we could ask someone from this village to defeat them. They would give up and go home. Florem. Yes, however, if we're careless about who finds out about this, she said, dismissing the idea of telling Hakuren or Lasti, and wondering if she would tell Lu and Flora. Everyone trembled at that. Kirishima. I wouldn't want to imagine that, he said with a shiver. Aizawa. Who could you tell without causing so many problems? Beezle. That would be a problem. Florem. Had an idea, so, basically, I just have to show them the difference in military power without actually mobilizing the people's forces, right? Now everyone saw how the scene changed to the demonic realm, but in the forest they saw several knights fleeing. Knight 1. Please, spare our lives. Have mercy. The 3 Lamias from before were shown with their weapons, and their leader was carrying a log. Lamia 1. Through the log, are we done yet? Gentlemen. Yes, they said, kneeling. Lamia 1. Are they really going to give us 10 boxes of apples for doing this? She looked at her companion. Siro. I already felt sorry for those girls, he said, amused. Ojiro. Me too. Eri. That's what happens when you're mean and attack Deku village, she said. Mirio. I guess so, hehe. In the village. Izuku. So, who are those girls who've been frozen there? He saw the girls from the demon realm. Florem. They're from the demon realm, and they'd like to move here. They've completely changed their minds and are willing to work themselves to death. I scare the girls, I mean, they're willing to work like their lives depend on it. Izuku. I see, but you know, it seems like they've given up. Almost like they've accepted that their lives are over, or something like that. He said, seeing how the girls were holding back tears and one even wiped them away. Everyone broke out in a sweat when they saw the girls. Florem. They'll be fine. They're all acquaintances of mine, so for the time being I plan to have them working for me. In case they do anything that harms the village. Florem. Please feel free to get rid of them, I wouldn't mind at all. The girls became even more frightened. Mina. Her flow is scary sometimes, hehe. Suyu. Well, at least now he'll have more help, Kiro. Several nodded. Izuku. That sounded terrifying. Well, putting that aside, who is that other girl? He saw the princess on a throne. Florem. She's here to observe for a while, I'd like to show her how things work here in town. Yuri. My name is Yuri, introduced herself. Florem. Apparently, she was worried about my living conditions here in this town. There's no need to give her special treatment, please put her to work knowing she'll be leaving soon. She said as Yuri nodded. Izuku. How does he expect me to do that? He thought. Some people laughed at Yuri's face. Kaminari. Well, in the end nobody got hurt. Sato. Although it seems they will force the girls to work. Izuku. Well, you can show them around the village. Florem. Yes, leave it to me. Izuku left and she looked at the girls. Listen, if you all work honestly here, your transgressions against the village will be forgiven. That said, I believe that in order to keep this little incident a secret from the rest of the villagers, it would be wise of you not to reveal your identities. Florem. Saw Yuri. So, princess. Yuri. Yes, Florem. You won't receive special treatment here, while you're in this town you'll simply be Yuri. Yuri. That won't be a problem, hehe. It's been a long time since I was called by my name. Now, let's start the tour of the town. They all saw how Florem led them to the vineyard, to the rice paddy, and now they saw a cabin with a water wheel. Yuri. So this contraption doesn't move with magic, but with the power of water? He asked, looking at the wheel. Then they saw the beast children arrive. NB1. Who are you? He saw Yuri. Yuri. Wow. She started stroking his ears. Look how fluffy you are. So fluffy. NB1. Hey, that tickles. She said with a smile and wagging her tail. Girls. I want to pet him too, they thought jealously. Now they saw them next to the apple trees. Yuri. Those are apples, aren't they? I had no idea they grew like that on trees. Lee. Oh, we have visitors. She said with a basket of apples. Clacase. I've never eaten apples except at castle parties. Roaju. I eat them daily at home. Rosalind. In my house, we usually use merchants to find and buy them, even when they were scarce. Lee. Saw them, are those girls noble or something? Florem. Why yes, something like that. Rosalind. If we can take this town. Roaju. Will be the biggest money generator for our kingdom. Florem. Delete saw them. Girls. Kendo. It seems he'll have some trouble with them, laughs a little. Abara. May their greedy souls be purified, she said, clasping her hands. Awase. I feel we will see that purification soon, several nodded. In the main house. Lasty. It's a pleasure, I'm Lastismoon of the Dragons. Please call me Lasty. Yuri. It's a pleasure. Lasty saw Flowerum as a very cute dragon. Meanwhile, behind them were the girls. Roaju. I know they forced us to stay here. Clacase. But it's still absurd that nobles from the Demon Kingdom live like this in the middle of nowhere. Rosalind. We'll be the laughingstock of the country when we get back. Roaju. Let's wait for an opportunity and escape. Everyone saw how they tried to escape at night, but they ran into Kuro and Yuki, they fainted. They tried again in the morning, but they encountered a son of a Zobadan who greeted them, they fainted. Some laughed at their bad luck. Mina. That's really bad luck, hee. Toru. That's true, haha. At home. Florem. Did they learn their lesson? She saw them working. Girls. Yes. Roaju. We will work as if our lives depended on it. Rosalind. But please, don't get rid of us. Izuku. It looks like they're working hard, he said upon seeing them. Florem. In fact, they are a great help, he said. Now I can distribute the mountain of office work I had pending. Monoma. His purification came faster than he thought. Kanoko. Well, at least that way Flowerum won't have so much work. Reiko. That's true. Now they saw Flowerum petting one of the wolf pups. Yuri. He's a hellwolf, isn't he? Is it okay to pet him like that? He looked at her. Florem. Yes. Even though only a hellwolf is said to be dangerous enough to cause serious damage and harm to any city it enters, they're really cute when they're like this, she said, stroking the puppy's belly. Yuri. Am I supposed to throw this? He said, holding the frisbee. Florem. Yes, they love it. Yuri. Let's see, go. He threw the frisbee. Everyone saw the puppy go for the frisbee and jump for it, but then 4 other puppies appeared and caught the frisbee. All. Koda. Brilliant. Yuri. I wonder if I'll get used to it. Florem. Eventually. Yuri. I take a seat, this town has given nothing but surprises, I can't believe that a world like this exists outside the demon realm. Florem. I'm sure that's a very rare exception. Yuri. No, I was very ignorant of the outside world, I tried to bring war and conflict to such a wonderfully peaceful place. Florem. Anyone who takes up arms against this place should expect to find themselves on the receiving end of a dragon's fiery breath. Yuri. Indeed, they should. To be honest, I thought the information about the dragons living in this village was a lie to deceive us. She saw Hakuren walk by. Kirishima. I don't blame her, saying that powerful dragons live in your town sounds very unbelievable. Todoroki. That's true. Momo. Yes, it sounds very unrealistic, she said with a drop of sweat. Florem. I warned everyone not to get involved with this village. The Demon King should have been warned too. So why did you do it? He saw her. Yuri. It was your fault. Florem. You just vanished from the demon realm one day. I heard you'd turned and I was worried sick about you. Florem. Princess. Yuri. My name is Yuri. Yuri. You stopped talking to me when you needed help, and before I knew it, everything about you was princess this and princess that. You treated me like a stranger. Everyone laughed at Yuri's face. Suyu. So she actually wanted to rescue her friend from the village that kidnapped her, Kiro. Ochako. Now I understand why they wanted to send their troops to rescue their friend. Florem. I'm sorry, Yuri. I take her by the shoulder. I'll keep you updated from now on. Yuri. Smiled. I know you will. Florem. Yes, smiled. Then let's go back, it's almost lunchtime. Yuri nodded. In the evening after dinner. Rosalind. This office job is really hard, but the food here is great. Roaju. We don't have to worry about any stressful political conflicts, we can relax here. Clacase. Baths heal my soul. Izuku. I was worried they'd have trouble adjusting to life here. He saw the girls relaxed. Florem. All. I know they adapted, they said with a drop of sweat. Lu. Arrived and saw the girls. Are these the new girls? Izuku. Yes, he saw her, but then noticed something about her. Have you been at that height all day? He noticed she was a little shorter than usual. Lu. Yes, my transformation magic hasn't been working. Well, it'll surely pass soon. She said. Izuku. I see, he said, but inside he was somewhat worried. Inko. I hope nothing has happened to Lu, she said worriedly. Mitsuki. Well, she said it would happen soon, she said also, remember they have that super medicine that cures everything. Iida. That's right, I'm sure that if it's something serious they'll be able to cure her with that. Ochako. Yes, don't worry, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko. Okay, smiled. The next day, the children were playing until they saw Yuri arrive. Beast children. She's the big sister. Yuri. Let me help with the farm work. Clacase. Will he do manual labor? Rosalind. Commoner's work. Roaju. Detenges. Princessa. Children. Princess. Confused. Yuri. Huh, wasn't it a secret? She saw them. Girls. Forget it. Florem. Delete. I scare them with my gaze. Mina. They are afraid of him, hehe. Kaminari. Although it is strange for a princess to do manual labor. Toru. What about Cinderella and Snow White? He saw it. Kaminari. But those are from stories and movies. Setsuna. Well, it seems that not all princesses are as we thought. Yuri. Then I want everyone to join. Roaju. Huh, but, Clacase. Our specialty is office work. NB2. We will teach them, she said with a bright smile just like the other children. Girls. Hey, they all watched the crops being harvested, then they had lunch and then they rested. Now they saw how they said goodbye to Yuri. Yuri. I have learned a lot from everyone during my stay in this town, I am very grateful. NB3. Are you leaving already? He saw her. Yuri. I'm sorry, I promised to come and visit. He saw the children. Senna. This, here extended a basket. Yuri. Wow, she saw the loaves of bread inside the basket. Senna. They are made from the wheat we harvested together. Yuri. Thank you so much. I took it and Senna wagged her tail. Flo. Don't forget to visit. She saw it. Florem. If he agreed. Yuri. Thank you too, Mayor. She saw Izuku. Izuku. Yes, have a good trip. Smiles. Yuri. By the way, aren't you coming over? He looked at the girls. Clacase. We still have things to learn in this village. Roaju. And there's still a lot of work to be done. Rosalind. We haven't repaid everyone's kindness yet. Roaju. Therefore, we must stay. The others nodded. Yuri. Everyone laughed. Mina. It's not fair, I want to try the village food too, she said jealously. Toru. Me too, but we can't go to that world, he said sadly. May. Thoughtful. Beezle. Then, we'll depart. Yuri. Yes, everyone, I'll see you all again, smiles. And they both disappeared into a magic circle. Izuku. It seems I'm enjoying my time here. Florem nodded. In the demonic realm. Galgardo. Hey, Beezle. Beezle. See, Galgardo. It's about Yuri. Since she returned to the castle she seems different. Beezle. See, Galgardo. It's as if she's suddenly become more dignified. She seems very busy every day, and even if I try to have a conversation with her, she doesn't give me any time. Beezle. It seems the princess has started to take an interest in politics and diplomacy. Goddaughters tend to become adults before their parents realize it. Galgardo. Adults. Perhaps. A man. Who is he? Beezle. That attitude will make me hate him one day. Galgardo. What? Beezle. More importantly, it's time for the meeting. Let's show him what a great father he is. Galgardo. Okay, I understand, leave it to me. Kanoko. Jealous father, huh? She said playfully. Kendo. It reminds me of my dad when I introduced him to my boyfriend in high school, she said, amused, remembering how her father reacted. Setsuna. I didn't know you had a boyfriend, President. She saw her. Kendo. We only dated for 1 year, then we broke up due to some issues and remained just friends, he said. In the village, shortly after Yuri left, we began our pre-winter harvest, and this was the result. Izuku. Oh, everyone. Wow, Aunt. We harvested so much that this is what didn't fit in the warehouse. Izuku. I'm happy we had a good harvest, but still. Auntie. This is much more than we expected. Lasty. In that case, would it be okay if we sent some of the extra money to my father? Izuku. Sure, let's do it, he said. Hakuren. Can we send my parents too? Izuku. That sounds good to me, but who are your parents? Hakuren. My father lives in the northern continent, while my mother lives in the south, so it's going to be a bit out of the way. Auntie. Are they dragons that live in the north and the south? Hakuren. Hee, you're exaggerating. Is that what they call them? Aunt. I never imagined that dragons were connected like this. Izuku. Those are pretty incredible names. He imagined a dragon with a crown and another in a hurricane. Kids. Amazing, they imagined the same thing as Izuku. Hiroshima. Those are some pretty incredible names. Kaminari. I should have put something like that in my hero name. Bakugo. Hero Emperor Dynamoth. Doesn't sound bad, he thought. Lastly I went to Drime's house to drop off the food we shared with him. And then I continued to the city of Shishato to deliver the crops that we were sending there. Apparently, Michael asked him to exterminate a monster that had been attacking merchant ships. Swallows. Yes, it was seen as he launched himself at the monster. Lasty. Eres mio. Everyone saw an explosion in the water, now they saw Lasty with Izuku. Lasty. And I had to bring some meat home as thanks for taking care of that monster. She said to Izuku, it must be the pig I was talking about, Mayor. That means we'll have pig stew for dinner tonight. Izuku. Yeah, he said, looking at the meat and trying to figure out what animal it was from. Meanwhile, Hakuren headed north. On his way back, he found some people who wanted to move to our town. Everyone saw 5 dark-haired elves. Mineta. Dark elves. He was hit by Suyu. I didn't mean it in a bad way. Izuku. Are they high elves too? He asked. Yes. We are mountain elves. Izuku. I see. Lee. They all know how to use fire and they also eat meat, she said jokingly. Yes. We normally live in the mountains, but lately it's been harder to find food. Hakuren. It seemed like they were having some problems, so I thought things would be easier for them if they came to live here, he said to Izuku. Izuku. I understand now. He started thinking. What do we do? Yes. I understand that nowadays nobody has room to help strangers. If we cause them any problems, we'll leave right away. Izuku. No, that's not what I meant. I was just trying to come up with a plan in a hurry. We need to figure out where you'll sleep until we build you a house, and things like that. Izuku. I was thinking about who I'll have to talk to in order to sort everything out. Hakuren saw him and smiled. Mineta. That look, he got hit. Suyu. Pervert Kiro. Yes. That means. Izuku. Yes, if it's okay for you to live here, we'll gladly welcome you. Yes. Smiling, thank you so much. We're fine sleeping on the floor here. Izuku. No, that won't happen, he said. Ochako. As expected of Deku, smiled. Iida. He's definitely our Midoriya, smiles. Hiroshima and Tetsu. How manly. Yes, at the very least, We'll go and find a comfortable one ourselves. After all, we're excellent hunters. Everyone saw how Ya dug a trap hole, but was tackled by a killer rabbit. She made a big cage, but a wild boar tackled her. Girls. Ouch, they saw Ya looking hurt. Yes. I'm very sorry, we can't be of more help. Izuku. Are you okay? He saw her covered in dirt and with some bruises. Yeah. Isn't there something strange about this forest? Izuku. Do you think so too? If it's too much, please don't hurt each other. Yes. You're very kind. Mayor, he saw him and noticed what he was doing. What are you working on? Izuku. Oh, I was hoping it would be possible to make some pottery in the village. He said, holding what looked like a bucket made of clay. Yes, I see, Izuku. And now, we bake it once it's dry. He did as he was told. Everyone saw her baking it, but it ended up breaking. Eri. It broke. Momo. Maybe the soil there isn't suitable for making pottery, she said. Smentos. It is very possible. Yes. It disappeared. He saw the pieces. Izuku. I guess the ground here won't work, we'll have to look for clay somewhere. Yes. Would you do me the honor of finding that for you? We come from the mountains, and as such, we understand the land and what's on it. Izuku. I see, but isn't it dangerous to go and search the area? He saw her. Yes. As long as I don't have to fight, I'll be fine. I'm confident in my ability to escape. Izuku. Just promise you'll be careful, he said. After a few hours, everyone saw that the clay pots were ready. Mandalay. Those look really good. Pixie Bob. They are indeed good vases. Izuku. Amazing. This is great. It's perfect, he said, looking at the vases. Yes. I tried my best. Izuku. I wonder if we can make cups, plates, and stuff like that. Yes. Of course. Just leave it to me, she said with a smile. Everyone saw Zabuton weaving. Inko. Was it a baby bib? She thought upon seeing a bib that Zabuton was holding. Izuku. Did they find another dungeon? Lee. Yes, it's different from where the Lamias live. You've already found the entrance to the new dungeon to the north, near the mountains. I'd like your permission to send a reconnaissance team there. Izuku. Isn't it dangerous? Reed. That's one of the reasons why we need to inspect the area and find out more. Izuku. I understand, but don't do anything too drastic. He saw the wolves looking excited and with faces that said, we'll take care of it. Everyone saw a team heading towards the dungeon. Ochako. I wonder what's in that dungeon, curious. Iida. Let's just hope there's nothing dangerous and that they return safely to the village, he said, and several people nodded. While the reconnaissance team was out investigating the dungeon, the men's bathhouse was finally finished. Izuku was seen in it. Dwarves and lizardmen can use it, and Drime too when he comes to visit. So I definitely didn't build this to keep it all to myself. Some. Of course. Then the children came in, splashing Izuku. Izuku. Well, I don't mind how lively it is, he thought with a smile, looking at the children. Hey, you should make sure you wash up before coming in here, he said. Children. Yes, outside the restrooms. Florem. What do you think you're doing here? She saw the girls. Roaju. We thought this was the women's bathroom. Florem. I won't get angry, so tell me the truth. Rosalind. You're about to get really angry with us, aren't you? She saw that she had a smile. Roaju. Well, we were hoping to be able to wash the mayor's back. Clacase. We thought it was a good opportunity to get closer to him. Pixie Bob. A good plan. Setsuna. But they got caught, hee hee. Florem. Listen, we are the lowest ranking members in this village. Rosalind. I told them it was a bad idea. Roaju. Florem. You know what will happen if you try something, right? Girls. Please, don't let them get rid of us. Florem. This is their final warning. Izuku heard them and was confused. Shortly afterwards, the dungeon reconnaissance team had returned. Najire. Oh, what could they have discovered? Curious. Mirio. Well, we'll see what they say. But then they noticed that in front of Izuku were the first two groups of elves who had arrived in the village. Izuku. What's going on? They're all here. He saw them. Read this. We should send an extermination squad to the northern dungeon. Izuku. Is there a problem? Lafa. We confirm the presence of a bloody viper inside. Izuku. Ah, that snake that was fighting the bear. He said, remembering. Read. We must have your meat. Lafa. Our clan's survival depends on us getting hold of it. Izuku. Is it really that important? Yes. It is said that the meat of the bloody viper is extremely valuable. Eating them makes your body overflow with vitality and improves relations between husband and wife. He said, it is also said to bless you with children. Then she imagined herself and Izuku with a baby, and then she blushed. Izuku. Well, it's almost winter. Izuku. Wait, does that mean his meat is like a everyone? An aphrodisiac, they said. Kaminari. Now I understand why they love her so much. Inko. Heavens, smiles. And so, autumn faded away as winter approached. Then, one day, everyone saw Izuku enter a room where he saw Senna and then Tia. Auntie. I never thought I'd see you bedridden, she said, looking at Lu in bed. What a strange sight. Izuku. Are you okay? I heard they didn't bring you. You were feeling well. He saw Lu. Lu. I'm fine, it's nothing serious, she said. I might have caught a cold. Auntie. Is mixing different types of medications not your specialty? Lu. I've never tried to make medicine before this. Izuku looked at her worried. Don't look at me like that, it's just a little nausea and a little fever. Mothers. Wait. Asterisk. Lu. I'm sure I'll be fine if I rest a little. Izuku. I hope that's it. Senna. This might be a long shot, but have you been craving acidic foods lately? She looked at Lu. Lu. Now that you mention it, I don't really have much of an appetite, but I can still eat tomatoes and fruit. Tia and Senna looked at each other. Senna. There was someone in the Howling Village who said the same thing. He saw Izuku. Aunt. Lulu. See, haven't you noticed yet? She saw her. Lu. Decay. Izuku. And that person. What happened to them? He asked Senna. The same. It is. Izuku and Lu. Huh. Pam. Senna. Mayor. She saw Izuku fall unconscious. The screen went off. Everyone remained silent until they reacted. Girls. Kya. They shouted happily. Guys. Congratulations Midoriya. Mitsuki. Inko. Calm down. He saw her crying her eyes out. Inko. Izuku. Crying with joy. I'm so happy for you, young Midoriya. He thought happily about his successor. Aizawa. Congratulations, problem child, he said happily for his student. Eri. Is that good? She saw Najire. Najire. Of course, Midoriya's having a baby, you could say you'll be a big sister. Eri. Big sister. Her eyes lit up. Awesome. Mirio. Of course it is, he said smiling. Everyone was entering the room to continue watching Izuku, although they were somewhat confused to see something large covered by a blanket. Thinking it was one of Hatsume's inventions, they moved on and took their seats. The screen turned on. Today we all enjoyed another peaceful morning. The Great Tree Village has become quite lively lately. Everyone saw Izuku outside the house stretching. My day begins when the sun has fully risen each morning. That's when I wake up. Lu. Good morning, she said, leaving the house. Izuku. Inko. How lovely, she said smiling. Mitsuki. It seems like it's been a while, he said, looking at Lu's belly. Maybe about 2 months. Inko. Then maybe we'll see my grandson or granddaughter soon, she said happily. Izuku. Are you feeling okay? He looked at her. Lu. Goodness, you ask me that every time you see me. She said. Izuku. Really? But I'm sure things are difficult for you. Once we discovered that Lu was pregnant, the whole town erupted in joy. Flashback. Everyone's shouts of joy were heard, and then Lu was seen. Lu. That's why I haven't been able to transform. Izuku. Is that how it works? She was the calmest of them all. Fin flash black. Iida. So that's why it didn't transform. Suyu. Because of her pregnancy. Kiro. Ochako. It is a curious world indeed. Lu. You don't have to worry so much, I'm sure everything will be alright. She said, caressing her belly. Izuku. Seriously, Lu. Yes, smiling, I'll check the medicinal herb garden. Izuku. Okay, are you alright going alone? Lu. Again. Izuku. Ah, sorry. He scratched the back of his neck. Mitsuki. He really does care. He reminds me of Masaru during my pregnancy, hehe. Masaru. Haha, laughs sheepishly. Mina. I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl, she said curiously. Kirishima. Now that I think about it, will his son have a quirk? That made everyone think about it. Kendo. Maybe not. Midoriya may still have one for all, but his body is different, he said, even so it's not certain to say so. Iida. I suppose we'll have to wait, he said. Now I'm going back to my morning schedule. According to Anne and the maids, it's my job to look after things in the house. The maids were shown cooking. Anne. Good morning. Izuku. Hello, good morning, he saw her. By the way, there's a reason why I don't get up very early in the morning. Sometimes they don't even let me exercise in the morning. I sleep in for their sake. I'm definitely not being lazy. Kirishima. Vaya, Kaminari. They are scary sometimes. Zero. True, when I see her in the morning, she lets me know if she has anything to report. Anne. Last night the wine slime got into the food storage area and drank an entire barrel of wine. Izuku. Was that the barrel we left outside to keep the slime away from the wine and the rest? Anne. Yes, I'm not sure whether we should celebrate that our plan worked, or if we should lament letting it slip through. She said somewhat angrily. Izuku. Let's just say it went according to plan. He said with a drop of sweat. Mina. So the slime gets into the wine. Kanoko. At least they made a plan so it wouldn't be because of the rest. Setsuna. Although Anne finds it annoying, hehe. Kendo. They really do like their wine, with a drop of sweat. Once I've done my rounds around the house, it's time for breakfast. We can't fit everyone into the dining room at once, so we divided breakfast into 3 groups. Anne. For today's main breakfast menu, we're having a daikon radish, spinach, and cabbage soup. We also have smoked killer rabbit that we've singed. Izuku. Thank you, it looks delicious, he said and then looked at Flora. Izuku. Didn't you sleep? He saw her. Flora. I haven't made any progress in miso production. Flash black. Izuku. I guess this is about 20% of the way there. He said, tasting the miso. Flora. Ah, Finn flash black. Flora. It's because you say things like that. I'm sure I need more of this stuff. I pull out a bottle of pink liquid. Izuku. I'm sorry, and I implore you to get some sleep. Toru. Poor Flora. Hehe, I think she works too much. Reiko. Making miso doesn't seem easy, does it? Sato. It takes a lot of patience. The second group at breakfast is for the maids. Finally, the third group is for those who did not arrive in time for the first or second group. Sometimes, Hakurin doesn't even arrive in time for the third group. She was shown asleep. Grandmaria. Mayor, I have a report. Izuku. Did something happen? He saw her. Grandmaria. Yesterday, a group of killer rabbits tried to infiltrate the village. However, Kuro and the others were able to eliminate them. Izuku. I see, those rabbits don't learn. Grandmaria. Well, we can use them as food, so we should be grateful that they act that way. Everyone. True. Izuku. You're right. You know, even though Grandmaria and the other angels always seem so serene and proper. They can't do any homework. Anne and the maids prepare the food, while relying on Dagger and the other lizardmen to do the laundry and other cleaning tasks. Well, they make up for it with how hard they work to keep the town safe. I'm glad to have them here. Ragdoll. They look just like Ryuko on her days off. Mandala Kota. It's true. Tiger. Identical. Pixie Bob. Listen. Now they saw Izuku in the fields. Once I've eaten, it's time to work in the fields. Izuku. Ah, none of the normal garden pests I know exist in this world, but instead these strange little black things live on plants and eat their leaves. Fortunately, the children of Zabuton or Kuro and others can detect them for us. So far, they haven't caused any real damage. And the way to deal with them is, Izuku. I watered the crops and the little things disappeared. Using the how as a watering can. Apparently, it has the power to eliminate garden pests. Children. Ooh, the fields that we have been gradually expanding have grown to a considerable size. Controlling them all is quite difficult now. But seeing all the ripe crops fills me with joy. and with a feeling of satisfaction for all the work done. Ochako. Yes, they have increased, she said upon seeing that there were now 6 fields. Iida. Yes, luckily everyone helps with the fields. Suyu. Yes, it has changed a lot since she started living there. Hiro. Without a doubt, she said smiling. While I'm doing my homework, it's time for lunch. I eat the lunch that Anne and the maids have prepared for me between jobs. Apparently, having lunch in this world is something very unusual. Everyone paid attention. Flash black. Auntie. An afternoon meal. But we just ate this morning. Lou. I felt the same way when I arrived. Lunch aside, Lee and the High Elves were nervous even about having breakfast. Lee. Is it okay if we eat today too? Will the food supplies last? She said, looking at the fruits and vegetables in front of her. According to them, they were not always able to eat even once a day. With Senna and the Beast Girls. Senna. You mean we eat every day? They're definitely going to kick us out of this town, aren't they? How did I arrive at that conclusion? Finn flash black. I want to make sure that nobody. Everyone smiled at what Izuku said. Tetsu. He's a real man. Kirishima. That's right. Mike. It's good that no inhabitant of the town goes hungry, smiled. Aizawa. That's true. He smiled beneath his bandages. Dagger. Mayor Izuku saw it, the cows gave birth to calves. I would like to increase their allocated food. Izuku. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Reed. Mayor, our harvest warehouse will soon be completely full. Auntie, should we talk to Michael about selling more than we produce? She suggested. Izuku. Yes, let's talk with Flo and then decide how much. When lunchtime is over, it's time to get back to work. Having more people has helped a lot with the agricultural work. Izuku. He saw one of the puppies rubbing against him. Hey. Girls. How cute. Did you see the puppy? But tilling new fields or planting new crops is something I take care of myself. With the how, everyone saw Izuku make a long flower pot and plant several yellow flowers in it. Abara. A little color for the town, smiled. Until now, I've only grown things we could eat, but I think adding a little color to the village is good for making things more civilized. Apart from the farming work I do, the villagers ask me to build all sorts of little things for them. Thanks to the how, I can manage to do things for them even though they have no experience in construction. Once again, I thank God for this blessing. Everyone saw Izuku making some building blocks for the children, as well as some tables and chairs for the elves. Although what he said last caught everyone's attention. Kaminari. Did he say what I think he said? Sick. So, Momo. That would mean that. Iida. Midoriya sees a. Abara. God. She fainted. Kendo. Abara. I'll help her. Monoma. I think I'll start going to church after this. Several people nodded. Now everyone saw the villagers exercising and having some practice fights. Besides, we all do combat training. If I'm honest, I'd like to think we won't need this training living here. But it's better to be safe than sorry, and besides, Anne and the maids asked us to do regular training just in case something happens. Izuku. Saw Anne and Lamulia's looking somewhat sweaty. Anne. Okay, let's continue. If we keep eating like we do in this town. Lamulia's. I think mine is starting to feel tight. Come on. All the girls trembled at what was said. All mental note. Exercise more. But everyone saw Izuku doing several push-ups with several logs on his back tied with spider webs and Zabuton on top of the logs, counting the push-ups. Some areas don't change. Everyone looked at Izuku, impressed. Wow, incredible. How is he so strong, Mayor? Izuku. Well, I've been exercising a lot and improving my muscles, he continues. Children. Ooh, impressed. In the afternoon, I finish the work I was doing and go home. Izuku. Anne. This is the new menu we tried today. It's slow-cooked killer rabbit served with a sweet honey sauce. Izuku. How confident are you? He looked at her. Anne. A 20%. Izuku. He's quite short. Lou. Ate a little, it's sweet. Mina. It's an interesting combination, but I'd like to try it, she said, writing the food down in a notebook. Toru. Rabbit with honey. That's quite a curious combination. Izuku. If possible, I'd like you to only present dishes that you trust at least 50%. Anne. We can't do that, we can't afford to waste food, she said seriously and with a terrifying aura. Everyone. How scary. Izuku. Good point, he ate, but had to drink his juice before he could pass it. I made an effort to enjoy the food. At dinner time, many more people gather around the table. We take this opportunity to report anything we want everyone to hear. Florem. Mayor, Princess Yuri sent a letter, showed the scroll. Izuku. Oh, what could it be? He takes it and reads, let's see. I'd like to eat the apples from your village again. Also, I'd like a dress. What? Florem. She really liked the clothes Zabuton made and wondered if she could have more made for her. Izuku. I see. Florem. I apologize, I'll tell you to stop making so many requests. Izuku. Well, I'm sure Zabuton will be happy to do something for her. Momo. I understand, Zabuton's clothes could compete against those of a great designer and maybe even beat them. Jiro. If you say so, it must be true. Mina. It would be great to have a dress made by Zabuton, several girls nodded. At night, once I've rested a bit after dinner, it's time for a bath. I practically have the men's bathroom to myself. I couldn't relax when we only had one bathhouse. I'm glad I forced them to build a men's bathroom. Mineta. You idiot, you could be bathing with several beautiful girls. He was caught in a blanket and hung by a rope by Suyu. Suyu. Pervert Kiro. Izuku. This is paradise. After leaving the bathroom, it's time to relax, or so I'd like to say. This is where I usually feel uncomfortable. Lee was on the side of the house watching Izuku enter. Read. She is about to enter her house. Read. I have my eyes on him, he said on the second floor looking at Izuku. Lakat. She heads straight to her bedroom, she said, hiding to one side of the stairs. Lily. Understood, she hid before Izuku saw her. Inside the room. Izuku. Why do I still feel their eyes on me even though I'm inside my room? He saw the door. Ah. Someone help me. Elf. Everyone. What? Mitsuki. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Inko. Neo. They all quickly left. Read. They've discovered us. Everyone. Retreat. I'm sure they're only watching because they want to keep me safe. That's what I told myself. Izuku. Lied down. Well, even with everything that's happening, I couldn't be happier with my life here. Looked at the ceiling and then at his hand. God, thank you once again for giving me a second chance at life. I'll try my best again tomorrow. I need to seal those hidden doors tomorrow. Fell to sleep. Everyone smiled at that. Inko. Thank God for giving her another chance. The next day, whether it's day or night here in the village, Donovan and the dwarves are always working hard to make alcohol. When it comes to dwarves, I imagine them as cheerful and getting drunk all the time. Donovan. It's impossible for us to produce good alcohol if we get drunk while working. He said seriously to Izuku. Izuku. You're right, even the man in charge of watching the fire. Donovan. The man in charge of fire drinking on the job. Impossible. What if that causes a fire? Izuku. You're right, as you can see, they take their work seriously. Setsuna. They do take it seriously. Kaminari. Anime and video games lied to me. But they didn't continue talking because they saw Izuku drinking a whiskey. Izuku. I think this one turned out pretty well. Donovan. Number. This one's no good. It's lost its flavor and aroma. It's a bad drink that does nothing but burn your throat. He put an X on the bottle with soot. I think they used that as a pencil, but I'm not really sure, tell me if I'm wrong. Izuku. So, are you going to throw it away? He saw it. Donovan. Number. He placed the bottle on a shelf. We still have some use for it. We'll distill it a little more and then cut it with fruit juice. Very well, back to work. Let's rethink how we'll use it. Izuku. I only feel respect for the passion that makes alcohol. Adults. Definitely. Donovan. Oh, Mayor. Izuku saw him. Could you please increase the amount of grapes we're harvesting? I need 3 times more than what we're harvesting now. Izuku. Why yes, I'll see what I can do. Aizawa. 3 times. Nezu. They definitely love their wine haha. Now they saw Izuku looking at the vineyard. Izuku. Increase the harvest, 3 times, 3 times, huh? Well, everyone loves wine. He thought. Senna. Mayor. I come running to him. Izuku. What's wrong? He saw her. Senna. There's a strange man, she said somewhat agitatedly. Izuku. All. A manstrange. Ochako. What kind of man will he be? Iida. Let's just hope it's not anyone bad. The scene changed and everyone saw a man prostrate before the statues of the gods. Izuku. He's a strange man. He saw the man with long, brown hair. First of all, how did he get here? Did he pass through Gran Maria and Zabuton without anyone noticing? Asterisk. Lu arrived and saw the man. Parent. Lulu see. He said, getting up. Izuku. What? Progenitor. He saw Lu and the progenitor. So they know each other. Momo. Progenitor, could he be a relative of Lu? Ojiro. It's very likely. Sato. Well, if it's a relative, I suppose they're not a bad person. Now they saw Izuku, Lu, Flora, and the progenitor inside the house. Flora. It's been a while, progenitor. Parent. It seems you're doing well, Flora. He saw her and she nodded. Vargrief. When I heard Lu was pregnant. Vargrief. It seems to be true, he saw Lu's belly. Lu. Yes, even I'm surprised, she said, caressing her belly. Vargrief. True, we vampires usually continue our lineage by forming new blood pacts. This happens rarely. Everyone. Oh, Kendo. So pregnancy is something out of the ordinary for vampires. Suyu. That would explain why Lu didn't know she was pregnant, Hiro. Vargrief. But children are a treasure and you must take care of your own. Smiles. Lu. Yes, thank you. Izuku. What do you mean by, he's the progenitor? He whispered to Lu. Lu. Oh, in short, you could say he's like our grandfather. Izuku. Grandpa. He saw Vargrief. Vargrief. That's right, I'm about 4,000 years old now. Izuku. 4,000. Surprised. Everyone. 4,000. They shouted in surprise. Mina. And yet he still looks handsome and young. Najire. What could her secret be? Curious. Pixie Bob. Yes, I want to know too. Vargrief. I forgot the exact number. Izuku. I can't see him as anything other than a normal young man. Vargrief. The trick to living such a long life is to occasionally erase your memories. Everyone. Erase your memories. Izuku. Your memories. He saw it. Vargrief. I make sure to keep the important things, like my name and the clan I belong to, and then I make everything else fade away and forget about it all. Izuku. It vanishes. Isn't that terrifying? Vargrief. The first time I was scared, but then I got used to it. It's only been about 200 years since I last erased my memories, so I still feel pretty young. Everyone. Wow, Toru. It's incredible, but I don't think I'd want to erase my memories, he said. Mina. Me neither. Izuku. I didn't know vampires had that ability. Vargrief. No, I use magic. Izuku. Magic really does sound useful. Vargrief. By the way, I'm really sorry I entered the village without saying hello. I had originally planned to just have a look around and leave quietly, but I was drawn to something. Izuku. Presence. Vargrief. That statue under the great tree. It's wonderful. It's a splendid portrait of the great creator. Awase. So that's why. Siro. It must be a huge statue to do that. Surprised. Kendo. Come on, Abara, wake up. He saw her waking up. Abara. What? Izuku. Ah, so that's why. Does that mean you met God? Vargrief. Yes, once, when I was born. He told me to try hard even though I would be born with a slightly abnormal body. Izuku. And by abnormal body did you mean vampire? He asked. Vargrief. I think so. Thanks to that, I feel like I've faced many difficulties and been saved many times, but I can't be sure, since I erased my memories. Vargrief. Well, I feel like I've tried my best. Ha ha ha. Izuku. Yes, Ochako. Well, it's nice hehe. Hiroshima. And if Lu doesn't have a father, then he's like Midoriya's father-in-law, hehe. Vargrief. However, I do remember the one who created him. It's just that, for some reason, I can't recall his exact appearance, he said. Was he an old man? Or perhaps a young man? What color were his eyes? What color was his hair? Vargrief. I've tried many times to create something similar, but I've never created anything so accurate. I'm sure that living near a masterpiece like that means that every day of your life is incredible. How wonderful. Everyone wants her, they thought upon seeing the obvious. Izuku. You want it, right? He saw Lu nod, about that statue. It belongs to the people, so I don't think I can offer it to you. He said, discouraging him. Vargrief. I knew it, I understand, but it's a shame, but. He approached Izuku with his head down. It's a shame, huh? He saw him. Izuku. If you want, I could make you a new one, he said. I'm not a sculptor, so I'm not sure if you'll like what I make or not. Vargrief. Really? I'd love that. I'm so happy, thank you. I smile. Mitsuki. As expected from little Izuku, hehe. Everyone watched as Izuku worked on the statue until he finished it. Izuku. What's up? VOA Vargrief's smiley face. Lu. I think he likes it. Flora. That seems to be the case. Kendo. Abara. He saw her lying prostrate. Abara. So this is what God looks like. It's beautiful, she said, shedding tears of joy. Kanoko. She's crying with joy, she saw her surprised. Now they were seen at the entrance to the town. Vargrief. I apologize for the sudden request, how much do I owe you? He looked at Izuku. Izuku. Nothing, I can't accept money for it, God, it's not something you should sell. Abara. Amen, she said, joining her hands. Vargrief. I see, then I'll have to think of something else I can do as a thank you. Lu looked at her. Make sure you give birth to a healthy baby. Lu. Yes, nods. Vargrief. Take care of yourself too, Flora. Flora. Yes, you too, parent. Vargrief. Saw Izuku. Thank you for everything, Mayor. I'm grateful for the statue, and for what you've done for Lu. Keep taking care of her, okay? Izuku. Of course. And with that, Vargrief left. Kirishima. Well, yes, it was very nice. Several nodded. Abara. And a great believer in the Lord. Kendo. Yes, hehe. Izuku. At first I was a little surprised, but he seems like an easy guy to deal with. Lu. It is. Flora. And to think that she is an incredibly important and high-ranking person. Everyone. Really. Surprised. Izuku. Really. Is it really that important? Curious. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a church. Man. Oh, my lord. He saw Vargrief. Welcome. Vargrief. It's been a while. How many years? Man. I think it's been 50 years, as you can see, I've become an old man. Vargrief. Are you in charge of the temple now? Man. Yes, for about 30 years now. Vargrief. Well, you've always been a devout believer, you're the right man. Aizawa. I think he built that church. Mike. I think so too, that's why it's so important and high-ranking. Vargrief. Has anything changed? Man. Nothing, everything is the same as always. Vargrief. I see, I'm glad to hear that, but there will be a big change starting today. Man. What do you mean by that? He saw him. Vargrief. I want to consecrate this statue in this temple. He pointed to the statue. Man. Wow, what kind of statue? Vargrief. Just wait and see, I want you to put it in the best place. Man. So, that means, we would have to move the statue of the creator that was crafted by the master sculptor, Turuk. I don't know if we can simply move the most beloved statue in this temple from its resting place. Vargrief. Yes, we can. Smiles. Man. Yes. Everyone watched as they moved the statue and then put up the one Izuku made, and they were surprised to see it. Kendo. Wow. Kanoko. I'm beautiful. Inko. Incredible. Nezu. He certainly has a great presence. Smiles. Man. It must have been made by a pretty famous sculptor. We must make sure that everyone properly honors his name. Vargrief. I think it would be best if we didn't. He doesn't seem like the type to appreciate those things. Besides, I don't want to do anything that would disturb his peaceful life. Man. That's unfortunate. Vargrief. But I don't think it's a problem if we silently support him. The man nodded. Immediately inform all the other temples, tell them to be respectful to him, as is the great tree people. Everyone smiled at that, but the scene changed to Izuku sneezing. Izuku. Achoo. Lee. Are you okay? She saw him. Izuku. Why yes, that surprised me too. It's been a long time since I sneezed. Asterisk. But then they heard a noise that Jiro and P. Mike recognized. Both. A piano. Everyone saw Lou playing the piano. I refused to accept payment for the statue, so he said it was a gift to celebrate Lou's pregnancy. It's very considerate of someone so important. We talked for a while about where we would put it. Lizard men. Here it goes. They lowered the piano. We decided to place it in the village dining room. Izuku. Thank you. Good job. He left with the lizard men. Jiro. That piano looks amazing. P. Mike. Yes, pleased to meet you. Momo. It's a beautiful piano. But then they saw the girls from the Demon Kingdom peeking out from behind the sofa. Rosalind. That piano. Clacase. Is it one of those found in the great temples? Roaju. Yes, that's the type of piano that's only used for grand ceremonies. Everyone. Really, surprised. Rosalind. Hey, do you think we'll be able to play it? Clacase. Yes, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No, it's more than a unique opportunity. Roaju. That means if we can play this piano now, we can brag about it for the rest of our lives. They approached the piano and opened it. Clacase. You can do it first. Roaju. Huh, Rosalind. I can play it later. Roaju. Huh, they all just watched as they closed the piano. Rosalind. It's too scary to even try to touch. Clacase. My hands are sweating a lot. Roaju. If we break it, it's the end of our lives. Mina. Flo, I really traumatized them. Reiko. Yes. P. Mike. Poor girls, hee. Aizawa. Would you touch it? He saw it. P. Mike. Sure, but with obvious caution. Jiro. I'd like to touch it too. Now they saw the girls with Izuku. Izuku. Huh, you want another piano? Clacase. P. Per entrenar. Roaju. Please, it doesn't matter that it's in pieces. Rosalind. In fact, an old one would be perfect. Izuku. Can't they play the one we already have? Girls. We can't. They cried. Izuku. Well, are they crying? He saw her. We spoke to Michael and asked him to get us a practice piano. Izuku. He saw both pianos. I really don't know about this. Now I feel bad that she sent us something so beautiful. Everyone heard the pianos being played. The pianos were a hit. Everyone wanted to play. The only ones who could already play well were Florem and the girls from the Demon Realm, but all the others seemed to enjoy practicing to improve. Everyone listened as they continued playing very well, until at night someone who didn't know how to play started playing. Jiro. You really need to practice. Iida. Although I don't think they should do it at night. Ochako. 2. Izuku. The screen went black. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.